Good evening from Washington, a city, indeed a country, that tonight stands at a crossroads as we wait for a decision that all sides agree may be the most consequential for many decades. It has certainly not been the election we were expecting. Joe Biden's departure from the race handed Kamala Harris the chance to become the first female president of the United States, perhaps backed by a wave of women highly motivated by the abortion debate. Or Donald Trump could return to the White House, something many thought simply impossible when he left amid such fury 4 years ago, a return which his opponents have warned against in the darkest of terms. The polls say it couldn't be tighter, and we might not know the result for days, but they have been wrong repeatedly, and others think the answer might be clear quite soon. Whoever wins, this nation's divisions will not heal overnight. Instead, the victor will bring with them a dramatic shift that will define the country and potentially the world for years. So often over the past century and a half, this great nation, the land of Wilson and Roosevelt,
Do solemnly swear
of Kennedy and Reagan,
and will, to the best of my ability,
has shaped the world.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And tonight, once again, history may be made here. We could wake up tomorrow to the first female president, the first woman to lead the free world.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
The potential impact of that one can only begin to guess at, but seismic, surely.
USA! USA!
For many Americans, though, that is a prospect not to rejoice in, but to fear. She is too liberal, too left-leaning, too representative of freedom spinning in an unnerving direction. She's untested, they say.
Kamala Harris.
A Washington insider with no sense of how many Americans truly feel about immigration, about inflation, about the everyday pressures of life in this economy. They cleave instead to a man they still consider the great disruptor, the outsider. Perhaps, in his own way, the entertainer. If we talk of economic policy, or immigration, or even social issues, this is, sure, once again, left against right. But for many, this is an existential choice, born of a reality that we cannot ignore.
The election was rigged and stolen. It's a shame.
The election was rigged.
It is not just that Donald Trump lied about the election he lost,
If you count the legal votes, I easily win.
or that he appeared to try to overturn it,
We fight like hell.
or even that he encouraged a mob that stormed the Capitol building and injured police officers. No, it is perhaps that the generals and others who served him most closely have described him as a fascist who is a grave and present danger to the very idea of America.
I'm not a Nazi. I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
John Kelly, a retired four-star general, confirmed that while Donald Trump was president, he said he wanted generals like Adolf Hitler had.
Is that just hyperbole?
Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it.
Is it hysteria?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Or is it a warning that we should take seriously?
The bigger problem is the enemy from within.
The enemy from within. The enemy from within.
One way or another, we are about to find out. It is probably fair to say that more than ever, the world is holding its breath tonight. Well, with so much at stake, it promises to be quite the night, and that's even without any surprises which so often come along on occasions like this. After so many months of campaigning, it was finally decision time for people across America today, at least for those who hadn't voted early. Donald Trump was one of them. The former president headed to the polls in Palm Beach, Florida, joined by his wife, Melania. He told reporters, yep, he was feeling confident after what he called the best campaign he has run. Kamala Harris, meanwhile, was one of millions of people who voted by mail in this election, sending her ballot to her home state of California. This was her in the last few hours addressing supporters in Washington. All day, millions of Americans have been voting in this election, and indeed they are continuing to do so. The first polls will start closing in a little over an hour's time, so not long to wait. What insights might the data drops give us as to what is really happening out there? And while the voting goes on, there are signs that people are worried about disorder. Some businesses here in Washington have been boarding up their windows, and there is extra security in place across the city. Throughout the night, we'll be speaking to our correspondents across the country who have been following the Trump and Harris campaigns and are with them as they await the results. And we also have teams in the key swing states of Pennsylvania and Georgia and Arizona. We will also have an unrivaled lineup of guests who I will be speaking to over the coming hours, including the former vice presidential nominee, Sarah Palin, who will be with us all night, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, Meghan McCain, the columnist and daughter of former presidential candidate John McCain, and Democratic Congressman James Clyburn.
Kamala Harris has had just over 100 days to prove to America she has what it takes to lead. Has she done enough to make history as America's first female president?
And minutes after the first polls shut at midnight, I'll be bringing you loads of fascinating survey data, the closest thing we're going to get to an exit poll, which will give us the first clues to how people have been voting across America.
So, what can we expect from tonight? I must have been asked about 100 times today. When will we know? And indeed, what will it all mean? With me in the studio, here to guide us through the night, will be Heather Nauert, a former Trump State Department spokesperson, Adam Hodge, a former Biden and Obama advisor. They are, of course, plugged into the campaigns and will be sharing insight on what's going on behind the scenes in these crucial hours. Also with me is our correspondent, Robert Moore, veteran of a mere 6 presidential elections, and our election analyst, Jessica Taylor from the Cook Political Report, who will be crunching the data as it comes in from counts across America. And she will tell us what it does, and equally as important, what it does not mean. Well, here we are. I mean, blimey, it's been quite the campaign. We've got a night ahead of us. Heather, maybe I can start with you and we can go around. What are you looking out for? What are you hearing? What do you expect?
Well, one of the things I'm watching is early voting. Republicans have always been discouraged from taking part in an early ballot because of concerns about election security. For the past 4 years, though, the Republican Party has said, go out and vote early. We have to bank those votes right away. So it appears that Republicans are showing up and that they have done that. I'll be watching that one closely. I'm hearing from the Trump campaign right now that they're focused and they're feeling pretty upbeat so far. But as you said, we have a long night ahead.
Okay.
First, Tom, we made it. we made it. I thought
We're all
we were
still
here.
here.
We're here. And it's going to be, I think, a great night. Democrats, no question, have been riding the momentum of the last bit of the Harris campaign, certainly into Election Day. The key thing I'm looking at for tonight is North Carolina. If Democrats have a good night in North Carolina, that really makes it hard for Donald Trump to beat Kamala Harris. There are particular cities that I'm watching out for: Raleigh, Charlotte, and out in the eastern part of North Carolina. Key counties that Democrats have to do well in, and some of the suburban counties around there where you have a very, very good chance of Democrats running up a margin in those states, and that's going to be key.
We should point out, if you are sitting at home wondering when you might know something, North Carolina, polls close at 12:30 UK time. After that, we might, depending on how close it is, get some insight. Robert.
Well, look, I live here, I work here, America is my home, but strangely enough, tonight, I'm not so much struck by the domestic politics, but the sort of formidably challenging global environment that the 47th president is going to inherit, not just sort of 2 wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, but also the fact that over the next 4 years, it is likely that Iran will gain a nuclear weapon. It is possible that China will attack and try and take and annex Taiwan. And we've got 76 days now of this transition. So there is concern that sort of malign actors will try and exploit this kind of moment of polarization and division in America.
Jessica, Georgia closing at midnight, North Carolina, as we've just discussed, at 12:30. What are you looking out for at this stage?
We have gotten in some early data from our AP Votecast, and I will caution this could very well change throughout the night. And while it doesn't tell us the breakdown of votes, it does give us an idea of the shape of the electorate. Right now, it looks like, and again, this will be reweighted throughout the evening and as we get final results in, that the electorate is slightly more female than it was in 2020, which could certainly bode well for Harris, about 1 point more early on and about 2 points less male than it was in 2020. And then we also are seeing sort of the issues that voters are saying was most important to them. At the top was democracy. So when we saw Harris closing on this message, echoing what General Kelly, Trump's former chief of staff, said about his authoritarian nature, that might have very well broken through with people. As I think back to even the 2022 midterms 2 years ago, this was something that was really popping and sort of did portend a better night for Democrats than history said that they should have had. It's very early. Inflation's the number 2 issue, at 50% democracy, 40% inflation, followed by free speech, then immigration and abortion. So again, all of this data could change, but that's just sort of looking at the electorate right now.
OK, there's a lot to pick up there in just a minute. But Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's supporters are gathered in their thousands in Florida and here in D.C. We'll go to the Harris party shortly. But first, let's just go down to Florida. Dan, I don't know whether you were listening to what Jessica was saying there. There's been this huge debate amongst Democrats, really, about how they should close this out. Should they be going on Trump as a threat to democracy as they see it? Should they be going on the economy? And it looks like maybe if they were majoring on Trump's character, that might have been a good idea. But what's the mood with you?
Well, we're in the sort of election party, I suppose you could call it, where Donald Trump and his campaign will eventually emerge here this evening. I can show you a bit of the scene if you like. We're in this huge, big convention centre here, which is slowly filling up. We're told there's going to be about 4,000 to 5,000 people here eventually, but lots of people in some pretty bright, sparkly outfits and their red MAGA hats beginning to sort of fill up the tables. There's a bar and food, so I don't know if any of them will be celebrating by the end of the evening or not, but certainly they are trying to build a feeling and an atmosphere, I suppose, of uplifting optimism. I think the idea. We're here with hundreds of other members of the press. Not everyone from the international press was allowed in, but we were among those that were. That gives you a sense of where we are. And Donald Trump will appear on the stage behind me over there. Hopefully you're not getting too dizzy with all this panning around, Tom. But Donald Trump, we're told, may turn up here on the stage behind us, but he's going to be watching the results coming in from his Mar-a-Lago estate, which is about 3 miles to the south of us. And then if he does decide to come here, it's not guaranteed, we understand, but if he does decide to come here, it'll be a lot later this evening, by which time we understand this conference centre will be packed with his supporters who've been invited from across the country because of the work they've done on his campaign.
OK, Dan, thank you very much indeed. Now, there are plenty of people who would tell you that American democracy itself is at stake in this election. Whether that's true or not, the democratic process has rarely been under more scrutiny. And it is, as I'm sure you are all too well aware, a very different process from what we are used to back home in the UK. Anushka is on hand, thankfully, to explain how it all works and how we will be tracking the results as they come in.
Well, after months of campaigning, we are now just hours away. Let's chat through how this is going to work. This is not a popular vote across the country. It will be decided by the Electoral College. Each of the 50 states and Washington, D.C. are given a set number of Electoral College votes, 538 in total, so 270 in the middle is the magic number to make Donald Trump or Kamala Harris president. The votes are based on the number of politicians in each state. So even Wyoming, with the smallest population, has the minimum 3 votes, roughly 1 per 200,000 voters, while it is 1 per 700,000 here on the West Coast. California does have the most Electoral College votes, 54, but spread across 39 million residents. Now, apart from Maine and Nebraska, which split their votes, this is winner takes all. If Trump or Harris win a state, they get all of its votes. And look, most of these races are predictable. So this election is likely to be decided by these 7 swing states. 3 further north, the so-called Rust Belt or Blue Wall, Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania are all very close. And then further south, the Sun Belt, Arizona and Nevada to the west, and then all the way over in the east, Georgia and North Carolina, all on a knife edge. To show you how tight the margins can be, look at Trump's 2016 victory, and then let's compare it to Biden in 2020. The difference between these two is just 5 of 50 states, and in only 3 of them, Arizona, Georgia and Wisconsin, there were 43,000 votes in it. Those 43,000 votes out of 150 million nationally would have taken Donald Trump to the White House. And this time it could be even closer. We're going to feed our results into our battle board, ordered from the safest Democrat states on the left through to the most solid Republican states here on the right. But most likely it is going to come down to our 7 swing states. We're going to be led by our partner CNN on calls, and we'll fill this board taking each candidate towards the centre. Now let's imagine that all the safer states go as expected. That would bring Kamala Harris to 226 and Donald Trump to 219. And this is where we can have a play and look at their routes to victory, how they get to 270 and to the White House. Let's say Donald Trump storms the Sun Belt. He wins Nevada, Arizona, Georgia and North Carolina. He would still be short. If Harris takes the Rust Belt at the top, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, she wins only just 270 exactly, but that is enough. Now, say Donald Trump flips one Rust Belt state, the all-important Pennsylvania, crazy tight, with 19 votes, he would go to 287, she would fall back to 251, he would take the prize. And that really would narrow her options. If he wins Pennsylvania, Harris would have to win at least 2 Sunbelt states, and one of them would need to be North Carolina or Georgia with their 16 votes, which is a huge ask. But let's say she wins North Carolina and Nevada, Harris gets over the line just. Here is how the map would look then, presuming that narrow victory for Harris. But all of that is to come. For now, let's clear it down and get ready for those results to start coming in.
Anushka, we're just hearing from Jessica that obviously once the polls close, big data drops, there's a lot of potential data out there. Can you just tell us, as the night wears on, what else you're going to be looking at, what else you will hear, what else you're going to be able to tell us?
Well, there's loads of things we're going to be able to tell you. First of all, we are getting our calls from CNN, but we're going to be watching all the US broadcasters. We're going to be keeping an eye on all of social media. So you don't have to go anywhere other than ITV. We will tell you what is happening everywhere else. And then, as you say, amazing data from our friends, the AP news agency, one thing called Vote Count, which is going to give us the percentage of votes coming in at every county in every state and which way they are leaning. And then we don't sadly have an exit poll, but we have something really, really good that Jessica's already been talking about, the AP VoteCast data. They have been in the field for a week. They have surveyed over 115,000 people. You're hearing there, people motivated by the future of democracy, motivated by the economy, although below that, immigration and the issue of abortion, but also state-by-state level data as soon as the polls start closing at midnight.
OK, Anushka, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, we saw from Donald Trump's party to be a little earlier, and Kamala Harris is holding her election watch party at Howard University, her alma mater, and our international editor, Emma Murphy, is there. Emma, I mean, look, you know, I know we're all so suspicious of vibes going into these elections. They often turn out to be worth literally nothing. But Harris has looked very confident. Is there any particular reason to suppose there's substance behind that in terms of the data?
I think there is a sense of confidence, and that has been growing over the past few days within the campaign. In terms of the data, it's hard to tell. We've just been looking at the figures for early polls that have come out here. They're not like that UK poll where you get figures. It's more a sense of feeling. So 43% of Americans say they feel disillusioned with the state of the country. Now, you can read that either way. Is that something that's going to work in her favour because she's a character of change? Or is it that they feel that she is part of that old administration and that is not going to be good for her? In terms of the other issues, well, unsurprisingly, it's the economy, it is abortion and it's immigration. I was quite surprised at the number of voters that said that abortion and reproductive rights matter to them was only around 14%. I think they might have hoped for that figure to be higher because, of course, that is one of the big issues that Kamala Harris has been pushing here. So it's just too early at the moment. We're going to have to wait and see. You can probably hear behind me, though, the choir are getting ready for what is expected to be a very powerful evening here at Howard University.
OK, Emma, thank you very much. Well, I'm joined now by James Clyburn, a Democratic congressman, Majority Whip, many things. I think it's safe to sum you up as a very key figure in the Democratic Party over many years. Also fair to say you've lived through and seen many election cycles. Where do you think your party and your presidential nominee is at this point?
Well, thank you very much for having me. Well, I'm cautiously optimistic of the result tonight. I think we're in a very good place. This has been a pretty short campaign for her. We've had some real challenges on our side of the aisle, but I think she's acquitted herself very, very well. No surprise to me, because I always thought that there was much more substance to her than a lot of people were giving her credit for in the beginning. And so all she's done in the last 100 plus days have really been textbook. And I really, really applaud her for such a good campaign.
There's been plenty of concern. I believe you've expressed some concern about whether African-American men in particular are going to turn out in the numbers you probably, frankly, need to get over the line. And as they have in so many election cycles for the Democrats, do you feel a bit more confident tonight as to what you've seen today?
Well, you may recall, I did say I was concerned about what I was hearing, but I did my own looking into, and I did not find that. I went to barbershops, I went to beauty shops, I went to African-American churches, in and out of my Masonic meetings and my Divine Nine meetings. I was not getting that. And I think that anybody can talk to one or two people who may express some doubt or may still be hanging on to the Party of Lincoln label. That's been with us for a long, long time. My parents were Republicans. Most African Americans who were politically active were Republicans. Here in the South, the Democratic primary was a private club, white only. It was not until 1948 when the courts did away with that private, white only primary. I was 8 years old at the time. My parents didn't get a chance to vote until 2 years later. And until the Voting Rights Act came in 1965, the votes were not effective. You still had to tell how many jelly beans were in a jar in order to register the vote. So we've overcome a lot. And so a lot of African Americans have held on to that Party of Lincoln label. And if you go back and check, you'll see that when Barack Obama ran for president, I think somewhere about 8 or 9% of African American men voted for his opponent.
We're not far now from polls closing in Georgia and then North Carolina. I'm sure you'd agree must-win states for Donald Trump. Do you have any sense of how things might be going there?
I do. I've been in both places. I just spent the past weekend in North Carolina. And quite frankly, I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to win North Carolina. I do believe that anything that's happened before can happen again. as the old history teacher. So we have won Georgia before, so I think we can win Georgia again. And so I ask people to really not dismiss history. So I think that we are going to win Georgia and North Carolina. Would not be surprised if we do.
Mr. Clyburn, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Okay, it's been a pleasure. Right, let's discuss all this. Can I just wind back a little bit, because we've been talking, haven't we, over the last few days, and like the narrative of the last few days, that Iowa poll came out. It appeared to show it was a shock. Trump won Iowa by 8 points last time. It seemed to project that Harris was going to win by 3, and that women were breaking in a very substantial way, motivated by the issue of abortion, for Harris. We don't know that it might have been a completely rogue poll. We've got some data tonight from Jessica which seems to suggest abortion may not be the driving issue. But that's how we went into this campaign. Where do you think we are at this point?
I think voters, first and foremost, care about the economy. They care about the economy and they care about immigration. And the polls have shown that throughout the campaign. Also, just in terms of the number of Americans who are concerned about those issues. So we've remained focused on those very issues. Abortion is important for some, but not for every voter, and certainly not for every Republican voter.
Adam, what do you...
I'm picking up from a little bit from the campaign that they feel pretty good about some of the numbers they're seeing out of Pennsylvania, particularly with some of the Puerto Rican neighborhoods that they were watching closely.
We should point out, for those that didn't watch, off-color joke at the famous Madison Square Garden thing.
Right,
it didn't go down so well, particularly with Puerto Ricans, funnily enough. Maybe the most expensive joke in history.
It may turn out to be. We'll see how the night goes. But I think there was a real sense of optimism from the campaign midday about what they thought might turn out in Pennsylvania. Hearing also good things out of Nevada, and some of the numbers were running on Election Day there. But I think the key thing, as Jim Clyburn said, my old boss, I would never tell him he's wrong. North Carolina really is a historic opportunity for Democrats. And I think, as I said at the beginning, if Democrats can find a way to win North Carolina and Georgia early on, it's going to be hard to see Donald Trump winning the election.
Can I just drill down a little bit on why were the campaign telling you at midday that they felt good about Pennsylvania? What specifically had they seen?
Seeing that some of the numbers in the early turnout was approaching the levels that they'd seen in total in 2020 early on in midday. So they were already seeing more people coming out to vote than had turned out 4 years ago. If that trend continues throughout the rest of the day, that would seem to indicate that Puerto Rican voters in parts of Pennsylvania were really turned off by the comments at Madison Square Garden and have decided to vote for Kamala Harris.
But Republicans have had a unique way of handling Pennsylvania this year, where they've micro-targeted groups of voters. Amish voters, for example.
A huge number have been registered, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Truckers, for example, who often can't get out to vote on Election Day because they're out on the road. So Republicans have been targeting them, but they've also managed to fracture the Democratic Party and a traditional Democrat base of voters. And that is, Donald Trump has been successful at bringing over some black men and also Latino men into the fold. And so this is a big change for Republicans. I'm excited to see how this turns out.
Just real quick, what I heard from the campaign this morning, they actually felt that the numbers getting the final days on black men were going to be okay. We'll see.
Robert, one of the problems is no election is the same, is it? The electorate isn't the same. Everyone moves. The issues aren't the same. It's hard to know who's moving what.
That's true, but look, in my reporting, both for the news and for ITV documentaries, never underestimate the kind of economic stress and anxiety of ordinary Americans. I was struck when I was down in Georgia talking to a black farmer who was normally reliably a Democrat. He said to me, look, I'm seeing billions of dollars going to Ukraine and going to Israel. And he said to me very plaintively, and he was facing bankruptcy on his farm, he said to me, what about us? Does Washington care about us, about black farmers in Georgia? And so you see there this kind of stress level in terms of the economy. That's why Jessica's point about the economy and inflation being the second most important issue for voters, I think resonates with all of us who have been out in the field.
But Jessica, I would say most of us around this table, I mean, feel free to disagree with me, are probably a bit surprised to see that democracy is up there at number one. Maybe people in the UK aren't. Maybe that's the way they the prism through which they view this election. But we felt that probably for Americans that wasn't necessarily the primary
Well,
thing.
I do think that issue, it could cut both ways, because you have a lot of Donald Trump supporters that feel like Kamala Harris would be a threat to democracy. So, I mean, that's not a perfectly, it doesn't perfectly encapsulate, and that's why we wait for the numbers. I mean, I do think that, what we are seeing in some of the other data is, in 2020, 60% of the country said the country was on the wrong track. In 2024, the data we're getting out right now, it's now 70%. So, again,
very bad for incumbents, we should say.
Yes,
generally,
yes.
incumbents generally lose when you're seeing that kind of data.
And as we've talked about before, when we look at where President Biden's approval ratings are, 40%, high 30s, that is not typically the numbers that we see that an incumbent party would be reelected. And I think that still remains Kamala Harris's biggest hindrance right now.
And remember just what an anti-incumbency mood there is around the world. Australia, Japan, Germany, Italy, Britain, of course, as well.
Just ask Rishi Sunak. I think he'd give you a pretty
Precisely.
pithy summary.
So one of the
the
questions tonight is whether that anti-incumbency wave hits the United States.
Let's pick up on all that in just a second. You'll notice in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there's a clock counting down to the polls closing, and we are not far away from the first at midnight. We'll be keeping a close eye on Georgia and Florida. We are working with our partners, CNN tonight, which obviously has an enormous operation. So on the hour, as the polls close in a new slew of states, we will cut to them to get their projections based on exit poll and early voting data. If they call a state at any point, it will automatically appear on our screens. Now, while we are waiting, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll speak with former Republican governors Sarah Palin, and Jennifer Lopez tells us why she's endorsing Kamala Harris.
You have the power. Go out there and use it. And I think sometimes we forget that. We think we're just one person, and we're not going to make a difference, but we are. And today, everybody is. So vote.
Welcome back. Well, I'm delighted to say that with me tonight is one of the key figures in American politics in the 21st century. In 2008, Sarah Palin became the first Republican female vice presidential nominee as she campaigned with John McCain. Some have suggested she helped pave the way for Donald Trump to break into mainstream politics, in part due to her anti-establishment rhetoric and no-nonsense style.
I've learned quickly these last few days that if you're not a member in good standing of the Washington elite, then some in the media consider a candidate unqualified for that reason alone. But I'm not going to Washington to seek their good opinion. I'm going to Washington to serve the people of this great country.
And Sarah, it's great to have you with us. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks.
We could wake up tomorrow with the first woman in the White House as president. Is there a bit of you that thinks that could have been me? If you'd won in 2008 when you were campaigning with John McCain, it would have taken you a huge step closer to it.
It would have, logistically. But, you know, my worldview is one of not considering gender as the be-all, end-all, but qualification is. And that's why I've been so interested in this very significant Iowa poll that we've discussed before about the women's vote. And if these women's issues, specific to women, if that is the be-all, end-all for much of the electorate, or does more of the electorate share my worldview where it's equal opportunity, truly equality, and gender is not the top consideration. So that is my worldview. And as it pertains to what's going on today, I'm so interested to see if some of that Iowa poll is truly reflective of what voters are going to say tonight.
We should remind people once again, the Iowa poll.
Yeah.
I'll put a little bit more context on it if you didn't manage to spot it. The Iowa poll came out, very renowned pollster in Iowa, a state obviously we widely expect Trump to win probably quite easily tonight. It said Harris was going to win because of this sheer number of women voting on reproductive rights issues, and particularly there's a very restrictive abortion law that was brought in July in Iowa, which has had round-the-clock local coverage. But of course, there are other places in America, as you know, Texas, for example, where they also have had a lot of local coverage about abortion laws. I mean, many of your fellow women in America, not to bring it to gender again, but you know, you mentioned the Iowa poll, feel incredibly strongly about this and are clearly driven out as one of the driving forces in the polls. Do you have some sympathy with them?
It is perhaps a driving force for a percentage of those voters who are going to show up today. But there are other issues that are even more significant in their lives. That is the price of groceries. That is paying for their child's education, for their for health care, for insurance, for their mortgages, for their rent. The economy is still a bigger driving factor than whether you're pro-abortion or if you're pro-life.
You've endorsed Trump. Trump has endorsed you. I think many people at home will completely understand that for millions of Americans, they're drawn to Trump about the economy, about immigration. They're profoundly worried about these things. They don't think Washington reflects them and all the rest of it. We understand all that. I think a lot of people find Trump's attitude to the last election, refusing to accept it, appearing to want to try and change it, they find that profoundly disturbing. You don't?
Well, I look at, for instance, Hillary Clinton, who still to this day doesn't believe that Donald Trump was a legitimate, she calls it a legitimate
She
president.
acknowledges he won, though.
But, well, for years and years she didn't. And there are so many Democrats who deny election results. So I think everybody's kind of on par on that one. But
can I just stop you there? Because I really don't think that's... I mean, you can say that on many things, but not really on this. Like, he encouraged a mob that came to the Capitol that stormed. I mean, Robert was the only reporter in the Capitol at the time. Those extraordinary pictures. There's plenty of evidence that he had tried to get people to overturn these. People around the world find these very disturbing, and they completely understand why you might support Trump on many issues, but they wonder how you square this one.
Well, because I always go back to the facts and the details of each one of the issues. For instance, the January 6th issue, Trump, and it's in writing, I mean, and it's his own voice, trying to calm down a mob, not trying to incite violence. So there's always two sides of every story here. But I think the suggestion that you're making, and I do understand the suggestion and the argument that perhaps Trump's personality is offensive to many. I take personality out of politics and I say policy is more important. If we only voted on a person, what their personality is and how it resonates with us, we're never going to find that perfect person.
Weren't you one of the people who put personality into politics? I mean, like you.
I don't think so.
Well, you burst onto the scene as this, outsized personality. People, John McCain felt you had a lot of charisma. You would attract attention in a way maybe greyer Washington politicians, if I can put it like that, wouldn't. You were a popular governor. Isn't part of the whole CV that you put personality in politics?
Well, I want to believe that I was chosen and succeeded as a governor and had 90%, 86 to 90% approval ratings. And that was based on my work ethic and what I was able to produce for the people whom I was serving. I don't believe that it had a whole lot to do with personality. No, I think people are voting for Donald Trump, the Trump movement, not he as a person. Man is fallible. We cannot put our faith in people, certainly not in a politician. But when it comes to politics, it's their policy, it's their vision, it's their record, it's what they have been able to produce. It's that track record. That's what people are looking at.
But when somebody walks into the White House, their policy platform in an election can't possibly tell you how they're going to react to a crisis in a year's time or 2 years' time or 3 years' time. Isn't character the only thing we've got to put our faith in?
But no, a track record does show you where that person would go in some unexpected circumstances that may arise. I've been real honest with, especially in running for office in the past, letting people know, hey, if an issue that is surprising comes before me and I have to make a decision, trust me, I'm going to err on the side of a conservative view. I'm going to err on the side of freedom and our Constitution and all that. And I could say that honestly and candidly because my track record proved that. So I think that has a lot more to do than personality.
Sarah, if Trump loses tonight, does Trumpism survive? Does this America First agenda survive the demise of Donald Trump?
That's a great question, and I think that it does, because I think what we see today with the MAGA movement, the Make America Great movement, that is a perpetuation of what the Tea Party movement 15, 16 years ago was all about. Sticking with the Constitution, allowing freedom for individuals and getting government off our back and back on our side. That was the Tea Party. Now it's the MAGA movement. That it's so all-American and it's so America first that I don't think that's going to die.
One quick final question for now. You've lived through a fair few elections. Do you have any instinct for how this one's gone?
I think that the vast majority of Americans want what the Trump train is carrying, what that vision is for America, to put America first, to keep us out of wars. People like me, that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. I hate war. That's my number one issue. I know personally what happens to our young men and our young women when old men call for wars, but they send our young people over there to fight their wars. It's a machine. It's a business for these politicians calling for war and wanting more war. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. And that's why I'm voting for Trump. And I believe that at least 51% of the population is with me on that issue and many others.
We will very soon find out. Now, Anushka has been taking a closer look at the swing states and what might make the difference in those all-important battlegrounds. Anushka.
Thank you, Tom. I want to focus in on three of the closest swing state races. Arizona here on the west, Pennsylvania in the Rust Belt, and then Georgia, which was so close in 2020, incredibly close. The difference is 0.2%, which is why Georgia was one of the big stories 4 years ago. For decades, this state was a happy hunting ground for Republicans. So how did Joe Biden take it? The 2020 map, broken down by Georgia's counties, actually look quite Republican red, but those are rural, sparsely populated areas, while Biden surged ahead in the urban areas with way more people. Take that blue Democratic patch to the northwest. There you'll find Atlanta in Fulton County and then its suburbs like Gwinnett County and Cobb County. These used to be safe Republican areas. Biden was really far ahead in them in 2020. Now, because these races are so tight, small shifts could make a big difference. In Georgia, a third of voters are black and Biden did incredibly well with them. 92% to Trump's 6%. Trump was actually well ahead with white voters, but not that far. Now, among black men, it was a bit tighter, but that is still a 76-point lead for Biden in AP VoteCast data from 2020. What does this trend look like in 2024? We will tell you when we get fresh data minutes after the Georgia polls close at midnight. Now, Arizona will close at 2 a.m. This was the second closest race in 2020, just 0.3% in it. Now, immigration is seen as a big deal in the only swing state to border Mexico, as well as abortion. That's actually on the ballot there. Like in Georgia, there has been demographic change, especially around the city of Phoenix in Maricopa County, the light blue section in the middle, where actually 60% of the state's population live. Just below it is Pima County with Tucson, with a large Hispanic population. And in fact, a third of Arizona is Hispanic. In 2020, Biden was 11 percentage points ahead of Trump with Hispanic men. Some say Trump may have made inroads here. 24% ahead, however, with Latino women. So ethnicity and gender could be key. And then our most valuable swing state with 19 electoral college votes. It is not impossible, but it is very hard to reach the White House without going through Pennsylvania. Donald Trump won it in 2016, and Joe Biden, sometimes known as Scranton Joe after the Pennsylvanian city he was born in, won it in 2020. But the difference was only 1.2%. And again, he did it by winning big around the cities. So Pittsburgh, here in the west, in Allegheny County, and then all the way over here in the east, around Philadelphia, and then counties bordering it like Bucks and Montgomery County. Now, you may have heard of Erie County. That's the pale blue one in the top left. Some think it is overdone. Maybe Jessica thinks this. But I had to point out the swingiest county in the swingiest state in America. One divide that could be really key here is the diploma divide, as some call it, between those who did and did not go to university or college, as they say in America. In 2020, Trump was 9 points ahead of Biden among non-college educated voters in the state. But Biden was 18 points ahead among college educated. We will be able to compare that to the 2024 data for perhaps our most critical swing state at just after 1 a.m. So no sleeping is allowed.
I don't think we're going to be doing a lot of sleeping. Anushka, can I ask you one thing? We're so used in UK elections to the idea that you hear from a constituency. You don't hear anything until you hear everything. That's, of course, not quite true. People look at the piles and they make their extrapolations. But fundamentally, a constituency declares when it's sure of the result, and that's when you know the result. Obviously, in these swing states, it's a patchwork, right? Do you want to just explain how you build up the picture in the course of a night?
Yeah, because there are different ways in which people vote. People are able to do early voting in person. They actually go in, and in some states, they're allowed to start counting that data back in October. Other people vote by mail-in. And again, there are different rules. In Pennsylvania, for example, they don't even open those ballots until 7 a.m. on election day. In other states, they do it in advance. As well as that, there are obviously all the people who are voting on the day, but differently to here in the UK, where we only have paper ballots, those ballots are then scanned electronically, so the counting can actually be done faster. And Tom, one thing we're going to be able to do during the night is we're going to keep an eye on something called AP Vote Count, which is basically going to tell us percentage-wise what percentage of every county in every state in America has been counted and which way is it tipping. Although every time I talk to you about it, Tom, I'm going to bring massive caveats, because sometimes these states swing one way and then swing the other way, and it doesn't necessarily tell us where they're going to land at the end.
Anushka, it wouldn't be any kind of election night without caveats. But for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, this seems a good moment to go and talk to our reporters in the swing state. Rachel Younger is in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Rachel, you've been there a while. What's the picture are you forming? Earlier we had Adam from the Democrats telling us Democrats feeling pretty good about Pennsylvania. Are they right to, do you think?
Well, it's a good question, because despite the overriding sense of anxiety from both sides, I think, about the result here, because it's so tight. They're still managing to have a bit of a party at this particular polling station, but it's interesting. The head of the Republican campaign for this area, from Pittsburgh and beyond, he's just been by to have a look at the turnout. He's doing a bit of a tour of a number of the polling stations, and he says, although it's good, it's better than average, it is not overwhelming. And of course, when there's just 80,000 votes in it, which is what the result was back in 2020, that is going to prove absolutely critical. There have been a couple of hiccups. There is a polling station on the edge of Pittsburgh where the election judge didn't turn up, so they had to very quickly get another substitute. And a bit more seriously, in the centre of the state, there was a polling station where the machines, they couldn't get them to work, so they've had to extend voting there by a couple of hours. But as Anushka was saying, that's not what's going to cause the delays here, because unlike other parts of the country, in this state, you can't begin counting your postal votes until the polls opened at 7 o'clock in the morning. And we know now, Tom, that over 1 in 10 people in this state chose to vote in advance, either by post or in person. Now, we went down to the count not too long ago now here in Pittsburgh and asked them how it was going. To try and speed things up, they got in 200 extra workers from pretty much every county department, parks, recreation, health, and they worked a 12-hour shift trying to get those polls out of the envelopes. They've managed to do that. This was not a situation they wanted. They tried to get the law changed here to begin counting earlier, but they couldn't do it, so that's the best they've been able to do. Now, they tell us that those counts are now going ahead. Those votes are out to the vote. But what I can tell you is that it's going to be an awfully long night here. They're going to need all the motivational beats they can get, because I think there's likely to be a few long days ahead too.
OK, Rachel, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go to Sejal in Scottsdale, Arizona. Sejal, we waited forever for Arizona last time, didn't we? Although Fox News upset Donald Trump a lot by calling it relatively quite a lot earlier for Joe Biden. What do you make of what you're... I mean, Arizona in some ways very different from certainly the northern battlegrounds and even from the rest of the Sun Belt. What do you make of what you've seen today?
Well, I think that the race is very tight, and in a measure of to tell you how tight it is, where I am at this polling station, and you may be able to see the long line of people here that are waiting to vote. Right in front of me, I have got Democrat campaigners and Republican campaigners right here, still trying to persuade people to vote for their candidate and for their party. And that is really a sign to tell you that every vote here matters. It's what Anushka has been saying, that the race here is razor thin. It's very difficult to call it for either candidate, so every vote it matters here. Trump's message to the voters, Donald Trump's message to the voters, has been centered around the economy, border security and immigration. Kamala Harris's message has been centered around abortion rights and the protection of democracy. We have spoken to volunteers who've been out canvassing, campaigning for her on the doorsteps. They told us that they had knocked on 600,000 doors. They have made 200,000 phone calls since July in an attempt to convert Republican voters in rural areas to turn blue. That is how important this state is. They will find out tonight if they have been successful. In the 2020 election, Donald Trump made unfounded claims of voter fraud when he lost Arizona by just under 11,000 votes. And that means that has completely transformed the way that officials are now conducting the vote count here in Arizona.
Sejal, you've done some reporting on News at 10 over the last few days, which a lot of viewers will have seen, about immigration. Obviously a huge issue there, but abortion's also on the ballot in Arizona. We were talking about that a little while back. Do you feel like when you've spoken to people that immigration is the issue that will override everything else, or is it still the economy? Is it reproductive rights? What do you think is uppermost in people's minds?
I think it really depends, Tom, who you speak to. I think that the gender vote really plays a part here. If you talk to men, and I mean men, whether they're from Latino backgrounds, whether they're from black backgrounds, whether they are white, the economy tends to be the top issue that they will mention. The other second issue that they will tend to mention is border security and immigration, and that cuts across race and class and mostly affects the male vote. When you speak to female people, when you speak to the females, when you speak to women voters, it slightly changes here. As you say, abortion is on the ballots. There is a referendum here on that issue, and that becomes a little bit more complex. Most of the people that I've spoken to do believe that reproductive rights is extremely important to them. But remember, and this is a really key thing to remember, that the ballot is separate from who you want to vote for in the presidential election. So you might tend to vote for, well, I want reproductive rights, but you may then also vote Republican.
OK, Sejal, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go to Rohit in Atlanta. Rohit, we've been discussing all evening. Trump basically has to win Georgia and North Carolina, really. Otherwise, his path to 270 looks pretty complicated, and we may get some sense from both in the not too distant future. What do you make of what you've seen there today?
Well, Tom, there's actually a bit of a cloud of uncertainty here in some parts of Georgia. In fact, polling hours have been extended. And actually, I want to tell you where we are here. We're inside the election headquarters for Georgia. And this room in itself tells a story. Just look around us. We've got a few dozen journalists here who are here not to cover the results. They're here to cover the process. And it's illuminating the fact that every couple of hours so, we're in a process now where one of the most senior officials in the state comes into this room to update everyone on how voting is going. So many questions have there been about the safety and the legitimacy of the electoral process here in Georgia. And that's been caused not just by fake news, misinformation, which has been spread from Russia, according to the FBI, but also because of the comments that have been coming on the campaign trail as well. Most significant today, and we're hearing more about ballot imminently, we think, from the Secretary of State here in Georgia, are a wave of bomb threats that were made possibly by Russia, according to the FBI again, which caused some blips in the voting process, not significant ones, but significantly what we've heard in the last few minutes is that more bomb threats have come in targeting majority black areas. That might tell you about the sort of communities that whoever is behind this are trying to target, African-American communities, urban communities as well. And we're seeing this sort of pattern not just here in Georgia, but in some other swing states like Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
Rohit, that's pretty alarming to hear. So we will come back to that as you get more on it, because it's definitely what no one wants to hear about today's election. Jessica, I want to come back to you, though, because you've spent a lot of time crunched over your data in the last hour. What's it telling you?
Yeah, so I mentioned how we did see that the electorate was slightly more female. When I was looking at the change from 2020 to 2024, one of the big key subgroups I'm looking at is white college-educated women. These are sort of the women that have been very much turned off by Trump since 2016. We saw them move in big numbers toward Democrats, especially in the suburbs and different things. So if I'm looking at this, in 2020, they made up 14% of the electorate. AP in their VoteCast data right now is estimating that they now make up 17% of the electorate. And then white non-college women down a little bit from 24 to 23%. But again, that white college-educated woman, that's exactly who we saw Kamala Harris trying to target, especially when she comes out with a lot of her Republican surrogates, people like Liz Cheney and different things.
That might suggest the Iowa poll that seemed such an outlier maybe wasn't such an outlier. Is that stating too much, or is that heading in that direction?
I mean, it could. Again, until we get actual voting results, it's too early to extrapolate fully. But, these are things that could point toward that Iowa poll being correct. But then, I again go back to those numbers I talked about earlier, that 10% more people in the country feel as though the country is on the wrong track. So those are numbers that are encouraging for Trump.
We've always talked about Trump potentially making up the gap with men, with African-American men, with Latinos, with people who are low propensity voters. Are you seeing anything in the data to suggest he's making up, even if he is losing out with college-educated white voters?
It's very small percentages that we're getting in. So we are seeing a slight uptick in some Black and Hispanic men. But again, we don't know how those broke down either.
What do the rest of you make of these very early signs? We shouldn't get terribly carried away, should we? But
I think we have to watch all of these things very carefully. It is legitimate, absolutely legitimate, to be able to look at the women's vote and determine where women came down this year. Did Republican women turn out the way we thought they would? What happened to the Nikki Haley voters? To your audience, the former UN ambassador who ran for president, lost in the primary. Even after she pulled out of the primary, she was still getting upwards of 18% or 13% of the vote in some of the primary states, even though she was no longer a candidate. So where did those voters go? And there's a lot of talk about, did they go to Harris or are they coming home to Trump? Those that I hear from say that they are coming home to Trump, to the presidential candidate, but yet some are going to go to Harris. And so that is something we have to watch carefully. And then a lot of those are white, college-educated voters.
Something just to pick up on what Jessica was saying, and that I think seeing early numbers out of Hamilton County, Indiana, the suburbs of Indianapolis. For
safe red state, we should say, yeah.
Right? A county that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Kamala Harris is ahead.
52 to 45.
Kamala Harris is ahead in that county this year. So that, again, too early to tell what could actually what that could mean. But if Kamala Harris is winning some of those suburban counties, that speaks to more college-educated women, people who are former Nikki Haley voters coming out for Kamala Harris. And if that happens, that could be echoing what we saw in the Seltzer poll. That could be a really important stat.
And just to build on that, one of the things that some Republican women will say is they really want our dialogue in our country to improve, to be nicer to one another, to not be so critical, and that could indicate more of support for Harris. But as I've always said, Republican women tend to look at the economy first and foremost and their safety and security here at home.
And Tom, we saw this actually on the campaign trail too. When I was up at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, at the Harris rally, there was a genuine kind of deep-seated support for her from young women, first-time voters there. I haven't seen such sort of support and passion for a candidate from young voters since they rallied around Bernie Sanders. So, there is anecdotal evidence as well as the polling.
But to be fair, Madison, Wisconsin is a very liberal town. Yeah. They are going to love Harris just like San Francisco.
Did they love Hillary Clinton?
I bet they did. Not as enthusiastic. I mean, she's younger and hipper, Harris is.
Tom, if I could just jump one thing on the report about the bomb threats, because I think it's an important historical point that I think is worth repeating. If it is true that Black churches are being targeted, that speaks to, and if it's Russia fomenting that, again, too early to tell, we'll have our assessments later, but that one is a shocking assessment. But I will say something that's not unknown to Black folks across the country. We have historically, as Jim Clyburn talked about at the beginning of the show, something that we've had to deal with throughout history. And I venture to say some of these folks in the county will say, we've seen this before. We're not going to be deterred. If people are coming out to vote for Kamala Harris, no matter what, you can't stop us. You can threaten to bomb our churches. We're still going to vote for her.
OK, now we are minutes away from polls closing. Coming up after the break, we'll be hearing from Meghan McCain, the columnist and daughter of presidential candidate John McCain. Plus, Jennifer Lopez tells us why she urged the Latino community to back Kamala Harris. for him. But you may have been at one stage, but has he won tonight, you reckon?
I don't think we can tell at this point. I don't recall an election where the polls have indicated such a close race. That doesn't mean it will turn out to be a close race. I think it's possible one or the other of them could actually win by not a landslide, but by a discernible margin, and if not in the popular vote, in the Electoral College. So it's just there are so many different variables at play that I really think until we see the actual votes, you might as well throw darts as make predictions.
Do you have any sense of what has been uppermost in Americans' minds in these final hours going into vote? You know, some people would say it's the economy because it's always the economy. Some people say the threat to democracy as they see it on both sides. Obviously, there are plenty of Republicans who think Harris is a threat to democracy. I mean, do you have any sense of what was floating to the top of people's consideration, or is that also too hard to say?
Well, I think the two campaigns were running two completely different narratives. And people who think the economy and immigration and crime are the top issues are going to vote for Trump by and large. People who are worried about democracy or abortion are likely to vote for Harris. And it's another reflection of how divided the country is. Not only are there disagreements on important issues, there are real disagreements on what the priorities are. And I regret to say for neither of them is national security a priority, which it should be.
I want to come on to talk about the global threats in a minute to whoever wins, if I may. But truthfully, you've spent a lot of your life, well, most of your life in politics and public service. Robert and I have both been reporting for decades. We've never really seen anything, I don't think, like the likes of General Kelly and the likes of General Milley referring to a presidential candidate and a former president as a fascist. I mean, that is such an incredibly serious thing for quite sober people to say. Is that hyperbole? Is that overstating the case? Should we really be worried about a Trump victory on those lines?
Look, I think both of them deserve credit for saying what they said. It took a lot to overcome their military training, which we shouldn't forget. We want a non-political military. But I think what they saw in Trump is an accurate description of what his problem is. He doesn't know limits. He thinks that the world is about whether he gets what he wants or not. I wouldn't argue about the word. My own view is to be a fascist, you have to have a philosophy, and Donald Trump's not capable of that. I don't understate the threat at all. I think it's going to be a very difficult 4 years if he wins. And I think Republicans, Democrats, who are, even those who may end up voting for Trump, many Republicans worry about exactly that, too. The problem is, from their point of view, they think Harris is an equal or greater threat. So it's not that there's overwhelming enthusiasm in the Republican Party for Trump. They just, I think a great majority of Republicans look at the alternative and don't like it.
Whoever wins, whoever walks into the White House is facing, as you well know, some really grave national security threats. We've got the possibility that Iran, maybe the probability, I don't know what you'd say, that Iran will develop a nuclear weapon deployable during the next 4 years. We don't know what's going to happen in Russia and Ukraine. It's perfectly plausible that China might decide by 26, 27, possibly to try and take back Taiwan. What do you think are the biggest threats? And what would do you have a view about either one's ability to handle these big threats?
Well, I think the environment in the world is much more threatening. It's been developing over time. A lot of these threats are coming true simultaneously. We are seeing a China-Russia axis developing. It's not perfectly formed yet, but it's a kind of threat like the Sino-Soviet alliance in the Cold War, except this time China is the dominant partner. You've seen their outriders, Iran in the Middle East, and the Ring of Fire strategy against Israel. North Korea, also a candidate for nuclear weapon status. And now, for the first time in history since Genghis Khan, there are now Asian troops fighting in Eastern Europe with the North Korean deployment into Russia. And these are just the beginnings, I think. The Chinese threat along its entire Indo-Pacific periphery is very grave. I don't see evidence that either of the candidates are up for it. Trump, I think, has no national security strategy or philosophy. Everything is ad hoc and transactional. Harris, before she became vice president, had no foreign policy experience. I think what she will turn out to be is probably a lot like the Biden foreign policy, but on-the-job training in critical defense and security areas as a new president's not a good look.
It's been a pretty sobering conversation, Mr. Bolton. Thank you very much indeed for coming in. Let's go over to Julie in San Francisco.
Thanks very much, Tom. Well, this is where we're going to be spending election night here in San Francisco. We're at Manny's Political Cafe in the heart of the city. They're going to be having a watch party here for Kamala Harris a little later. It's still mid-afternoon here in San Francisco. The polls close in just about 4 hours' time. And I'm delighted to say we've been joined by a towering figure in San Francisco politics, Democrat politics, former Mayor Willie Brown, who helped launch Kamala Harris's career in politics. And I must say, we should acknowledge you had a brief relationship with her in the 1990s, way back when, Mayor Brown. It's great to have you here today. You've had one of your big lunches here in San Francisco with the Democrat crowd. It is a solidly blue state, of course. What's in your gut as we speak to you now?
Well, for openness, it was not just a Democratic crowd. It was all of the people of San Francisco, regardless of their politics. It is an occasion when we pull everybody who's interested in politics, who work in politics, who do what you do here at the political level, and who would like to pause for lunch and figure out where they are. That's what we had today, and it included everybody, and it's the biggest we've ever had.
Biggest you've ever had. And what are you hearing from the Democrats over in D.C., where Kamala Harris is waiting out on this result tonight?
Well, I actually, just before coming to your space, I actually talked to a couple of my spies back there in the operation of Kamala Harris's deal. And believe me, it was as if I was talking to a group of people celebrating, not being concerned.
So you think she's done it, do you, from what you're hearing with her team?
Absolutely, and let me tell you, it's being reflected all over San Francisco. Each stop that I've made so far in San Francisco, it's been as if they were present for strategizing on how Kamala should win. But one of the most interesting things about all of this is it's zeroing in on gender. It's zeroing in on her being a woman.
So you think that's her core vote? Excuse me, that's the core vote that she's got out. But it's been very interesting looking at how she's been polling in her home state. When you compare it to how Joe Biden did last time round, she hasn't necessarily got the same traction with Latino voters. She may not have got the same traction with young black voters. Why is it's interesting, isn't it? It's not all. It's a nuanced picture here.
I really believe that all of those measurements are inconsistent with the reality. My movement through the streets clearly indicate there is a difference in the interpretation that's been given by those who professionally measure versus those who are actually out there. People are really enthusiastic about, for the first time, I'm a voter, and I want to make a difference this time around. And people who've been voters forever are saying the same thing. They really do think they can beat Trump. And it's not so much Harris, it's anti-Trump.
Former Mayor Willie Brown, it's great to get your insight. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Tom.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. Well, we said that at midnight we get these first major slew of polls closing, particularly Georgia, a must-win state for Donald Trump. We'll begin to get a bit of data shortly after the polls close. Might allow us to read it. Florida, too, almost certainly not in play, but who knows? Here we go.
From the first big round of poll closings, voting's about to end in 6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes at stake. Keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now. And CNN can bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. And CNN can also project that Vermont will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wins the state of Vermont. It is too early to project in Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump has 8. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert now. Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead there with 60.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has an 86,829 vote lead. That's with an estimated 13% of the vote in. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall. John?
And so, Jake, now we wait.
OK, there we are. Not much, I think, to surprise us at this stage, but it is early days. Jessica, can I maybe bring you in here to put some shape on this for us?
Yeah, so those states that were all called are ones that we expected. That's basically what we know. You know, we await the big states. You know, I am still following those Indiana numbers, as Jake there on CNN noted. Trump is ahead, but as Adam brought up earlier, I am watching some of that suburban Indianapolis area, Hamilton County in particular, where last I checked, although I'm trying to refresh the data right now, Harris was actually narrowly leading in a county that Donald Trump won last time by about 7 points. So it's worth watching. It's still early, but that could be a harbinger of things.
Anyone else? I mean, not surprising so far, but we're beginning to kind of get some things to read at least.
Yeah, I think one blue state, one red state. We've got a long night to go. Let's keep watching.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think we'll start seeing some of the counties pop up in Georgia the next, I think, hour or so. And you'll get a sense of, is there areas where Harris is outperforming in some of the rural counties? Is Trump blowing it out in some of those rural counties? And so I think that's something I'm going to watch over the next hour.
You're certainly seeing anxiety from some top Trump surrogates, notably the most powerful of them all, Elon Musk, who on X has just posted to his 203 million followers, drag everyone you know to the polls. So look, you know, there is a clear, deep-seated anxiety about whether the Republicans have successfully got their low propensity male voters out.
Well, they don't want anyone to be complacent today.
Sure. Right.
Their polls are still open in plenty of states. They don't want to sound too confident, too excited. They want to get everybody out to vote, and that's still key.
What do you make when you served in the Trump State Department. What do you make when you see someone like John Bolton sitting in that chair, a major figure in the Trump administration, national security advisor, not a fan of Trump, doesn't think he's up to it? Didn't go as far as Milley and Kelly, did in terms of saying that he's a threat to democracy, he's a fascist and all the rest, but clearly no fan of his. I mean, what do you make when you hear all this? This is a former colleague of yours.
Look, it's not surprising. That does happen when a president and his team has a falling out. I worked for Mike Pompeo. I worked for Rex Tillerson, two secretaries of state. One had a great relationship with him. The other one did not. But with Secretary Pompeo, I can tell you how much faith he has in his ability to work with Donald Trump. Now,
does that mean he's coming back, do you think?
I think he would. He's the kind of person when asked to serve, and he was a former Army captain who served in Germany. When asked to serve, he's somebody who has said in the past that he would. He's ultimately a public service servant, and that's how he views himself. He had a great relationship with the president. I'd have a lot of confidence if Mike Pompeo were to go in there and work for the president, Secretary of Defense, or perhaps another post.
But Heather, you say this, happens and people fall out in administrations. I accept the kind of pressure cooker that is the White House. But to call him, as we know they did, a fascist and a threat to democracy, I mean, that is off the charts. That breaks all kind of protocols and precedents.
It does. It does. It's a hyperbolic time. We hear a lot of wild talk in America on all sides. Let's think about that, because we hear Democrats calling Republicans that. We heard Democrats calling Trump supporters garbage. So we hear that kind of talk. It's not okay on either side. Let's serve that talk for when it's really deserved. Let's save it for when it's really deserved.
I guess the thing that troubles people, though, is that you've got 42 of 44 of the people who served in his cabinet either saying he's dangerous or refusing to endorse him. You've got his own vice president who's...
I haven't seen 42 of 44, but I do know a good number of very senior officials who worked for the president, enjoyed their time doing it, had a great relationship with the president, and we were able to steer some really strong American foreign policy. Look, back when I was in the administration, the world feared the United States. Right now, under the Harris administration, the world doesn't fear us. And I think that's in part why we see so much chaos happening around the world.
Not the Harris administration. We should maybe say
Biden-Harris
let's see. May well never be the Harris administration.
Thank you.
Now, those first polls closed, and Anushka has a few updates for us. Anushka, to you.
Thank you, Tom. As you've been saying, the polls supposed to have closed in Georgia. And obviously, we'll be bringing you that survey data to delve into the demographics in this very, very critical state with its 16 electoral votes. We might get clues to whether women are moving towards Harris or black men are shifting towards Trump. But first, news that across the state, 5 polling stations actually are going to stay open tonight after reports of bomb threats. Officials have described them as non-credible and have suggested they may have originated from Russian email domains, but they have caused this. Meanwhile, Donald Trump already stoking fears of voter fraud. He has posted on social media that there is a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. Philadelphia is, as I've been telling you, very key. It is the biggest city in Pennsylvania, maybe the most important swing state. However, Philadelphia authorities have since confirmed that there is no factual basis whatsoever to support Trump's claims. And let me just remind you how important Pennsylvania could be to the White House. This is our battle board. If we just turn this battle board into a situation where we assume everything we expect to go one way goes to another, and I just turned Pennsylvania red for Trump, you can see that that is 19 electoral college votes. That would make it very, very difficult for Kamala Harris. She would need 2 Sunbelt states, including either Georgia or North Carolina. And if it turned blue, as he seems to be fearing it may be going, if Pennsylvania were to turn blue, then for Donald Trump, even if he stormed that entire Sunbelt, he would still find it very, very difficult to get across the line if she took Pennsylvania, because if she took the other 2, Michigan and Wisconsin, she would actually take the presidency tonight.
Anushka, thank you very much. Robert, can I just ask you about this bomb threat? I feel like Russian interference has just been one of these stories of the last decade, has it? I mean, anyone can, feel free to chip in, but Rob, maybe we start with you. I mean, are you surprised by this? Did we just so expect that this kind of thing would happen?
I mean, I think that is a predictable outcome. I mean, you know, what nation with a sort of a malign view of the United States wouldn't want to try and change the outcome? But, you know, although we can blame, you know, foreign actors, foreign governments for this, let's not forget that the source of the division is homegrown. You know, it's these social media algorithms, you know, anchored on the West Coast that are driving so much of what we've discussed before on News at 10, these sort of information silos that plant people, you know, firmly in their own kind of ecosystem so that they don't hear alternative views and that their own views of politics and society are amplified back to themselves. So, you know, it doesn't surprise me, but I never think that the source of division in America can be blamed on overseas actors. It's actually homegrown.
Yeah, I think this unfortunate thing is something that folks on both sides of the Atlantic have in common. We saw reports after the Brexit vote that Russia, and especially on social media, have tried to influence that election. Just in the last election for the EU Parliament, there was signs of Russian influence and malfeasance in the elections across Europe. So this is something that they have done before, something that they do on a frequent basis. And so I think we're right to watch what's going on. I think you make a very good point, though. I mean, like, the U.S. is a very polarized election. They've tried to stoke those divisions within our country. It's something that Americans have to be watchful for. When Democrats talk about it, it's not because we're being hyperbolic. It's that a foreign actor, one of our biggest global competitors, is trying to undermine the democracy in the United States. And that's just something we have to call out.
Well, what they're trying to do is get us to turn on one another. And they're trying to sow doubt and confusion. And that's exactly why, if there were a Russian someone involved in a bomb threat, whether it was real or not, they're just trying to get us to, you know, to cause troubles here at home.
They've been incredibly successful. If the aim was to get you to turn on each other, haven't they been incredibly successful?
They have, but they have done this for many years. When we had Black Lives Matter, we know that they were involved in sort of fomenting hate and getting us to turn on one another. Then Occupy Wall Street, going back a decade or more, Russia was involved in that as well. And we see some of the latest moves that they're up to, setting up fake news websites. sites, new websites that actually look like they're real news outlets to try to confuse American voters.
I think it's an excellent point.
Social media as well.
Right, that's true. But on January the 6th, as I saw for myself, when, the mob tried to storm Congress, people were being driven by conspiracy theories that were absolutely kind of anchored in America. QAnon didn't come from Moscow or Beijing or Tehran. It came from America. People were carrying flags and expressing misogynistic and racist views, which were also, homegrown. I think the FBI recognizes this. Why, over the next few days, and weeks, they are monitoring with extreme care these militia groups and these sort of fringe far-right groups for whether they pose a threat. So, these are homegrown threats from America, amplified by foreign actors.
I would say in a country of 300 and some million people, we have a lot of folks on either side who are way out there and outside of the mainstream. So let's not make it seem like there are more of those than there really are, but it is an issue, certainly.
Well, there has been a lot of talk in the run-up to this election about what Donald Trump and his MAGA supporters might do if he is declared the loser or not the winner. Is that a result they would accept, and what would happen if they don't? Dan has been investigating.
America has looked into the political abyss before. January the 6th, 2021 showed what happens when a lie about a stolen election is allowed to fester.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Donald Trump has always insisted he won the election 4 years ago, but he's also repeatedly hinted he won't accept a loss this time, no matter how clear-cut the result actually is. And he swerved questions about accepting defeat.
Could you imagine any circumstances under which you would be defeated but not say that the election was stolen?
If it was a corrupt election, that could happen.
He's already sowed doubt about the legitimacy of this election, claiming on social media there is cheating in Pennsylvania. It's a claim he's repeated at rallies leading up to Election Day.
They've already started cheating in Lancaster. They've cheated. We caught them with 2,600 votes. No, we caught them cold. There's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures.
During this campaign, he and his proxies have perpetuated the lie that he lost 4 years ago.
Yeah, we did win. We did win.
Laying the ground for the claim of another stolen election this time around.
The election was rigged and stolen, and now our country is being systematically destroyed.
Newsmax is a right-wing news channel which has backed Trump for years, but it had to retract its claim the 2020 election was manipulated. Now it's accepted he lost 4 years ago. Its CEO, though, who is a friend of Trump's, doubts he'll admit defeat this time.
If it's a close election, I think he's not going to accept it. He didn't accept the last one. So, he's already sort of said that he thinks that if he loses, it'll be because the election was rigged in his mind.
And at that point, they will come to the scanner.
This election uses cutting-edge technology where people vote electronically, but paper records are also retained as a backup if there is a dispute. Officials say it is secure and almost impossible to manipulate.
And is this connected to the internet?
Not at all.
So there's no way of anyone meddling with this?
No. The entire system, voting system itself, is air-gapped.
The bedrock of any democracy is the smooth transfer of power. But for the first time in more than 200 years, that political convention is being upended. The results of this election may only be the beginning of a battle for the narrative about who actually won.
Well, Dan, you pose so many questions there. There are many things to worry about. How seriously, really, do you think we should be taking this threat?
Well, certainly that's what the Democrats have been campaigning on throughout this election, really. They have tried to make this a referendum on Donald Trump rather than a referendum on the economy or immigration, because they know that's what Donald Trump wants the conversation to be about. Look, I've got a couple of lines from campaign officials here. One, Corey Lewandowski, who is a senior campaign strategist here, said we're going to win, as plainly as that. He said that Donald Trump was full of energy and enthusiasm. I spoke to someone else here, senior advisor as well, former advisor, who said things look good at the moment. They're up from where they were in 2016 and 2020, so they're bullish. But look, I'm joined now by someone who has been at pretty much every single rally, I should think, in this campaign. Blake Marnell, otherwise known as the Wall Man. We talked to you in Iowa, we talked to you at various other rallies. What do you say to the people, and you've heard Donald Trump a lot, who say, look, some of his rhetoric is really dark, he is a threat to democracy, he never answers the question about whether he will accept a loss. If the networks call it tonight against him, will you accept his loss?
Well, let me talk to that question. That question, like, will you accept the outcome of election, to me is a lot like asking a lawyer if they will accept the outcome of a trial before the trial has taken place. Okay, so you've got to see, you have to wait until after the election to know if there's something that you can object to. Americans will accept any fully fair and transparent election verdict. But you can't say beforehand, I'm going to accept the outcome of the election until you know what happened in the election.
If all of the main networks call it for Kamala Harris, are you saying that you and sort of, stalwart supporters of Donald Trump will still be questioning the outcome?
Again, it depends on how it happens. If it happens again like it did in 2020 in a similar pattern where the president is ahead and then in the middle of the night there's a sudden influx of ballots that are mail-in that nobody saw coming from the polls and the results change by morning, that is very different than if Kamala Harris is tracking ahead hour by hour,
is that not just a natural part of the counting process, that some of the votes will come in later and that may initially put Trump ahead at the beginning and Harris may catch up?
It is a natural part of the counting process, but what people thought was unnatural is the percentage of votes that broke for one candidate via another. So it's a complicated issue, and I think that Americans just fundamentally want our elections to be fair, and I think that we have made a mistake in the last 20, 30 years going to machines where the process has become less transparent, and I think we should change that.
You've listened to more Trump speeches than probably anyone. Do you think he could have been more focused in the last couple of weeks? He's been pretty meandering at times.
No, President Trump has an ability to focus on many things at once. So to criticize him as saying that he's not being focused
but does his audience?
Well, he calls it the weave. It's he'll be talking about one thing, he'll talk about something that's related and come back. So he's not focused in the sense that Kamala is focused, and really Harris's focus is not a focus, it is a script that she is following. President Trump is speaking extemporaneously from the heart, and he's going to talk about whatever subject he wants to talk about at the time, not necessarily what's on the teleprompter or on the note card.
Okay, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. We'll find out soon, I guess, if that weave is beneficial to Donald Trump or if the electorate has decided that they are going to put Kamala Harris in the White House. Some other lines, if we've briefly got time, though. There was a social media post that Donald Trump put out in the last hour or so alleging massive cheating in Philadelphia, saying in full caps, law enforcement coming. So already some seeds of doubt being sown by Donald Trump himself about the authenticity and legitimacy of the results.
Dan, thank you very much. Only a matter of time before the weave made an appearance. I'm glad it has. And I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by columnist and author and daughter of presidential candidate John McCain, Meghan McCain. Meghan, thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
What do you make of what you've seen today and what America may or may not have decided?
America is an incredibly divided nation right now, the most divided I've ever seen in my entire life. At this very moment, just from very early exit polling and just instinct on some of these things, I still think Trump has the upper hand, despite the fact that the past 3 weeks he's had, an absolutely atrocious landing. His Madison Square Garden event was incredibly controversial, to put it very lightly. And Vice President Harris has ended saying she's going to be a president for all Americans, a very unifying Obama-esque message. But just from some of the things we're seeing right now, it doesn't look like that maybe have been enough at the very end.
Do you think the economy just in the end trumped everything?
Yes, I think.
I don't know how I managed to get a pun in there, but do you think in the end it was the economy, as Bill Clinton was always saying?
Yeah, and James Carville famously said it's the economy
stupid. Yeah.
I think it's the economy. I think it's the border. I think there's an impression, even if President Harris was supposed to be the border czar, and we've had the worst immigration crisis in ever in American history, with over 2 million undocumented immigrants being stopped at the border since 2020. That's a huge issue for Americans. I also think you can't underplay and underscore the impact of the culture wars, particularly since COVID and a post-COVID time. That's why someone like RFK Jr. has been so significant in this election cycle, and I think his endorsement of President Trump pulled a lot of independents. That and Tulsi Gabbard's, former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard's endorsement has pulled a lot of people over. And I think there's just, unfortunately for her, there's this malaise with the Biden administration. He promised that he was going to be a president for everyone. He was going to heal the soul of the nation. And it was as chaotic as President Trump's administration, just in an entirely different way. And then I also think all the wars. I mean, the exit from Afghanistan, the possibility of a war with China. There's just a feeling that there were no wars when President Trump was president, and I think a lot of people are scared about the possibility of that happening again.
Now, when I think about your dad,
yes,
2008 and all the rest of it.
It's such a different moment.
Well, that's really, I guess, my point. Such a different man, such a different moment. You think of everything he went through, prisoner of war in Hanoi, refusing to allow himself to be released early, all these things, and yet, went through all that, stood for an election, ran in a campaign, told his own supporters who were insulting, Obama, don't insult him. He's a good family man.
Yeah.
I mean,
that goes viral every election cycle.
Right. But it's like so far from where we are. I mean, what do you think he would think if he was sitting in this chair now about where America's got to?
Well, he died in 2018, which is just 6 years ago, and he was heartbroken then. I'm almost honestly glad he's not alive to see how divided we are, because it's difficult to even exist in this. Just anecdotally living my life, going to the grocery store the past few days and doing normal things, the tension is palpable in this country. People are fighting, people are angry, people are scared to talk to their neighbors. I honestly, no matter who wins tonight, I'm just hoping that there's no violence, which is a whole new thing for me to think. I mean, we're in Washington, D.C. Around here, stores and restaurants are all boarded up. People that are going to, wake up in the morning hoping that we're not, I don't know, that a January 6th incident doesn't happen again. The fact that these are even thoughts that I'm thinking, we're in an entirely new time. And it's really depressing. I can't sit here and spin it for my friends across the pond. This is a very divided, an unfortunate election cycle.
Megyn, do you feel that Harris has been way too scripted and sort of cautious? I mean,
Yes.
your father had such a spectacularly joyous relationship with the press. His Straight Talk Express was a sort of slogan on that bus. And yet we now see Harris so cautious. I mean, I've been at her rallies, they're identical speeches, very few spontaneous interactions with the press. Do you think that's a fundamental flaw in the vice president's campaign strategy?
Yeah, not only do I think that, but it shows up in polling and data that there's a lot of Americans that feel like they still don't know her. Granted, she's only had 107 days to let the American public get to know each other, but I think she had a lot of misses. She did a lot of podcasts that seemed sort of scripted. She seemed... Alex Thompson of CNN and Axios just recently reported they sent the campaign a bunch of questions, and he called her the no comment candidate because she couldn't answer or wouldn't answer many questions. I never knew what she was so scared of. Americans, over half the country have such a distaste for President Trump that they'll vote for, a potted plant over him. Right. And she had a real opportunity to win them over. And I do think she did the same thing that I think Hillary Clinton did and that President Biden did, that she sort of was scared of the press and didn't utilize it until the very last moment.
That's a view I share, and I really picked it up on the road. It's just have a more open and spontaneous relationship with the press. We're just wanting kind of interviews, we're wanting access, we're wanting to hear how she thinks, how she strategizes, and instead, everything was on order queue. And famously, in the friendliest environment possible, she said when she was asked about what she would do differently from Joe Biden, she said, well, nothing comes to mind. Perhaps, a devastating few words for her campaign.
Megyn, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you paint quite a bleak picture of where America is at this point. And I guess
I could be wrong.
Well, no, not regarding the result, but just in terms of the level of polarization and the level of division. And we're just, discussing how far things have moved. I think undeniably, if you compare your dad against Obama and the tenor in which that, correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, but the tenor of that campaign was by and large very different. And yet we've got to this incredibly toxic place. How does America go in the other direction? How do you unwind this? How do you change it? Would you just think there's no chance?
Look, I think the press is playing a big role in this. Our media is completely out of control in its biasness. I don't know the exact data, but I know it's like around 20% of the American public trusts our news. The fact that everything has to be fact-checked, not to beat an incredibly dead horse, but the entire scandal with Hunter Biden's laptop ending up to be actually something that was significant. It was not Russian information, as President Biden's press secretary Jen Psaki said. There's just been an erosion of distrust of the media and our positions of power, I would say, since the beginning of COVID. And I think we have to start with some responsibility on those of us who are, have the microphones and are talking to people. And then I think the thing that I don't understand is I'm personally a Nikki Haley voter. We're like this. I hit every cliche. I'm like the suburban mom Nikki Haley voter that can't vote for Trump. I am.
We like a cliche on this program. Come
on. And I feel like there has been no outreach whatsoever from the Trump campaign to women like me and Nikki Haley. And it shows because they didn't invite Nikki Haley to come out and campaign with him. We're a very significant voting bloc, and one that if Harris pulls this off, it will be in no small part because of women like me. And I think it starts at the top. The Trump campaign needs to reach out to women like me, and people on the left have to stop calling Trump supporters garbage and trash. So it also starts with our leaders who seem to have on all sides delved into the very lowest common denominator.
Is there any chance let's say Trump doesn't win, is there any chance that the Nikki Haleys or people like you or people like, might be the natural inheritors of your dad's mantle? Do you get the Republican Party back, or is it gone?
I don't know anymore. It's a very complicated question because I have felt so isolated and so, when you're a voter like me, like a person who can't and won't pull the lever for Trump, but I did not vote for Vice President Harris either, in all candidness, you're treated like you don't exist. But again, like in my home state of Arizona, the Senate candidate, Carrie Lake, she's going to lose handily. That prediction I can make. The Cook report said she had a 78% chance of losing. Give Cook report a shout out there. And it's in no small part because of candidate quality. And she did many things that were incendiary and conspiratorial and also denigrated conservatives and Republicans like me. And Trump may win, but his disciples will not. And there has to be a path forward where we all live together because, you look at this race in Nebraska, it's an independent running that could possibly win tonight against a Republican. I do think there's a palette for it, but people have to run for office and get through the primary process.
One historian said today, tonight is not an election, it's a divorce. By which they meant that the schism in America is so deep, there's no no method of putting it together again.
Okay, well, we were talking to Rohit earlier in Atlanta. Rohit, there's an awful lot going on with you, so can you just bring us up to speed?
Yeah, Tom, it's still a fairly confusing picture, but a story is beginning to emerge. The polls have closed here in the crucial swing state of Georgia, except in around a dozen areas where polling has remained open, in part because of those bomb threats suspected to have been emailed in from Russia earlier today. It looks now like around 150,000 votes have been processed and tabulated and sent to the Secretary of State. However, at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, midnight UK time, people who were still in line, people who were still queuing at some of those locations were allowed to continue to vote. They were not turned away. And so just down the corridor from where we are, actually, there's a group of officials who are discussing the next steps ahead. That said, we're expecting results to emerge fairly quickly here. But what we're seeing is evidence of what was projected, what was predicted in terms of international interference. The suspicion was that Russia was behind what we saw today. What might have been their objectives? Well, perhaps just causing a general disorder, creating an environment of chaos where subsequently questions may well be asked about the legitimacy of the vote. But also when you look deeper at the locations that were targeted, this appears to have been Democratic-leaning neighbourhoods, which may well tell you something about the intended objectives electorally of whoever was behind these threats.
Rohit, can you just give us an overview of Russian interference? You've been following this for so long. What would be your overview of Russian interference in the election more generally? Has it been something that's really concerned you? Do you feel like every election cycle it's moving up? There's more to worry about? Yeah. There's more attempts to interfere? or is it quite consistent?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can almost feel people rolling their eyes when you hear talk and warning about Russian interference. But what's happening this time appears to have been very different. Look, in the last few days, we've seen videos popping up on social media, including one which appeared to feature a Haitian migrant voting multiple times illegally. The FBI came out unusually and called this out. They said that they believed this was fake. And not only that, they said specifically that this was the work of Russian interference actors. So we're seeing new tactics from Russia. We're also seeing new tactics from the authorities here in the United States. But what we've seen today is something slightly different, not just here in Georgia, but in other states, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. We've seen evidence of similar bomb threats. Here in Georgia, actually, there was Cyrillic used in one of those threats, which almost immediately indicated that this may well have a Russian link. We understand that was further substantiated by officials in Washington who did some studying, some investigation of the IP addresses that were associated with these threats. But yeah, I mean, this is a different story this time. And throughout this, we've heard from the authorities, not just the FBI, but some of the other intelligence agencies here, who've been warning not just about Russian attempts to influence the result here, and not just to influence the result, but to cause a general environment of chaos, an environment of disorder, the sort of environment where people who want to question the result may well be able to say, well, yes, here is the evidence. But not only that, but we've heard a lot about Iran as well. And we had a warning from the FBI and the intelligence agencies just yesterday, who reminded everyone that there were suspected Iranian-backed plots against really senior officials in previous Trump US administrations, including the Trump administration. In fact, including John Bolton, who is one of your guests later on today.
OK, Rohit, thank you very much indeed. Jessica, obviously we're going to, presumably that is delaying data from Georgia. What have you been able to divine so far from what you've had through, or are we still sort of parked on, where we were an hour ago?
Well, at least from the AP Votecast data, which again does change and get reweighted as the votes come in, but we are seeing Trump doing far better with Black voters and particularly Black men, which we know is a demographic that the Trump campaign has particularly targeted, doing better with independent voters and even with white college-educated women than he did in 2020. Again, I caution this is very early data, and we're still digging into the numbers and different things. And as we're looking at the results that are coming in to Georgia, we still don't have really any of Metro Atlanta, so we still don't kind of know where the turnout numbers are. And of course, as they just said, people are still voting too. So
yeah.
In the past, Republicans have not asked for the Black vote. They really haven't. George Bush often wouldn't go into audiences that were unfriendly to him. But Donald Trump is more than happy to. In fact, he thrives in these environments. We would see him at a Bronx barbershop in New York where he was cheered on by Black and Latino men. Mr. Trump really resonates with them. He sees these working class men and women as people who need his help, who need his support. And then there's also the angle of, have you been persecuted? And to the extent that some of these African-American men may have, Trump is able to share that with him. And he says the same about himself and his.
OK, West Virginia has been called for Trump. No big surprise there. But let's go back to Anushka to see what she can update us on. Anushka.
Hi, so I want to talk about that data that you've just been talking about. When the polls close in each of our swing states, we're going to get loads of fascinating data from the Associated Press through, as Jessica was saying, something called Votecast. AP have spoken to over 115,000 people across the US in the past week about who they support and why. The survey gives us insights into what is happening in each state based on gender, race, education and much more. But what's really important to stress, again, as you guys have been saying there, this is not results data. Hardly any real data has yet been counted in Georgia, but it does give us clues as to what might be happening and, importantly, why in each state before the actual results are called. And obviously, you've been talking about Georgia. It's the first big one where the polls closed. It's got 16 electoral votes. And let me talk about some of the data that Jessica was talking about there. But like I said, being very, very careful about it. So first, let's look at the AP Votecast data for black voters in Georgia, and you will see I began by telling you that one of the reasons Joe Biden won this state by 0.2% was those bar charts on the left. He got 92% of the black vote in Georgia, whilst Donald Trump got only 6%. Now, what this is suggesting is that Kamala Harris is well ahead with the black vote as well, but it has been squeezed slightly if this is to be believed. Now, as I stressed, this is a survey of 4,000 people in the state, and it is not a result, but it's the sort of trend that will be worrying Democrats right now. And I'm not going to show you the data for black men because the sample size is really, really tiny, but there is a suggestion, a hint in there that it is pushing up this in particular. And now let me just show you women's vote according to the AP Votecast data, because this is something where Kamala Harris would have hoped to really taken more of a lead. In fact, with this survey data, it looks like she's got a smaller lead than Joe Biden had back in 2020, based again on the same survey data. Now, again, caution, massive caution. There'll be more surveys coming out. We need to get the real results. But again, it will be a worrying early trend for the Democrats at this point. Now, I think you've just been mentioning, if we just go back to the battle board, that other states are closing right now as we speak, including the all-important North Carolina. So we're going to bring you that data as soon as we've gone through it.
OK, Anushka, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's come back that and put that to all of you. I mean, I don't know who wants to pick up first. And Adam, do you want to have a pick up on what that is or isn't telling us about Georgia?
Yeah, no, obviously, we'd love to see Harris doing stronger than and having a larger margin among black voters in Georgia. Again, it's weighted, it's early. We'll see what the final numbers tell us. I think the question is, what is the margin for black women? And does that offset any potential pickups from Trump among black men? And is the number, just the raw votes of black women tally, is that far exceed what you're getting among black men? That's one thing that we'll have to watch throughout the night. I think, look, Donald Trump has tried to make inroads in the black voters. I will say the Harris campaign has also not taken them for granted. They've been clear that they have to persuade black voters to come out and vote for her, as opposed to the past where Democrats just said, you're for us, just come on out to the polls, we'll mobilize you. So there's been a bit of a different strategy, and we'll see how it plays out tonight.
Jessica, sorry, you were trying to get in with some data.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, again, we are using AP Votecast, but CNN has their own exit polling, and they are actually showing in their exit data that Harris is largely doing about the same with black voters. However, they're actually showing Trump winning independent voters in that instance, whereas our AP Vote data does show a shift among independent voters toward Trump by about 10 points, but that Harris is still winning, though. So again, cautioning, there's until we get the actual numbers. This is just,
but it's, I guess the takeaway is it's looking like it's pretty close. If we're talking about movements so far, the early signs are there hasn't been a big one.
Well, and just remembering how close Georgia was last time. So, I mean, it was one of the closest states. So if we're seeing these shifts, then.
But to be clear, Trump has to win Georgia. Like, if he doesn't win Georgia and North Carolina, his path to victory looks tougher. That's right. Fair to say.
Adam, would you concede that the kind of Trump campaign has done well in projecting him, as Heather was saying, into these sort of barbershops in sort of the Bronx and rallies in Harlem and stuff? I mean, is there a kind of audacity there that you kind of, as a kind of campaign, sort of student of campaigns, you kind of somewhat admire that?
I mean, Republicans have never done it. Heather's right. I mean, like, for campaign after campaign, you would never see a Republican candidate go into these neighborhoods and talk about how, why I want to vote for you. Now, I will say, Donald Trump has been famous in the black community for a very long time. It's part of, how many, rap lyrics have mentioned Donald Trump by name going back to when I was a kid. I still listen to those songs today.
Is that true?
Right? Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, he's all over, right? He was a famous rich guy in New York, and that was something when people didn't know him as a political force, as someone who they knew about. So I think that's always been underlining some of the sort of tacit support. 4 years ago, they just didn't really try to get those folks out to vote. And so he's trying to counteract, I think, what we know and think will be a deficit among suburban women, college-educated women. And if they make an effort to try to get more votes out, I will come back to the Harris campaign felt at the end of the day, they were going to be where they needed to be with black voters tonight, and we'll see.
Adam, you said earlier that the Harris campaign has not been taking the black vote for granted.
Right.
However, I would argue that the way that they've done it makes some people uncomfortable. Having Barack Obama come out and say, basically, you're a misogynist, or if you don't support Harris in the election, to black men can kind of cut the other way and cause them to back Donald Trump.
I mean, I've as someone who's got a black mom who's told me to put me in my place several times throughout my life, I'm not used to sort of getting the rough love.
Black men like being told how they should vote?
I think
in a scolding kind of fashion?
I think from Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States, coming out and saying, like, listen, we got to get on the field, do what we can for Kamala Harris. Like, you had a responsibility to do. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Julie in San Francisco. Julie, with all the caveats, maybe not quite the start Harris would have wanted.
No, indeed. It's been really interesting listening into the conversations that you've been having there in D.C. I think you can see behind me it's a little quiet still yet, but this is going to be a busy spot later on because this is going to be a Kamala Harris watch party here in San Francisco at Manny's Political Cafe. And I think I can safely say that the anxiety amongst those who watch this for professional reasons too is mounting. Certainly. I'm joined now by Professor Jason McDaniel, who's Department of Political Science, San Francisco State University, Emily Hoven, opinion columnist from the San Francisco Chronicle, and also Dr. Amanda Roberti, who's a political scientist specialising in gender, race and reproductive rights. All three big issues right there on your specialist brief. Thanks very much, all of you. We were just talking amongst us about this anxiety. Jason, you've been watching in deep blue California how the data might be shifting here. We know that this state is pretty much delivered for Harris, but what can you tell us about what you're seeing amongst those who are turning out for her, and what can we maybe read into it?
Although California won't matter too much to the presidential election, it will matter a lot to the control of the House. And we're seeing a lot of younger voters voting early and also on election day. There's some evidence of more women voting, if not in California, at least in some of the swing states. And so that might lead us to be good news for Kamala Harris. But there's lots of other data showing a very close election, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, anxious times. And just to underline, there's some very competitive House races here in California. And without Congress, even if she is elected, she can't deliver what she wants to.
That's right. There are at least 5 districts in California that were Joe Biden won them in 2020, but Republicans held them either in 2020 or 2022. Democrats are targeting those districts. Most of them are either heavily Latino or heavily Asian American. They are very California districts. They're going to be very close, and I think they probably will determine the outcome of the House and who controls the House. And we may not know for a week or two, though, given how slow California counts the votes.
OK, Emily, you've tracked Kamala Harris's political career here in San Francisco for many years. There'll be many people at the party tonight that will be cheering her on, but she's a pretty divisive figure in San Francisco, isn't she?
Yeah, in some ways she actually kind of represents how California, even though it is a deep blue state, there's a lot of interesting cracks and colors and divides in that, especially on policies like criminal justice, which have been top of mind for voters across the country. Kamala Harris obviously was a prosecutor. She faced a lot of pushback from folks throughout her career saying that she was too firm and not, progressive enough on criminal justice reforms. The past couple of years, they accused her of being a little bit too progressive. I think now we're kind of seeing her go back to her moderate roots and sort of embracing that rhetoric that I think, is needed to kind of bring the country together at a time when people are so divided on these issues. But yeah, a lot of politicians coming out of San Francisco, they're very battle tested. It's an extremely aggressive and crazy
this is
climate.
A crucible for politics here, isn't it? Nancy Pelosi, Gavin Newsom, and we can go further back. We'll talk about that later.
No, absolutely. And I think the phrase everyone uses is a knife fight in a phone booth. And I feel like since covering politics in SF, I've seen that. And you definitely have to be strong and you have to have a really thick skin to make it out.
OK, Eleanor Roosevelt said it's all about the women. Amanda, is this going to be all about the women if the path to the White House is one that Kamala Harris walks?
Yes, definitely. I think the gender gap in this election is supposed to be of historic proportion. So women are just voting differently than men. There's also a story here about women of color voters actually showing up for Democratic candidates across the board, but certainly for Kamala Harris at way greater margins, and especially when compared to white women who in 2016 showed up for Donald Trump. So we'll see how that plays out, although there's been some polling saying that there's some shifts in how white women have been voting and supporting Kamala Harris a little bit more. So we'll see those suburban votes and kind of things like that. But yes, gender is very important in this race, for sure.
Critical question. Fascinating to get all of your takes. And I should say the night is still young. It's not even night here yet in San Francisco, not even dusk yet. But we will keep you informed from the coming party here at Manny's throughout the night. Tom.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. Well, as we've said throughout the course of this evening, people are still out there. They're still voting. These are some images from Arizona where you can see people still queuing to vote. We had Meghan McCain, John McCain's, I guess you would call John McCain, and indeed Meghan McCain, Republican Arizonan, probably not the right way around, Arizona Republican royalty. Arizona still a critical swing state. Maybe a tougher call for Kamala Harris than some of the others, but let's see. But there they are, queuing up to vote. Still some way to go. Now, among the many celebrity endorsements Kamala Harris has received is that of the singer and actress Jennifer Lopez. She even spoke at one of her rallies in Las Vegas last week.
At Madison Square Garden, he reminded us who he really is and how he really feels. It wasn't just Puerto Ricans that were offended that day. Okay? It was every Latino in this country. It was humanity and anyone of decent character. You can't even spell American without Rican. This is our country too.
That's cute.
Well, earlier this evening, she spoke to us about the election.
It's important for you to use your voice.
Today's the day. For me, it was very important because I think that there's been a diminishing of certain, communities and certain people, and that's not really what America stands for. And so I was very keen to get out there and very, kind of particular with the message that I wanted to deliver personally to people because I know that's what I want to hear. It's like, you matter, you're important. You have the power. Go out there and use it. And I think sometimes we forget that. We think we're just one person, and we're not going to make a difference, but we are. And today, everybody is. So vote and go out there and, yeah. Thank you. We've got our fingers crossed.
Jennifer Lopez there. I mean, a huge star for Harris, like Bruce Springsteen, like Beyonce, like numerous others. I guess the thing I have to ask all of you is, does it make the slightest difference?
Inflation doesn't affect them the way it does everyday people.
Well, I sometimes
I don't know that it really helps. I mean, yeah, it gets a little attention. Media will pay attention to it, of course. It's a good headline. But I don't know that that really causes anyone to turn out to vote in the end.
Does it annoy you if you're sitting at home and you're feeling like the economy isn't working for you and inflation is your daily concern? Does it annoy you, all these celebrities kind of like lecturing on you on how you should vote?
No, I mean, I think it's just one other signal amongst a whole bunch of other noise in the campaign about what people should or shouldn't do. What I thought was powerful about the J-Lo piece was actually that it came right after this Madison Square Garden event where she could talk to Puerto Rican people directly and talk about why that remark from the comedian who spoke at his rally denigrated our people, who we are, and that coupled with a bunch of other celebrities who spoke to people in Spanish about why they were rescinding their endorsement from Trump. Again, could be a factor, but we'll see. It's early.
Jessica.
So we do have some actual election results coming in, not from one of the key states we're watching, but one that will tells us, I think, some significant things. So Florida, of course, the critical swing state in 2000, Florida has really receded from the competitive map. And it's actually the only state where Donald Trump increased his margin from 2016 to 2020. Florida, they actually count very fast now. So we have actually over 3/4 of the vote in right now. And Trump is winning there by almost 10 points. He won this state in 2020 by 51 to 48. So a much bigger margin there for Trump. And as we've been talking about sort of Trump targeting Hispanic voters, wondering if some of the comments that that comedian made about Puerto Rico might impact things. We're not seeing that, at least in the Florida results yet.
What do you think that is down to? Is it down to the economy? I mean, Florida, we've always, you mentioned in 2000, Florida was the swing state. We spent Robert and I spent weeks,
Yeah.
days and days, certainly waiting for that to all play out at the Supreme Court. It hasn't been competitive in recent cycles. There's a feeling that Florida's kind of almost ended up with a whole bunch of kind of micro issues of its own, becoming an ecosystem that doesn't bear any relation to the rest of America. So how significant do you think, if there has been a further shift to Trump, how significant do you think it is?
I mean, that's a pretty big shift from his 2020 numbers. And again, you know, that is now his home state where he is based. And we have seen that Republicans have had a better organization there as well. But, you know, a lot of this comes even as we mentioned, sort of the states that also had an abortion referendum on there. The abortion referendum is at 58% right now to overturn that law. It has to hit 60% in order for it to pass. But we're seeing voters splitting their ticket there on the abortion. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're voting for the Democratic candidate.
So just to be clear, the abortion specifically refers to abortion law in the abortion referendum specifically refers to abortion law in Florida. And what you're saying is people are voting for that, but they're not voting for Harris.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Well, one thing we haven't talked about yet are the demographic shifts that have taken place in our country since 2000. So since COVID, a lot of Americans have moved out of their states in places like Illinois, New York, those colder states that were more restrictive with COVID, and they've moved to sort of the freedom states of Florida, freedom state of Texas, Montana, places like that. So there could be a bit of a shift in voters, those voters who are more prone to be Republicans, moving to some states like that.
You've seen a similar shift in some of like North Carolina and Georgia, where you see a lot of folks from Chicago, New York, moving, DC even, moving down to Atlanta, Raleigh, some of these key kind of, Raleigh in particular has a huge tech sector that is booming. And it really is creating a ton of jobs. And so that's an opportunity, I think, where more progressive folks, leaning folks, have moved from other places into these places where those jobs are, and that could be a difference maker in the polls tonight.
Yeah, and when we keep in mind that some of these states were won by just 20-some thousand votes, very, very narrow margins, having 75,000 people, for example, move from California to Arizona could potentially change things.
I mean, we're also seeing that sort of demographic shift in terms of people's comfort level about being in a political environment that they kind of feel comfortable in. You know, we've seen in Montana and in rural parts of Washington state, people moving out of the cities because they're regarded as too crime-ridden. I've spoken to many people in rural Washington state and Montana who have gone there because they want to be around fellow Republicans. So, you know, it does all play into what our previous conversation was about how people are moving into their sort of comfortable, politically comfortable environments. They're in their own kind of silos.
Okay, well, I'm joined now by Darrell Scott, who's an advisor, I guess you passed Darrell Scott, I should say, an advisor and friend to Donald Trump. I believe you've spoken to Mr. Trump today, is that right? And how did you find him? What's his mood? Is he optimistic?
Well, yes, I was actually in line voting in Ohio. The lines were very, very long. The line I was in was about an hour and a half long. It was around 1:00 p.m. Eastern time. And I picked that time. I called him on his cell phone and he answered. And asked him how we exchanged pleasantries. I asked him had he had much sleep. He said, I knew he had got in like at 5 a.m. Eastern time, 5:30 a.m. I said, did you get much sleep? He said, no, I laid down for 20 minutes and I got up. He said, who can sleep in a time like this? It's too exciting. I got 1,000,000 years to sleep after this, but I can't sleep right now. And his mood was very, very optimistic. I told him about the length of the lines, and he asked me, was that indicative of the entire area? And I told him in Ohio, in all of the red counties, the lines were very, very, very long, and that was a good sign. They weren't as long in the blue counties, but in the red counties, the lines were out the door around the corner.
Well, he hasn't necessarily got 1,000,000 years to sleep after this because he might well be back in the White House. I mean, do you worry? There have been a lot of reports from the campaign about how exhausted he was. He did look quite tired. I mean, who can blame him? You know, it's pretty punishing on anyone being out on the campaign. Are you bothered about how tired and exhausted he appears to be?
No, listen, Trump's exhausted is not the same as somebody else is exhausted. I mean, he did 5 events yesterday. He started in his 5th event it was past 2 a.m. in the morning. He's a guy that has never needed much sleep. He even said that, I heard him say that some years ago, on the reporter. I watched an interview of him about 30 years ago, and he was saying to the person that was interviewing him, he said, "I've never needed much sleep." So to him, a normal night's sleep is 3 or 4 hours. So he's a little bit sleep deprived right now. I wouldn't say he's exhausted. I would say he was sleep deprived, but he'll catch up quick. He'll be all right.
I believe you're going to see him in Mar-a-Lago tomorrow. If he does lose this election, I know that's a big if. We've got a whole night to play out before us. But if he does, will he accept the result?
Yes, he will. I think he will. I mean, contrary to popular opinion, there was a peaceful transfer of power on January 21st, 2021. There'll be a peaceful transfer of power this election, one way or the other. Hillary Clinton stated that she believed that Trump had stolen the election in 2016, and she wasn't chastised for that. In Georgia, Stacey Abrams still is not saying that she lost the election. So for someone to say that they believe the election was stolen, that's not unusual in American politics. They just over-amplify and exaggerate whatever Donald Trump says or does.
It is quite unusual to try to persuade your vice president, as he appears to have done, not to certify an election. I think it's fair to say Donald Trump went a lot further than anyone has, certainly in modern history, in terms of trying to contest an election. So I just want to be really clear. Are you saying that your advice to him is, look, if you've lost, let it go?
My advice to him is if it was a free and fair election and he lost, let it go. If there's not any chicanery, I believe that there was election fraud in 2020. I believe it occurred on the mail-in ballots. I really believe that. And so if he believed it strongly enough, that he challenged it. And I was in agreement with his challenge. And so, you have Jamie Raskin right now. He's a sitting congressman, and he already stated that if President Trump wins, the Democrats will not certify the election. Now, that's coming from the Democratic side right now. And nobody seems to have an opinion about that. But he has stated that. He said if Donald Trump wins, we're not going to certify him. And so, it's once again, whatever Donald Trump says is exaggerated, it's maximized, it's magnified, but the other people are able to get away with metaphorical murder.
OK, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, let's go to Pennsylvania and Rachel, where the polls are closing soon. Before they do, Donald Trump claiming there is massive fraud taking place already.
Yeah, I'm not sure that comes as a surprise, does it? In this state in particular, where last time we waited 4 days for a result because of the fact that they count votes rather differently here. More than 1 in 10 people we know now voted in advance, either in mail or in person, and they aren't able to start counting those until polls opened at 7 o'clock this morning. Now, despite bringing in 200 extra workers to do that, it's likely to be a very long night and possibly a long couple of days ahead. Donald Trump, of course, only too aware of that, and indeed probably across the signs we're getting about turnout. We heard just a little while ago from the head of the Republican campaign here, who said while it looks good, better than average, it's not the overwhelming turnout they hope. So no surprise that we saw Donald Trump pop up on social media, warning people the polls were about to close here. We've just got minutes to go, and saying if you are in line, stay in line. However, he then went further, saying that there were evidence of massive cheating in the other big city in this state, Philadelphia. Now, the election board officials, they're very quick to respond to that. A Republican member of that board, in fact, very quickly getting on social media too, to saying there's absolutely no evidence of that. Josh Shapiro, the state's Democratic governor, weighing in to say that across all of the state's counties, elections are safe and secure. That's not to say there haven't been hiccups at one polling station in the heart of this state, Trump-supporting county. There they had trouble getting the machines going. They had a bit of a delay, but they've added 2 hours on to the end of voting there to try and make sure that everybody gets a fair chance to get their vote heard. Now, I have to say it's really tense. We've seen people sprinting in here at the end of their shifts. I know of one doctor who said that he had got an unexpected double shift today. He parked his car just around the corner from the hospital and he was ready to sprint to the polling station. But despite those Herculean efforts, I don't think they're surprising. They know here that every single vote counts, although this is the state that many electoral models say is likely to define the result. I have to say, it's likely to be quite a wait for it.
OK, Rachel, thank you very much indeed. Well, where have we got to at this point as we wait for another slew of crucial polls to close in Pennsylvania and Michigan? We've had a little data out of some results in Florida. We've had some data from Georgia looking relatively good for Trump. Let's see what we get now.
Poll closings all night. A whopping 171 electoral votes at stake, including 19 in Pennsylvania, the battleground that could decide the presidential election. And let's bring you some CNN projections. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected. Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee, as expected, with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are two more projections for Trump. Alabama, CNN can project, will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. We have some projections for Kamala Harris as well. CNN projects that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, with its 11 electoral votes, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. CNN can project that Maryland, as expected, with its 10 electoral votes, will go to Kamala Harris. And CNN can project that the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, can go to Kamala Harris. Here are the states where the polls just closed, where we are not prepared to make a projection. They include Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. No projection in any of those states.
OK, there we are. No surprises whatsoever in the likes of Tennessee going for Trump, and equally well, no surprises in the other direction. Jessica, maybe the easiest to come to you first to see what you do and don't read into where we've got to.
Yeah, I mean, my home state of Tennessee, they're heavily for Trump. You know, again, we're getting some of these states in. One thing that, my team at Cook Political Report is flagging. So Virginia also closed here in the D.C. suburbs. Loudoun County, it was historically more of a Republican county. It's moved heavily toward Democrats recently. And we have almost all of the vote in there. And we are seeing a slight shift toward Trump there, which, again, could be a harbinger in some of these more suburban counties where Harris was hoping to make headway. So, for instance, Biden won it with 2% of the vote in 2020. Harris right now is only at about 57% of the vote. We had a governor's election where the governor Youngkin actually won there in 2021, flipping the state. And the Democrat there got 55% and went on to lose there. So again, if we're seeing closer numbers in some of these counties, that could kind of be a little bit of a canary in a coal mine. Again, very early, but this is also a county, like I said, it's here in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. There was very much a backlash during COVID about school closings there. That's something that Governor Youngkin was able to really ride to that surprise victory in Virginia in 2021 as well.
No surprise about Florida, obviously, I guess, in terms of what's been going on down there. You mentioned that the results seem to be moving in Trump's favour, but there were some people who were saying in the course of the election campaign, I don't think very credibly necessarily, that Florida might be in question. I don't think any of you ever thought that.
Right.
No, I never thought Florida was in play. It's a testament to how much politics has changed in America. I mean, that was the swing state of swing states for decades. I think that is, in many respects, reaction to the pandemic and what happened, over the last couple of years. And we'll have to see if the abortion referendum does move over 60%. It's looking a little close right now. We'll have to watch. Still very early in the night. It's hard to fathom. I know it's getting late for our friends back in the UK already, but
we're urging people to stay up all night. So let's
there's a whole lot more
make
business.
Another cup of coffee.
A whole lot more business to come tonight, for sure.
Now, this has to be the most exciting thing for you all since we introduced you to the hot dog.
Hell, I don't know. I think you've done a lot of quite exciting things for good and bad in British public life. But we might not.
We'll bring you some hot dogs later.
Adam, do you think that this changes potentially what states might be in play? Tom and I made a big deal about the Iowa poll, but also I saw that J.D. Vance made a play into New Hampshire. Do you think that's potentially in play for Republicans?
I don't think Democrats think there's anything to worry about in New Hampshire. I will say that, to Jessica's point, the Trump campaign did campaign in Virginia in the last few days of the campaign. So maybe there was something that they saw in some of their numbers.
And there's two competitive congressional districts there we're watching as well.
That's right. But I think there's also, Trump was campaigning in North Carolina in the last couple of weeks, and I think in the last couple of days, and people thought he would have put that state away. So it is a little bit too early to read across the board. Again, I think back to that county in Indiana earlier where Harris was able to recover a district that Trump won 4 years ago. So we're going to have these all over the country.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Anishka's got some details about North Carolina. So let's just pick up those and then we'll carry on with the discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So again, that VoteCast data that comes in after every poll close, we're crunching it as quickly as we can. And North Carolina, as you know, an incredibly important swing state with 16 electoral college votes. I mean, lots of things to dig in, but I just want to show you one thing in particular, comparing the VoteCast data from 2020 to 2024 with women voters. This is a group that Kamala Harris really needs to do well with, that many people thought she was going to do well with. Well, this looks like it's very, very similar to how it looked in 2020. And remember that Joe Biden did not win North Carolina. It is the one of the 7 swing states that he didn't win. This is really echoing to some extent what we saw in Georgia, and so is the kind of information here on the black vote. There's also a suggestion that Donald Trump may be holding up with his base, if you like, that non-college educated white vote. Let's just go back to the battle board and think about what all of this means for all of them. You can see there that we've actually got states being called. You mentioned Florida. Florida is an interesting one because you can see it is the final state before we get to our swing states, because it was incredibly close in numbers in 2020, only around 3% lead for the Republicans. But of course, it had moved further towards Republicans than it had done before. And so perhaps no surprise that it has gone that way. It has really changed as a state. But it's these ones above there that really matter. And let's just do what we did before. Let's fill in all the likely results. Of course, nothing is certain, and we will bring you any surprises. You've talked a lot about the Iowa poll. You can see Iowa there at the bottom of the middle channel, but we're filling them all in for now as we think they are likely. Now, let's just say that underlying data from AP VoteCast, and obviously, the caveat again, it is a survey. It is not real results. We're going to keep bringing you the real results as they come in there. Doesn't look great for Kamala Harris in North Carolina or in Georgia. So let's turn both of them red. Remember, these are the 2 big Sunbelt states. They've got 16 electoral college votes each. And then you can see, if we have a look down at the tracker, what that would mean. It would bring Donald Trump to 251 and leave Kamala Harris on 226. So what would her options be from there? Well, say this is a sign that he's doing well in the Sun Belt. Say the Arizona also goes red and Nevada also goes red. Well, in that case, there is only one way for Kamala Harris to win, and that is for all of the top 3 Rust Belt states to turn blue, which we can do. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and of course, Michigan there at the top. That would bring her to 270 exactly if, and I think we've mentioned this before, if the states that split their votes, Maine and Nebraska, also go the way that we expect. But, you've just been saying the Pennsylvania polls have now closed, and we've trying to very quickly look at that data as well. It looks like it is absolutely on a knife edge, that it is very similar to how it looked in 2020. And yes, Joe Biden took Pennsylvania in 2020, but very, very narrowly. In this situation, if Donald Trump took any one of those 3 Rust Belt states, say he took Pennsylvania, turn it to red, you could see he would very comfortably be over the line.
I mean, too early to say, but is there any reason to think that particularly the less than perhaps people were expecting performance amongst women in Georgia and North Carolina might be repeated in the northern Rust Belt states? Or have you had the feeling that they would probably or might reasonably perform differently from the Sun Belt?
I mean, honestly, Tom, at this stage, it's quite hard to say. But what we are going to get quite soon is the national data from this poll. And as soon as we get it, we're going to start looking at what, the women vote looks like across the country and what, the black vote looks like across the country. And then we can break it down by different groups to see if we're seeing national trends or not. One of the really interesting voting groups, the voting bloc, if you like, not that everyone votes the same, has been white women, because in previous elections, they've actually voted for Trump, even against Hillary Clinton. There was a lot of talk about whether that could shift towards Kamala Harris and help her to take some of these states, particularly where we know abortion has been a huge issue. In fact, if I just bring up the map again, there's something that I would just love to show you, which is why people believed that abortion would be a massive issue. I think we can do this. Can we just show you all the states where abortion is banned? This is 13 states where there is a total ban on abortion from conception. And when you look at that, I mean, especially to viewers in the UK, where our attitudes on abortion are more liberal than even Democrats' attitudes to abortion in the US. I mean, this is a really, really huge issue. But I think, as Jessica mentioned right at the beginning of this programme, yes, a lot of people have said that abortion is a motivating factor, but a lot more said that the economy was a motivating factor. And on that, Donald Trump was in the lead when it came to that national poll. And I'm being told as we speak that it does look like Donald Trump has done, maybe ahead with white women across the country.
OK, Nisha, we'll come back to you in just a moment. Heather, you want to chip in?
Yeah, just a few thoughts on Pennsylvania. Biden won Pennsylvania by just 21,000 votes. Trump beat Hillary by less than 1%. So that is how key and crucial this state is. It's such a diverse state. You've got urban areas, you have rural areas, you have Trump trying to get all those voters there to turn out for him. The mail-in ballot counting doesn't start actually until today, so it could be a little bit of time before we start to see the results out of Pennsylvania. But this is the state. This is the key state. 19 electoral votes. I just can't overstate how important it is.
We're going to be waiting. We're going to be sitting right here until Saturday.
We'll want your viewers to stick around.
Adam, chip in. Tell us we're not.
The one thing I have been talking to the Harris campaign within the last hour, they feel that the Puerto Rican and the Hispanic vote in Philadelphia has been strong. It's early. Who knows where we'll end up on election night? But they are encouraged by what they're hearing out of the Hispanic vote in Puerto Rico. The Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania.
OK. Well, I'm joined by Ali Dagger, a Lebanese community leader in Michigan. I don't know whether you picked up on what we were talking about there. We were just talking about Pennsylvania, how potentially close it is. Let's not take Michigan for granted. We don't know which way that's going to go yet. What's your feel on the ground? There was a strong sense that amongst Arab Americans, Kamala Harris was potentially going to struggle because of the attitude of the administration she's been a part of. Where do you think it has ended up in Michigan?
I think it's going to be a very close race as predicted. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to different categories of voters that'll be out. In terms of the Arab American community, I believe there's going to be a small struggle, but it's definitely not going to be swinging in favor of Trump. Talking to people on the ground, people are not attracted to Trump, and people do not forget or have not forgotten what it was like to live under Trump for all those 4 years. The Muslim ban, the multiple racial issues, and the divisions that he created. It's not something that our community wants to go through again. So I'm optimistic that he's not going to gain that much foothold in our community at all.
We've done a lot of reporting about disaffection with the administration's policies in relation to Israel and Gaza. And there was quite a widespread feeling, it seemed, that, maybe people wouldn't necessarily vote for Trump, but they probably weren't going to turn out to vote for Harris. Is there some truth in that, do you think?
I think based on what I saw happen today, in some communities, in some cities like Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and others, I think there was a slightly lower turnout than there was in 2020 for Biden. That's the reality of the ground. But from what I work for the Democratic Party on Election Day, and I've seen an amazing operation here in Michigan. We're part of the voter protection program, and people are out in droves. I think that Oakland County, city of Detroit, is going to have an incredible turnout, and I'm optimistic that whatever happens, at the end of the night, it'll prove to be successful.
Do you think she would drastically change the current administration's policy on Israel and the war in Gaza, or do you think it would be more of the same in reality?
I think that the war in Gaza, she's already stated clearly what her policy is. Number one, an immediate ceasefire. Number two, a statement about the two-state solution, how Palestinians have to have their own state, and the rebuilding of all the destruction, and finding a path forward that represents the true American interest, and that is, in fact, peace and justice within the region. I have to believe that that's true, because I'm supporting her, but two, from what we see, the people that are behind her, the folks that are representing her, we were part of a larger coalition. We're part of a coalition for labor. We're a part of a coalition of other groups that have all endorsed this issue. And I believe moving forward, you'll have to see a change, because it's clear that Biden's policies towards the region have failed. It's led to nothing but destruction. None of the objectives of the war as espoused by Israel have been achieved. None. The hostages are not back. Hamas is still fighting. Lebanon, the border area, is still just as bad it was in the beginning of the conflict. What exactly has Netanyahu or Biden accomplished in the region? And so to continue this madness is not something I would expect from a new president if she's elected. And I'm hoping deep in my heart that we will see that change forthcoming. And we're all betting on it. We're all betting on something different, because something different has to happen. The level of murder, the level of killing that's occurred since the beginning of this conflict. I hate using the word conflict because this conflict started well before October 7th. It has to come to an end. We're now dragging ourselves into a regional war, which nobody wants, and we're creating chaos in places that should not be exposed to this. I'm Lebanese. I'm from the southern region of Lebanon. My family home, which we rebuilt 3 times now, is in fact only a mile and a half from the Israeli border. At this point in time, we're betting that this needs to come to an end and people need to move on with their life. And the only way to do that is to some sort of a resolution to the Palestinian autonomy and Palestinian statehood. And she said that's what she wants to do, and I would have to believe her for it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for giving us your time. I've got lots of people who want to come in here.
Well, I was curious about Heather's point of view
I think
on this.
it's fascinating, and what the gentleman was pointing out was really the conflict in the Democratic Party about the Middle Eastern policy under the Biden-Harris administration. He, a Democrat, criticizing the current policies, which Kamala Harris would continue, or she said she would basically continue those. And that is why I think Michigan is a little bit at play here. 200,000 to 300,000 Muslim or Arab voters in the state of Michigan. And some of them don't like Kamala Harris's policies on the Middle East. And so they may not turn out to vote for her. There's also another story that's been told, and that is she aired one ad in Michigan's talking about criticism of the humanitarian destruction in Gaza. But on the other hand, in Pennsylvania, she talked about her support for Israel. And Pennsylvania has about a 3% Jewish vote. So you get that sort of flip-flopping nature there that might offend some voters.
I don't know if I'd call it flip-flopping. I think both of the ads were consistent with her policy. Israel has a right to defend itself. They have a right to defend itself. We're going to give them the means to defend themselves. But we also are going to speak about what's going on in Gaza and the push for a solution that allows the Palestinians to live with some dignity and a two-state solution. That is part of the policy.
Did Harris not need to say something different from Joe Biden? Did she not need to say that weapons would be conditioned on certain Israeli actions? I mean, just this sort of parroting of the Biden position failed to distinguish her and raised her humanitarian credentials. You can't just say, like Harris did, look, that she feels empathy. It wasn't an earthquake. It's an ally of America. Engaged in that conflict and causing it. So, what should Harris have said?
It is very easy to sort of armchair quarterback that from here. There's one president at a time.
Yeah.
And she is the vice president still supporting the president of the United States.
So she had
his
to be
policy.
loyal.
I mean, we have one president at a time. His policy, his decision was to continue that support. I think it is unrealistic to expect that she would in the campaign try to distance herself from the president on that issue. But she has spoken eloquently and passionately about the plight of the Palestinian people. That is, I think, what I heard from folks who were on the ground in Michigan. People heard the difference in tone, and that mattered to people. And you heard from the guest right there, he still supported Joe Biden.
Okay, well, one question Emma has been looking into and which has hung over this election since Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket is whether America is ready to have its first female president.
Since the days of the Founding Fathers, America has seen itself as a global leader. But the walls of history tell that when it comes to female governance, the US has neither led nor followed. All 45 presidents so far male, and until Barack Obama, all white. Soon we will know if America has the courage to break with 236 years of history and opt for a female commander-in-chief.
Misogyny is still strong in the U.S., and we're seeing that in the campaign. Racism is definitely strong in the U.S., and we're seeing that in the campaign. Voters think that a woman is weaker on the economy, whether she's a Democratic woman or a Republican woman. They think that men are stronger on the economy. And then voters right now, very, very worried, even if we respect her, even if we think she's strong, even if we think she's the most qualified, will foreign leaders respect her? What will happen if foreign leaders won't even shake her hand?
The first woman who tried and failed to secure the Democratic nomination for president was Margaret Chase Smith in the 1960s. She cited the objections to her gender being part of the reason why she decided to stand in the first place.
So because of these very impelling reasons against my running, I have decided that I shall.
In the 70s, Shirley Chisholm, the first black congresswoman, tried again, but without success.
The majority of the delegates were men, white men, 50 years of age and over, and that certainly is not reflective and not representative of the multifacetedness that makes up America.
It would be 2008 before another tried. Hillary Clinton's thwarted bid for the nomination, and then 8 years later the presidency, seemingly affirmed the belief that America is not ready for a woman leader.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Kamala Harris has chosen not to focus on her gender or race in this campaign, presenting herself as the best person to run this country. But her gender is part of the calculation for voters.
I can't believe it's this close when people compare the two, but I really think the big thing is men are afraid to vote for a woman.
A lot of people think women can't handle a lot of things because we're emotional creatures, but I'm not really sure how it would go to have a female president because we've never had one.
The pushback against her mostly being a woman is annoying. I'm like, look at her policies. Like, look at what, you know what I mean? Like, read for yourself. Don't go by what's on the internet.
This election pitches a female against a felon.
Kamala Harris.
As the United States appoints its 47th president, this country must decide which is the most palatable.
Good evening.
Well, I'm joined now by Dana White, a former advisor to both Donald Trump and also John McCain. Dana, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, looking at that report by Emma there about whether the glass ceiling is finally going to be broken tonight, is there a little bit of you that would like to see Kamala Harris? I know you're no fan of hers, but would you like to see that glass ceiling finally broken?
I'd like it broken by the right woman. That's what I'd like. I think she has done very well in the California Democratic machine. But the world is on fire. And something I think your viewers would appreciate, she's no Margaret Thatcher. She's no Golda Meir. And I think you have to look at her policies or the lack thereof, or the lack of clarity of how she would be different, And I think people are looking at that. I think they are truly, it's like Clinton said, it's the economy, stupid. It matters. And she hasn't articulated a message that's really resonated. And to this day, I feel like in the last few days I've gotten to know her better. And it's very unfortunate she's had a very short time, but she did have 3.5 years for a president who was advanced in age. And she said she wouldn't do anything different.
Look, we don't know what's happened out there tonight. Of course, it's too early to say. What data we do have suggests that perhaps Donald Trump has done slightly better than Joe Biden did amongst African Americans generally, men perhaps in particular. It looks, again, in the very early data that she hasn't necessarily done as well as some people thought in terms of the gender split. What do you think's going on out there, or do you have no idea because it's too early to say?
Well, I'll say I have no idea because it's too early to say. But
don't say that. It's not helpful.
But I will say that I think people underestimated how much of an asset Michelle Obama was to Barack Obama.
Yeah.
I think something that people haven't talked about and why she hasn't necessarily resonated as well is Michelle Obama really anchored Barack Obama in the legacy of the slave. She's not the legacy of the slave. And I think there's a little bit of a disconnect. Not terrible, but it could be an enthusiasm gap where you're not seeing as many urban voters, you're not seeing as many black men, you might not see quite as many black women come out for her because there's a little bit of an enthusiasm gap, I think. But we'll see. You know, I'd never underestimate the Democrats' ability to get out the vote, so it's early.
Okay, it is early. A little earlier tonight, in that very chair, we had John Bolton, one of your former colleagues, I guess you would say, sounding the alarm about a Trump presidency. Sounding the alarm about both presidents, potential presidents, but of course he worked very closely with Donald Trump. I mean, you work for Jim Mattis, Secretary of Defense. He's no fan of Trump either. You've seen Generals Mark Milley, Generals Kelly saying terrible things about Trump, calling him a fascist. What do you think when you hear those accusations?
Well, first, I would tell you that I would never question General Kelly or General Mattis's assessment of anyone's leadership style and skills. But what I will say is it's a binary choice. And there are only two people on this ballot. I am not concerned about our constitutional republic. I think that belittles the strength of our institutions. I think the American people, both sides, bipartisan, believe in the system. And so I don't think any one man can destroy the office. But we have a real choice between someone who we've seen. And I think that's also, we already understand Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been a playboy in the 70s. He was Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous in the 80s. He was the comeback kid in the 90s. He was The Apprentice. He is an American that multiple generations have seen in different disciplines, and we know who he is. And all we know is most of us think we were doing better 4 years ago than we are doing now.
I guess what a lot of people back home may be wondering is when they see someone like General Kelly. Like, I don't know General Kelly, you do. He strikes me as a deeply sober man. No liberal, I mean, I'm guessing, but no liberal. Why would he go to the effort and the risk to him, you might say, of speaking out in those extreme terms, calling a man a fascist, saying he's a threat to America, unless he believed that word to be true? And given your evident respect for him, why do you not take that more seriously?
I think that General Kelly has his opinion, and let me be clear, he was with him day in and day out. General Mattis was with him often, very often. But at the end of the day, and I respect both of their opinions, I left with Secretary Mattis as the only one in the department to leave with Secretary Mattis. So I have deepest respect for their feelings. But at the end of the day, the American people have to choose what's best for them, what's best for their families, and they can absolutely take under advisement. But what's the alternative? And that's what Americans are thinking about. Yes, I understand you think he's a dictator. I understand you think he's a fascist. But I just went into a ballot box with two choices. It's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And I think it's too early to tell where America will stand on that.
Fascinating chat. Thank you so much indeed for coming in to talk to us. Now, you're looking there at, I think, the Kamala Harris watch party, which looks like it's getting pretty lively already. Still very early to see which way that party's going to go. It's always terrible on nights like this. You know, everyone has to plan for a victory party and the ability to capture the vibe if the right things have happened for your team. And then, of course, it all goes flat very fast if the result is going the wrong way. And haven't we seen that time and again? British elections, Brexit night. We're all very familiar with it. But there you are. That's the Kamala Harris watch party. But let's go to Dan, who is with Team Trump in Florida. Dan, not quite as lively behind you yet, but what's the atmosphere in the room with you there?
Yeah, I'd say it's buzzy here, definitely. I mean, they've got Fox News on behind me, blaring out to the crowd. Every time a state is projected for Donald Trump, a cheer goes up. I think they definitely feel buoyant at the moment. And one of the reasons for that is sort of looking at data, for example, from Florida. If we could just talk about that for a minute. 80% or so of the vote counted. 55% to Donald Trump, 44% to Kamala Harris. Well, that is an improvement on 2020 when he won about 51%. In Palm Beach, which is a heavily Latino and black area, Donald Trump's vote there is up 6% or so. Also, just another line from Matt Schlapp, who is the chairman of CPAC, the conservative sort of umbrella group, talking about Georgia as well, in Fulton County. He's saying that with about 55% of the vote counted there, Trump is up 3% on where he was in 2020 and up 5% with the African American vote. So, look, there's a long way to go. 55% if the vote counted, there's still almost half the vote not counted. Things could change and people, obviously are being cautious. But I think certainly from where I'm standing here, there is a reason for them to feel that they are a little bit optimistic, bullish at the moment, but I think everyone is obviously cautious. There's a long way to go, but certainly the drinks are flowing here, the food has been brought out, there's plenty of people, I wouldn't say 4,000 or 5,000 yet, but certainly several thousand, I think. I'm not sure yet what time we will see Donald Trump on the stage behind us. I anticipate he'll want to wait until we get some more definitive results out of the swing states.
OK, Dan, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm joined by Debbie Meslow and Rebecca Prozan, both former campaign managers for Harris. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. How do you think it's going?
Oh, well, we're extremely excited. We have been we've been doing door knocking for the last 10 days in Madison, Wisconsin. There was a group of 10 of us from California. We've felt incredible enthusiasm on the ground. And really, the results are nothing surprising. All the states that Trump was supposed to get, he's getting. The states we're supposed to get, we're getting. And all the ones that we need in order to reach 270 are still too close to call.
I have to say, too, Rebecca and I have been with her in so many campaigns. Rebecca ran her first campaign. We have been here before. These have always been close elections. She's always been underestimated, and she's always won. So we feel confident.
The early data out of states that she might well have won and might well still win, the North Carolinas and the Georgias, doesn't look as promising as a lot of people on your side might have hoped. David Plouffe was saying yesterday or the day before that he thought there was a plausible path as he saw it. For those watching at home, I should say that David Plouffe, perhaps her critical campaign advisor and manager at the moment, was on the airwaves saying he thought it was going well. He saw late-breaking undecideds going for Harris by double digits and that he thought there was a plausible path in all 7 swing states. It's very early days, but where we are at this point in the night, it doesn't look quite as optimistic as that. Would you acknowledge that?
No. You know why? Because they're late-breaking undecideds. And if they're late-breaking undecideds, their votes haven't been counted yet. Because the votes that have been counted are the ones that are in the bank that are early votes. The late-breaking ones are not going to be counted until later. So no, I will not.
I think, too, there's been so much increased voter turnout. We're seeing that throughout the states, young people coming out. And so, they're talking about all the lines in Pennsylvania. We hope that people who are in line in Pennsylvania still continue to stay and have their voice be heard. And so there's a lot of dynamics still to this race that are different from what we saw in 2020, 2016. And so it's still early.
in the northern battleground states, I don't need to tell you it was very, very close last time. I mean, you've been out on the campaign trail as you've been discussing. What do you feel feels different one way or another about this election versus the last?
I think the lines are much clearer than they ever have been. You're either for reproductive rights or you're against healthcare. You either want a border that is clear and a wall, or you want a sensible immigration policy that will adhere to what the country can do and also honor the tradition of America. And I think that those lines are exceptionally clear to people who can see them. And we have seen the energy of students and women who don't want to see another 4 years of Donald Trump.
I think, too, we've seen a lot of interest on how America is viewed on the global stage. That's come up a lot at these doors. We've knocked over 3,000 doors over the last week, and a lot was around how America is going to coordinate with its allies, going to cooperate with its allies. Certainly everything we know about Donald Trump and his perspectives on that. Voters have an interest in that. And so we're also hoping that all the work the vice president has done, the way that she's shown up, certainly the ways that we know Donald Trump will act on the global stage, we've seen that before, will also have a bearing in this race.
Okay, well, sorry to have taken you off the campaign trail. Thank you very much indeed for sparing the time.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Right, what do we make of all that?
I'd like to say under a second Trump administration, if he were to win, we hear a lot of people talking about just that. Is he going to back away from our alliances? My answer to that is absolutely no. I served at the State Department for 2.5 years. I've seen firsthand the importance of our alliances. As we look at China, as we look at Taiwan, we have an excellent agreement that we struck with the Australia and the UK, AUKUS agreement, meant to protect a free Indo-Pacific, and that is important. We will not back away from our alliances. Will Donald Trump, if he were to be reelected, put more pressure on our allies to do more to take care of themselves so that the United States isn't footing so much of the bill? Yes, absolutely he will. But we're not going to break away from those alliances.
Heather, what is President Zelensky thinking at this moment?
Yeah, I think President Zelensky is concerned. Of course he's concerned, but he's concerned primarily because we have Russia, North Korea, Iran and China all cooperating together. The world is on fire. It is a hot mess. We've got to stay focused and stay aligned, regardless of who wins the White House. And we need an alliance with Congress and everybody working together because the threats are so real and so severe right now.
Can you be an isolationist and keep intact your alliances?
So I think that's a misnomer. So I've heard people here tonight talking about how Republicans are isolationists. I would say absolutely not. While there are some Republicans in the party who say, hey, wait a minute, why are we sending all our money over there when we have such big problems here at home? That's a comment they can make. That's a concern I understand that they have. But we have to make sure that we're not sending our troops into additional wars around the world
the problem,
and stoking those things. So I think you can do both at once. It's a smaller percentage of the Republican Party that is isolationist.
But Heather, you were in the State Department. It's not impossible you might be back in the State Department if Donald Trump is back in the White House. Would you not be concerned that on, one of arguably we can debate which is the biggest, challenge to the world order, if you want to put it that way, challenge to the democratic way of life. And a lot of people would say it's Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, and Donald Trump is absolutely clear. He's going to effectively cut the rug from underneath President Zelensky on day one, isn't he? Isn't that what he's saying?
I don't think he will. He said he could resolve it. I don't think he can resolve it as quickly as he indicated he could. He has had a decent relationship with Putin. I've seen the Russian government firsthand. I know they lie. I know how dangerous they are. But I do also understand that you have to have relationships with your adversaries so you can talk with them about things. I was a part of a small team that went to North Korea 3 times in 2018 for denuclearization talks with Kim Jong-un. We brought home 3 Americans, with a little help from the Brits, by the way, brought home 3 Americans who had been held there for several years. We thought that these men might die. The reason I share this is that we know how important those alliances are. The policy sometimes looks like it's messy from the outside, but when you're inside working it, it's tough, it's strong, and it's correct, good, tough American foreign policy.
The thing that gives a lot of, I think, voters and certainly a lot of Democrats some concern, the last voice that's going to be in the room with Donald Trump is J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance has been more isolationist than anybody. He's talked more openly about abandoning Ukraine. That gives Democrats, gives a lot of people who care about the safety of Ukraine some real pause. And Donald Trump has said, he told Putin he can do whatever he wants with Ukraine. Those are real issues that I think people, rightly in Europe and across the pond, have really concerns about.
I'm not going to defend what the president said. I had just come out of Ukraine on a 1,300-mile road trip and landed in Poland when I heard the president's comments about that. I was horrified when I had heard that. But we are not going to back away from our alliances. We support a free and sovereign Ukraine. I think Donald Trump is just concerned about the amount of money that we are sending to Ukraine and not wanting to get the United States into another what he calls endless war.
OK, let's go back to Julie at that watch party in San Francisco. Julie, very safe Democrat seat there, but you have some Republican guests with you.
Thanks very much, Tom. It's getting quite noisy here at Manny's in the heart of San Francisco. There are people gathering for the Kamala Harris watch party. But alongside me here, I have three key figures from the San Francisco, California Republican Party. John Dennis, the chair, Yvette Cochran, who's running for Senate here in San Francisco, and Rod Leung. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. First of all, I come to you, John. What are you hearing from on the ground in other places beyond this state, which is pretty tough Republicans, right?
Yeah, well, on the presidential race, we're going from nauseously optimistic to cautiously optimistic. Things are looking good on the presidential election, and I'm expecting our candidates, that is one, to do very well here in San Francisco.
It's tough here, though, for Republicans, isn't it? This is a deep blue city in a deep blue state.
Yeah, it's a shame that because all the great things you think about San Francisco, the cable cars, the great bridges were built when Republicans ran San Francisco. But over the last 2 years, Republican registration is up 20% in this city, and we're moving in the right direction.
Hard to campaign here as a Republican, Yvette?
Initially, when I first started, I would say yes. It was frightening and a challenge, but after campaigning for this last year, what I found is more and more people are identifying more with my policies than my opponent, Scott Wiener. And it's been amazing because now seeing across the political platform where people who probably would not have worked together before are now working together and supporting my campaign, at least, is amazing to see. So there is hope for San Francisco.
Okay, but it is a hard fight here. How does that fit into many people's memories of the Republican Party here in California? People look back to the 80s and think of Ronald Reagan. It's a long, long time since, though. What went wrong?
Well, I think it's changing demographics. The priorities of the voters has changed. We had Governor Reagan, then we also had Governor Deukmejian, we had Governor Wilson, then we had briefly Gray Davis, who was a Democrat who was recalled, and then we had Governor Schwarzenegger. So it wasn't just all the Reagan years and then Democrats afterwards.
But it's difficult, isn't it, when you've got someone like Governor Schwarzenegger coming out very firmly for Kamala Harris?
Not too surprising. He's sort of a regimist, Republican. He's drifted away from his Republican values, and a bit sad. But we have those folks in the Republican Party. Well, but what's interesting though is you have Bobby Kennedy with Donald Trump. You have Tulsi Gabbard with Donald Trump. You have a lot of people coming across from the political spectrum to join Donald Trump.
But there are issues here, clearly, in San Francisco and in California, not least undocumented immigration, that actually presumably play well for Republicans in this part of the world.
It does, and all of and California has lots of ills, and all of them are owned by the Democrats. There's not one Republican in Sacramento you can blame on the problems in California, or in San Francisco. There's not one Republican in City Hall you can blame San Francisco's problems on.
Yeah, it's a big mix, isn't it? Rod, what's your point? What's your view on that?
Well, what John says is basically true. You can't blame the Republicans for something that they had no position, they had no influence, basically something that they didn't do. This is the problems that we face in San Francisco as a city, at least locally. it's Democrat on Democrat.
OK, thank you very much indeed for joining us, Rod Long, Yvette Cochrane and John too. Thanks very much for coming to us. And here's from Manny's in San Francisco. Back to you, Tom.
OK, Julie, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go to Emma, who is with the Harris campaign in Washington. Emma, things in Georgia not looking that brilliant for Harris so far.
Well, the situation in Georgia is certainly going to cause a degree of concern, and you can see the ripples going around the room here when those figures started to come in. What's interesting about Georgia is when you look at the figures, and of course we've not got all the votes counted yet, Kamala Harris is not putting on the number of votes that they might have expected in the female population. She's going about +7. Joe Biden in 2020 was +9, so that's less than they would have hoped for. And bear in mind that the female voter is somebody she's really fought hard for over these past months, not least because she believes that she can really resonate with female voters over the issue of reproductive rights. And one of the big campaign pushes that the Democrats had during this election was that this is a secret vote, appealing to women, trying to say to them that it doesn't matter what your family think, what your partner, your husband, your other family members see the way to vote as. You can go and cast your own vote in private and nobody will ever know. So it seems that that message hasn't resonated in the way they would have wanted it to in Georgia. But talking to people about Philadelphia, of course, that's Pennsylvania, another key state, they seem to be feeling more optimistic. They say that they're looking at a very positive outcome in terms of younger voters, the Gen Z group that they've really tried to target, and also Puerto Ricans seem to be moving closer to the Democrats' position. And it seems that that terrible joke that was cracked at the Trump rally a couple of weeks ago seems to have really affected that Puerto Rican vote, if the Democrats' assessments are to be believed this evening. Just going back to Georgia, it's worth remembering that Kamala Harris can do this without Georgia, but Donald Trump really needs that far more than she does. So I think there'll be great optimism there this evening. Just listening to everything going on behind me, you'll realise that the atmosphere here is really building. We expect that Kamala Harris will join this group of people who are made up of, loyal supporters who are just normal people who've been busy getting the vote out over the past months, and also those big Democratic donors that want to be here on this evening. She's having dinner in central Washington this evening, and then we'll be heading here to Howard, her former university, while she watches the results come in.
OK, Emma, thank you very much indeed. And we're only about 15 minutes now from another slew of polls closing in places like Arizona. But let's go to Anushka, who has some data on how Harris is doing with the crucial groups of Black and Latino voters across the country.
Thank you, Tom. We have now got quite a lot of national data from the AP VoteCast survey. I mentioned earlier that it's a very big national poll, but also big enough for us to look at what was going on in different states. The sort of things Emma was just talking about, we immediately saw in Georgia when that data started to come out. But let me talk to you about First Black Voters, a group who Kamala Harris really needs to at least be as far ahead with as Biden was, or perhaps further, but this is not looking good for her on a national level, according to this survey data. And I remind you again, it is survey data, it is not results. But look at the lead that Joe Biden had with black voters back in 2020. This was a very big part of his victory. Look at that, 91% to 8% to Trump. And I just want to be absolutely clear. It looks as if Kamala Harris has won over this group way ahead of Donald Trump. But these small differences make a massive difference in an election that is going to hinge potentially on tens of thousands of people in a few states. So this would suggest in this survey that she has slipped back by 10% with this group to 81%, while Trump is making gains, according to this, has gone up from 8 to 15%. And you mentioned Latino voters as well. Let's have a look at what that looks like in the AP VoteCast data. So here again, we're seeing it squeeze. It looks like Donald Trump has done well with another minority group. You can see Joe Biden had this big lead, 63% to 35% back in 2020. If this is right, then it looks like perhaps she slipped back a little bit to 56%, and he has risen up to 44%. These are obviously small changes, and we have to be very cautious. There are, particular polls can shift one way slightly or shift another, but it is worth just mentioning to you as well that Latino men, according to the survey data, have actually gone ahead for Donald Trump compared to the opposite last time round. Let's just bring it back to our battle board to have a think. Oh, sorry, before I do that, before I come back to the battle board, I want to show you the state of the race in Georgia, just what Emma was just talking about now. So we can see here that 55% of votes have now been counted. And so far, according to those votes so far, you can see a pretty healthy lead for Donald Trump, 55% to 44%. Now, I should say that these things can be counted at very different rates, sometimes coming from different counties at different times. I told you earlier that some of the actually more Democrat counties in the state had been kept open for longer, so perhaps some of those results haven't come in yet. And I think Jessica is the expert on this, and I've been listening to her talking about the caution we need. But obviously, Georgia is not looking good at the moment for Kamala Harris. And if I now bring us back to the battle board, we can just have a look at what that might mean. You can actually see some real results coming in as they are actually called. But let's do what we've been doing through the night. Let's fill in the likely results as if they are going blue to the Democrats and red to the Republicans, as that brings us to 226 for Kamala Harris and to 219 for Donald Trump. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in this middle column as it looked in 2020 to just show you what that Joe Biden victory looked like. So if we turn blue, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and then red for North Carolina, because he did not win North Carolina. Donald Trump narrowly won North Carolina. You can see at the bottom that in terms of the electoral votes, even though, as I said earlier on, there was only 43,000 votes in it, he was 303. He was 33 electoral votes beyond where he needed to be, which means that if this time round the Democrats were to lose that Sun Belt, if they were to lose Georgia and it was to go red, if they were to lose Arizona, it would also go red. And if they were to lose Nevada going red, that would still be a victory for Kamala Harris. I'm leaving North Carolina red there. I should say we are also seeing the count data for North Carolina, and it is on an absolute knife edge at the moment on the basis of what we can see. So she would need to win the Rust Belt. And earlier, Tom, you were asking me, could there be differences between the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt? One thing just to say, and we'll bring you the detailed data as soon as we've dug it all out. In Pennsylvania, that divide between college educated and non-college educated is looking quite similar at the moment to 2020. And in 2020, Joe Biden did win Pennsylvania. He actually won it by around 80,000 votes, 1.2%, quite narrowly, but he did win. So the Democrats will be hoping that perhaps there is still a route to victory if they do lose out in the Sun Belt. But obviously, a very long time to go on all of this.
OK, Anishka, thank you very much. Now, Jessica, can I put that to you? Just looking at all that, are we right to basically think, I mean, the actual votes counted maybe don't tell us that much because we don't know what's been counted and what's not. But if the AP VoteCast data is correct, isn't it quite hard to see a path to victory for her if she is underperforming Joe Biden to relatively significant percentage numbers in both the African-American and the Latino communities?
I mean, this is exactly where the Trump campaign has felt like they are making a lot of gains. And so if this bears out, that certainly makes Arizona and Nevada, which we're going to get much later, much harder. You know, Pennsylvania with black voters, Michigan with black voters, we will have to see. But, you know, I think just to underscore what Anushka said, though, you know, Georgia, not a state that Harris has to win.
Yeah.
If it goes back to Trump, she still has a path. We're still waiting on those blue wall states to sort of get more data out of those. And, you know, all of Michigan and Wisconsin will be closed in just the next few minutes. And in North Carolina, you know, there's still a path there, I think. She's doing slightly worse in some of the rural areas, but if we see we still don't have a lot of data in from those population centers from Raleigh-Durham, where those are very heavy college towns. That's where Duke University is, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in Charlotte. If she gets higher turnout there, that could certainly help if she gets higher turnout than Joe Biden did. But right now, again, this would be a flip for Harris, so that would only help her. I think we still have to kind of reserve judgment until we sort of see what is going on in those blue wall states, which long seemed like her best path to victory, and I think continues to be. And again, those national trends from the AP data is going to continue to get adjusted once we get an actual voting data from Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Well, I'm joined by Pippa Malmgren, a former George W. Bush economic advisor. Pippa, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. How do you think, in terms of those of us who are looking at this from the rest of the world, do you think there's a massive difference in terms of a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency to the world economy and the impact on it?
Oh, yeah, they're very substantially different on so many fronts. Certainly take tax policy, where I think much of the country, particularly the educated independent voters who are turning out to be a much more important category than people had thought, they're voting on the basis of they don't want their taxes going up. And they're also voting against further regulation. And so that's a clear difference between them. President Trump has said he's going to be very tough on China, introduce tariffs almost immediately. That obviously is going to have a huge impact on international trade, something that the Harris team has not been as aggressive about. So they are quite dramatically different, and very different on defense policy as well, with the Trump, with most of his advisors being very clearly in the let's cut a deal, let's get to an end in Ukraine and in the Middle East. Let's try and figure out a way to work with China on Taiwan, versus the Harris camp, which was already sort of more inclined to stay in the fight in Ukraine, more inclined to fight over Taiwan, and less inclined to step in to resolve things in Israel. Ironically, it's ended up that the Republicans have carved out a position as the peace party, and the Democrats have had to defend their position as being more aggressive on foreign policy, which obviously that's expensive for the world economy.
There are plenty of people who are pretty scared about Trump's promised policy on tariffs. I mean, some people suggesting it's going to do slightly scary things to inflation in terms of, certainly back in the UK, that's what people have been saying today. Does that bother you?
Well, look, when he first raised this, it was scary and it did have a big impact. But today, there's such a dramatic shift in the location of manufacturing back to the United States. So it's not like 4 or 5 years ago. Today, the U.S. is a manufacturing nation again. Jobs have come back into the U.S. High tech is well in play. The U.S. is now becoming a major manufacturer in things like computer chips, which they were not in, 5, 7 years ago. So the idea that raising these barriers is definitively a terrible outcome was easier to argue when he first came into the presidency and harder to argue now.
It's very hard to determine, and I know big business doesn't necessarily think the same way, but when you think of Wall Street, you think of business leaders, who do you think they really want to win tonight?
Well, look, the word is amongst the Wall Street business leaders that they expected a Trump win today. I think business in general favors that, except, let's face it, we do see Robert Kennedy so closely aligned with Trump and likely to emerge as a major influence on healthcare policy, medical policy. And so what the market's already starting to do is reduce the valuations of companies that would be under attack by that approach, and raising the prices of those that will benefit. So, for example, Elon Musk's stocks are all up, whereas we're going to probably see pharma and big food down. So the market's doing what it always does, which is discounting the outcome. Look, the really big issue in this election is that I think the establishment has not understood the huge impact of independent voters. America is no longer a country where everybody is either on the left or on the right. more than half the voters under most circumstances will say, I'm not either one anymore. And that is what has made it so hard to judge the outcome. So, for example, like in the state of Georgia, it turns out that the number of independent voters is much higher than was expected, and they lean Trump much more than expected. So I think this is going to be a continuing theme of this race is, wait a minute, I thought I understood the left and the right, but it's this new thing called the independent, and people don't understand it very well yet.
Okay, Pippa Malmgren, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, let's just go and take a look at some voting in Georgia. Polls in Georgia were supposed to have closed some time ago, but we've had these bomb threats down there. The polls have been open much longer than people expected. Looks from those pictures as if they are still open. We're just waiting for the next slew of polls to close in places like Wisconsin. The story of the night really so far is that the data out of Georgia does not look particularly attractive for Kamala Harris. Certainly looking at our underlying data, nor does some of the national picture. It doesn't look as if she's doing nearly as well in key groups like African Americans and amongst Latino voters when compared with Joe Biden. And she really needed to hold her own in those and perhaps do better with college-educated women. I think that was the big hope for Kamala Harris. It's terribly early days, but it doesn't look massively positive for her campaign at this point. It may be that the northern battleground states, and we're just about to have the polls close in Wisconsin, it may be that they do perform very differently from Georgia. We'll just have to see. But we're now going to go to CNN as those polls close and see what they make of it.
John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 207.
Well, there we have it. I think what you're seeing in the course of the night is that it's close. We thought it was going to be close. It is close, and that's why so few races have been called early. No news station wants to put itself out there until they're pretty sure of the result. You only go for a result once you're really confident that it can't be unwound, that the counties, for example, that haven't declared aren't going to come up with something so surprising that's going to upset the apple cart. Clearly it's close, which is why we're not getting projections yet. Jessica, though, you do have some news.
So there is a call in North Carolina. It is not for president, I want to underscore, but I think even our viewers over there in the UK have been following the North Carolina governor's race there, where
whether they like it or not, they have.
Yes, where the Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson was embroiled in multiple scandals, including allegedly posting on a pornography website about being a black Nazi and different things. So the Democrat there, the Attorney General Josh Stein, has been called by the Associated Press as the winner there. He's currently leading by about 13 points, even as Trump is up by about 4 points in the state. So we don't, we don't see a lot of ticket splitting in races, but where we do still see it is in governor's races. We saw Senate races typically break the same way that presidential results do. We've seen that in 2016 and in 2020. But this governor's race, certainly, there was even a concern by some Republicans that Robinson, with all his scandals and controversy, would sort of drag down Trump. We haven't seen that. So that's good news for the Trump campaign there, that we aren't seeing any of that. But again, this is a victory for Democrats in that they held that seat. And again, Republicans basically pulled out of the state after that scandal as well.
Do you see any read over at all between Mark Robinson, not making it, and the presidential race, or do you just think people will have thought about these things entirely differently?
I think people view it entirely differently. You know, again, when people are voting for Senate, they're voting for which party they want to control Congress. When they're voting for governor, you're voting more for the person. And Mark Robinson became just so polarizing there. And so it's not surprising. And in the past 2 presidential election cycles, even as Trump has won the state, the Democrat there, Roy Cooper, won both times. So North Carolina is used to splitting his tickets, but by a much bigger margin. And that's because of that scandal with Mark Robinson. He was just so, you even saw Trump trying to distance and Vance trying to distance themselves from him to an extent.
We've talked a lot about the presidential race. You've mentioned this North Carolina governor's race. What about the Senate and the House? Any indication at all about who's going to end up with control of the House or the Senate?
Yeah, so, we're watching in Pennsylvania very closely. That we're still waiting for results there. Ohio, we're still seeing very close results there. That's a state that's going to go for Trump, but I'm still waiting on some of the big population centers with Sherrod Brown there. Can he outrun Trump, the Democrat there? Where the House is, we have seen one flip in the Senate, and this is one that we expected, the open West Virginia Senate seat there with Joe Manchin, the Democrat turned independent, retiring. The governor there, Jim Justice, also used to be a Democrat, became a Republican. He's easily flipped that. We expected that. So that means the Senate battleground is at 50-50. Republicans now only have to pick up 1 seat in order to win the Senate, and that most likely seat is not going to come for a couple of hours until polls in Montana.
And one of the big lines of messaging coming out of Republicans this year is, we need control of the U.S. Senate. We need it because it's a backstop to crazy leftists doing all kinds of things that you don't want to happen. That's been the message, and it's been very effective, actually, not just with Republican voters, but also with fundraisers. Another thing that the Republican Party has done this year, they've gotten some really good, strong Senate candidates. There's been a lot of talk about some really poor Republican candidates in recent years who haven't been properly vetted, who are a little wacky. North Carolina being a perfect example of someone who should have been better vetted. But we have some good ones this year. Montana, Tim Sheehy,
I was going to say,
former Navy
you spend
SEAL.
a lot of your time in Montana.
I do. And he's a very strong candidate. In fact, if he wins, I think he could potentially go on to be presidential potential someday.
Wow.
He's that good. He is that good. No, truly, he's that good. He's one to watch.
Purple Heart recipient.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Purple Heart recipient.
And many other things as well. And then if you look at Pennsylvania, where you have Dave McCormick. Dave was also an Army officer, went to West Point. Dave McCormick made a ton of money from a hedge fund years ago, and he's trying to serve his country. He didn't win last time around. In fact, he didn't have Trump's support last time around. Dr. Oz, who is an American kind of silly doctor here, celebrity doctor, had Trump's support, but now Dave McCormick this time, another stellar candidate. So I think Republicans will do well in the Senate.
Okay, so do Republicans end up with the White House, the House, and the Senate by the end of this evening? We will see. Let's go back to Dan, who is at the Trump watch party. How are they feeling, Dan?
Well, there's continuing sort of loud buzz and cheers going up each time a result is called on Fox News behind me. I mean, they were just saying that in Miami-Dade, which is a heavily Latino area of Florida, Donald Trump is up 11%. That seems to be a pretty extraordinary number if that holds. Obviously, not all the votes are counted yet, but I think quite a lot of them are, and that would suggest this theme that you've been discussing of Latino men looking like they are coming out and voting for Donald Trump in significant numbers, which is, after all, pretty extraordinary given the jokes about Puerto Rico from Tony Hinchcliffe at that rally that we were at in Madison Square Garden in New York in the final stages of this campaign. And yet it seems like, there are still a significant number of Latino men who are willing to come out and vote for Donald Trump. Now, the question is why. Obviously, is that because of the economy, or what particular message, or is it a reaction to Kamala Harris's message or offer? But it seems like some pretty significant results beginning to trickle in. We're still a long way from getting any kind of definitive idea of which way this election is going, though. But it looks like it is going to be very close as all the polls may have suggested all along.
Pollsters being right, maybe the biggest development of the night. Dan, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Scotty Nell Hughes, who is a Republican, a commentator, and I think it's fair to say enthusiastic supporter of Donald Trump, How are you feeling at this point? So far, the data looks good for you?
The data looks good, but I first have to give a great shout out to my friend Heather. I've not seen her in a few years. It's amazing. I've loved watching your panel and discussion this evening. I know she's excited just because I know how much she loves elections like I do. But yes, tonight is actually very interesting because on one hand, I thought that it was going to be kind of a breeze looking at some of the data going into it. I've been following Poly Market, which, you know, I always say you can always look at what the odds are in Vegas. They usually do better than the pollsters. And all day long, Poly Market has had Trump up the whole day. Then it was about midday that started to even out a little bit more. But tonight, as the votes are starting to be counted, Poly Market actually has Trump at a 71.1% lead over Kamala's 29.3%. So, you know, if people are willing to put their money where their vote is and risk it, that's usually a pretty accurate of where the country's going. Personally, right now, that's why I'm just looking at my phone. Virginia is my biggest surprise. I'll be honest with you. I thought Virginia was going to go all blue, obviously, because you have a lot of government workers that live in Virginia, that travel in to do their work, but they vote in Virginia. The fact that Trump still has a chance in Virginia, I think is a surprise to so many, including myself, that just kind of speaks whether if those government workers should have been given the day off to stay home and maybe go vote in their district, or maybe they're actually asking for a change of the administrations as well.
Do you think it's plausible? I mean, so far, what data we have seems to relate to the Sun Belt. Do you think it's plausible that the Rust Belt just behaves completely differently?
You know, I'm going back and forth to it. You know, Trump felt very secure, or as secure as you could be going into Pennsylvania today. Obviously, the betting markets are saying that Trump is going to take Pennsylvania. But if Trump takes Virginia, if Trump takes North Carolina, Georgia, and then, you know, maybe I don't think even at that point really needs Pennsylvania at that stage. But if Trump is able to take Pennsylvania as well, I think this is also going to not only bring up some serious excitement about what's going to happen with the Trump agenda in the next 4 years, but it's also going to be sort of a vindication to Trump that something wasn't right in 2020 if he's got these overwhelming states that did not go for him so well 4 years ago. What has changed and allowed him to be able to go into power this time?
Well, one plausible scenario would be that if he wins tonight, it might be sensible to acknowledge that he lost last time. I mean, after all, what would be the logic in winning when Joe Biden is in the White House and controlling all the machinery of government when he lost when he wasn't? I wouldn't quite get the logic of that. Surely if he wins tonight, the logic is he probably lost last time.
Well, we hope he doesn't continue that conversation, but you have to go, how does the party that had the most votes, popular votes ever in history lose just 4 years later? And you have to wonder, from the Democrats' perspective, were they really better off switching off candidate Joe Biden just 100 days out to Kamala Harris? Could they potentially have been able to salvage even better if they would have stuck with who they originally had the last 3 years? Those kind of questions the Democrats are going to have to answer. But first, we have to get through tonight. Very exciting. I have to think if Florida can count their votes in 2 hours, why can't every other state? In fact, any other state that can't do it that efficiently, I think the people need to look at their state government and go, why are you so inefficient and why are you wasting taxpayer dollars and time and not able to get your votes counted? If a diverse state like Florida can do it, then every other state in the U.S. should be able to as well.
You may find people all over America and perhaps back home in the UK wondering the same question. But for now, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Let's go back to Julie in California with some pretty crucial, perhaps tonight, young voters.
Hello again from San Francisco and Manny's watch party, getting livelier by the minute. And I'm joined now by that crucial core of voters, young voters. Anybody following Kamala Harris's campaign will have spotted that she put a whole lot of emphasis on getting first-time and young voters out. And we've got a few here. I'm going to take a seat here and see if I can get to speak to Patrick. First of all, you're a first-time voter and you've been quite torn. You quite like some of Trump's policies on the economy. Just talk me through how you've decided your vote.
Yeah, I was undecided for a few months, definitely earlier in the year, but I think the biggest issue for me was abortion access. I have a lot of women in my life who deeply care about that, and that was the deciding issue for me the last couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. And Brian, tell us what your thinking's been. You're a history and cinema double major student at San Fran State University.
Yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris has been a key part of an administration that has continued to give billions and billions of dollars to Israel as it continues to destroy Gaza even after, tens of thousands of deaths.
So this is, and how much have you found that's been an issue amongst young voters on your campus?
Yeah, on our campus, it's a big issue. We have a Palestinian community on our campus that doesn't want to see their families back in Gaza and in the West Bank continue to be persecuted, be killed by a government that receives American money, American tax money, and our tuition money.
So may I ask where you put your vote in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I voted third party because I don't live in a swing state. I live in a blue state that will go to Harris. And I think it's important that the Democratic Party understands that there are people that would usually give their vote to them that are upset with them, that they've continued to support Israel.
Fascinating, thank you. Sean, you're a fourth-year student at San Fran State University studying journalism. Neither felt like a very good option to you.
Yes, I really wasn't comfortable with, obviously, Donald Trump. He is a known liar, narcissist, rapist. He's been convicted of multiple felonies. And yet on the other side, like Brian was mentioning, you have Kamala Harris, who, by all means, I have a greater appreciation for in terms of what she's done for democracy and in terms of what she wants to do for women and for other minority groups. But there's also that compelling interest, ultimately, of there are people dying in Gaza, and there are people dying, all over that area of land in Palestine, in Gaza, that this administration that she is a part of with Biden has continued to ignore and continue to just let this happen, ultimately.
So where did you go with your vote in the end?
Ultimately,
civil and federal suits against Donald Trump is what we should understand.
Ultimately, I did end up voting for Kamala Harris, but ultimately, it's not a vote I'm completely comfortable with, but I know that in the end, I am more likely to change Kamala Harris's mind in terms as a voter compared to changing Donald Trump's mind.
Jens, talk us through your voting thinking.
Yeah, so I supported Kamala Harris because, first of all, I support her intersectional nature of her political representation, and second of all, which is most important for me, reproductive freedom. And she has one of her central promises as to restore reproductive freedom. And it's really important because it's the first presidential election after Roe v. Wade, which imposed nationwide ban on abortion. So it's not just a matter of abortion rights, but also in local, federal, and state level. It's going to be a rollback on women's rights issues, such as menstrual equity and contraceptive access and bans on no-fault divorce. So because Kamala Harris supports a lot of women's rights and women's health issues, that's why I supported her.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ben Bartlett, you're a first-time voter. You're at Berkeley.
Yes.
Take us through your thinking.
So I'm an environmental biology major, so something that is really important to me is having robust environmental policies. Specifically, I've seen Kamala Harris, I got invited to a climate conference to see her viewpoints on the Inflation Reduction Act, and having a candidate that believes in climate change is so important. And it's but however, I do want to hold her accountable for having more nuanced climate policies, like banning fracking, which is hydraulic fracking is a very important issue to me because it's such a short-term
Yeah, well, she's been criticised for flip-flopping on it. It's
Yes.
really interesting listening to all of you.
2019, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting listening to all of you that there's not a great slam dunk here in the way that people necessarily feel about her. And Anais Shergill, you're a political science student, and that's exactly where you've been caught. You felt you couldn't vote for either the main candidates.
Yeah, well, I am a political science as well as a sociology student, and I have a minor
minor in, or I'm pursuing a minor in law. And so this type of stuff is very important to me. I did end up voting third party for De La Cruz Garcia.
And who's that in California?
Claudia De La Cruz and Garcia. I believe on the ballot it was under the Peace and Freedom Party, but they're also going under the Party for Socialism and Liberation. So one thing I will mention, which I believe was already mentioned before, is that we live in a blue state, and so basically our vote is not going to have a huge deciding factor in this election. And I think that it's really important to recognize that third parties actually do have a lot of power in, holding our candidates accountable, because the two-party system, as we see it right now, is not a sustainable system. And I'm sure, as you've seen across the board, people are not happy with either of the candidates, Republican or Democrat. You look at the cost of living in comparison to the stagnant wages, or wages that have remained stagnant, which are causing incredibly horrible issues in the U.S., just here in the U.S., like homelessness. Kamala Harris was the district attorney for San Francisco, and she put around 2,000 people in jail for marijuana-related crimes, things such as that. And so I think that voting third party is definitely very important, especially during a time right now.
OK, thank you very much. Absolutely fascinating to hear all of your insights here, when people might have assumed in such a blue state, as you were saying, Anais, that it might have been more straightforward for Kamala Harris. That ain't necessarily the story that we're hearing from all of you tonight. So we really appreciate you coming to talk to all of us. Thank you very much. And I'll see if I can manage to get off my old knees. And we'll be back here at the party a bit later on.
OK, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Anushka to get some details of how the race is shaping up in some of the key states.
Thank you, Tom. I want to give you an update on the latest events around the United States and different media platforms. Some are making predictions. In fact, the New York Times is forecasting that Trump is going to make it into the White House with 276 college votes. They've predicted Harris to pick up 262 votes. I should say they've not always been right at this point. And it's still very tight. Votes are still coming in, of course, in the swing state of North Carolina. Harris was actually ahead earlier in the counting, but is currently sitting on 47% of the votes. And Trump is on 51%. 40% of them have been counted so far. Slightly more positive signs for Harris coming from perhaps the key swing state, the way it's shaping up, Pennsylvania. She has 60% of the vote compared to Trump on 38%, although only 18% of the vote has come in. And we have seen before Pennsylvania tipping more to Democrats early on. And I should say already in the time we've been watching this, it has shifted slightly towards Trump. Well, Trump has already been raising the prospect of voter fraud in the state. He posted on Truth Social earlier tonight saying there is a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia law enforcement coming. Now, Philadelphia is the biggest city in the state of Pennsylvania, which increasingly looks like it could decide this election. However, Philadelphia authorities have since insisted there is no factual basis whatsoever to support Trump's claims.
Anushka, what do you make of everything you've seen so far? I mean, obviously, it's still relatively early days. You've got the New York Times making that prediction. We don't, as we've said, they've got it wrong before. But it doesn't look massively promising to Harris from where we are, unless she comes home pretty strong in Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. And she might. But so far, and what we've seen in the other swing states doesn't encourage you to think that it's looking brilliant for her. Fair or not fair?
Totally fair. I mean, it is worth just saying, Tom, obviously, we haven't got as many of the likely Democrat states called yet, but these are the results on the board. And already Donald Trump, not with any surprises here, but at 154, Kamala Harris on 30. But obviously, we will get these other results as they come. And as we've said so many times, the majority of them are going to go the way that we expect them to. It is going to come down to these. But the thing that we were talking about before we came into any of this was that there were underlying trends that she needed to be winning this election. If I can just bring it back to that kind of prediction board where we fill in all the likely things, and just let's bring it back once again, as I did earlier, to where Joe Biden was in 2020. Remember that he won 6 out of 7 of these swing states. So we turned them all blue apart from North Carolina, which we would turn red. This was a big win in terms of the Electoral College votes, even though it came down to just 43,000 votes. And I've said it earlier tonight, she doesn't need to hold on to all of them in order to be able to win. But the big kind of stories that we were looking for, and we were able to already show you some of them, was would she be able to drive ahead with women voters, for example? And abortion was seen as if it would be a huge motivating factor for a lot of women. And the reality is that the early data we're seeing does not show that shift that we were expecting among women, although in some states it's perhaps more there than it is in others. For example, in Pennsylvania, non-college educated white women, it does look like perhaps she has made some gains with them, which we're not seeing in states like Georgia and North Carolina at the moment. And on the other hand, the other big narrative coming into this was, how was Donald Trump doing with minority voters? Was it possible that he could squeeze that vote compared to where it was with Biden, even when he was up against a minority candidate, someone who's going to be the first black female president of the United States? And again, the underlying data doesn't look good. But I think you've been making this point, and to be honest, it is possibly something that we are seeing, or seeing a suggestion of in the data, that perhaps the Sun Belt could behave differently to the Rust Belt. One thing I just want to point out, I showed you the data earlier on Latino voters, which on a national basis is really not looking very good for Kamala Harris. Not only has the gap with all Latino voters, squeezed, but it looks like on that national survey data that Latino men are actually voting more for Donald Trump than they are for Kamala Harris. Well, we haven't yet talked about Arizona, but Arizona is a big and important state. If we bring it back up on the map just quickly, as quickly as we can. There you go. Look, Arizona here in the West, this is, as you've been talking about, this is a state which has a third of voters, the Latino population. And, there was a sense, could that have helped Kamala Harris? Well, if that survey data is to be believed, that's going to make it very difficult in a state with 11 electoral votes.
I just want to try and crystallise and recap on kind of where we are. There was this big debate about whether the polls were accurate or not accurate, and there was a lot of, they'd been off by 4 points the last 2 presidential election cycles, and there was the feeling, therefore, they might be off either way by 4 points or more this time. First of all, it doesn't look like they were off, and that it is going to be very tight, and therefore they're correct about that. They also said that Trump was doing much better and she was struggling amongst the Latino population and Latino men in particular, also to some extent amongst black voters, and that also looks like it's true. But then we spent quite a bit of the last day or so talking about that Iowa poll and whether it showed something that pollsters might have missed, which is women in certainly some states coming out much more strongly motivated by the issue of abortion than we thought. So far, the first part of everything I just said there looks like it's being true. But if I interpret you correctly, you're saying the second part, the kind of whole Iowa question, that doesn't necessarily look like it's true.
No, I think one thing that people wondered if it might happen would be, would white working class women, or white women just generally, vote in larger numbers for Kamala Harris than they have done previously for Democrat candidates. If you actually track the votes of white women over the past few presidential elections, it is totally fascinating. We had a situation where they've been ahead for the Republicans for some time, and they've increased. And they increased massively towards the Republicans in 2012. And then were above, they voted more for Donald Trump than they did for Hillary Clinton in 2016 and again for Joe Biden. We wondered, Tom, didn't we? Could it look different this time with white women across the country? And at the moment, that national data is suggesting that no, it doesn't look very different, that she hasn't actually increased that overall vote. However, I can show you some of the breakdowns in Pennsylvania because I've said this a few times now. She doesn't have to win all the swing states that she doesn't have to win all the swing states that Joe Biden did. She may only have to win the 3 Rust Belt ones. It could just come down to that if it's looking bad in somewhere like Georgia. And so there is a particular group in Pennsylvania where it does look like the Republican vote has dropped back somewhat. And I think this could be quite important. This is, you know, white, non-college educated women, a group who have voted very heavily for Donald Trump in the past. And you can see that while he is still ahead with this group, it looks like possibly she's made some small gains, always very cautious with a small change like that, but a slightly more significant drop for the Republicans. And look, like I said again before, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania. So if Pennsylvania is looking very similar, then that will give, you know, the Democrats some hope. And perhaps what you were suggesting earlier is possible, that there is a different trend taking place in the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt.
OK, Anushka, thank you very much. Jessica, can I come to you? You've got some news.
Yes, we do see one person calling North Carolina for Trump, Decision Desk HQ. We don't I don't believe we have an AP call on that yet. But again, just reiterating that a lot of that state is trending toward Trump. Of course, this is the swing state that has gone for Trump in 2016 and in 2020. This was always going to be a little more of a lift. You know, again, Harris's clearest path still remains through the blue wall there. You know, with the New York Times right now, if I pull up and all the caveats that Anushka has also said about sort of, I feel like people from Democrats from 2016 have PTSD with the New York Times needle and different things, because it was projecting Hillary Clinton early on and different things, but they are now giving just a very slight edge to Trump in Pennsylvania, Michigan very early. I still want to say that. You know, as I'm looking at some of the exit poll data from Michigan, some of the numbers with women, Harris doing a little less than Biden was, doing a little worse with white college women, and doing a little bit better with white. Trump's doing better with white non-college women. So we are seeing some gains there now. Michigan was, you know, that was a state by 154,000 votes versus Wisconsin was just 20,000 votes. You know, Wisconsin, the numbers are looking a little bit about the same. Harris actually doing slightly better with white college men there. Again, we're still waiting on sort of the main results from the big population centers to tell us what's going on there.
I was going to ask you, Adam, how disappointed do you think Wilmington, the sort of Harris team, be with the loss of North Carolina? It's a lift, as Jessica said, but they had invested quite a lot of resources and candidate time in North Carolina.
Invested candidate time and resources there. I think the campaign knows that if they win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and Nebraska too, which we'll see how that goes, we don't need to win North Carolina. Obviously, we would love to have it. We'd love to win. I think it's great that we won the governor's race, that Josh Stein will be the next governor of North Carolina. I think that, you know, we'll see how the final vote shakes out there. Roughly, it was about 1%, I think, 4 years ago. So we'll see how close it actually ends up being. I'm watching also some of the votes still outstanding in Georgia, DeKalb County in particular. That big Democratic numbers, raw vote that comes into that county, that, you know, could sway the final result there. So it's very early to tell. I think Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan may still be the ball game.
It is the ball game, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm reminded 4 years ago, I sat at an American television network doing this very thing for 2020. And at the beginning of the night, it was looking very favorable for Republicans. By the end of the night, it was not. And Donald Trump, of course, had lost. So, you know, this is going to be a very tight election. Certain information is looking like it favors the Republicans right now, but still too soon to say.
Surely the difference to last time is some of the underlying data seems to favour Trump more than it did last time. Is that?
Well, I think it does now, chiefly because of the economy, Americans' concerns about immigration, cost of goods, all of that. Whereas before, he was the incumbent president during COVID. The incumbent president is always going to take a hit for whatever happens, whether he's responsible for it or not.
But what I mean, sorry, I'm possibly putting two together and getting 11, which is always a bit of a
long day.
Yeah, you know, it's a privilege you have on election nights. But what I mean is, the polls did tell a certain story and we didn't know if it was true. And the underlying data, kind of the vote cast data, is sort of tending to say so far that the story the polls were telling us might have been true. And then hearing what we know out of North Carolina tends to suggest that therefore that might be in the right direction. That doesn't mean to say she won't win the Rust Belt and still win the election.
No, but I just want to keep going back to the reporting I've done in the field, which is that I was up in Erie, Pennsylvania, spending time there. I was talking to a woman who was having to sell her blood, her plasma, to try and pay for her groceries. And she was actually voting for Harris, but nevertheless, it tells you something that I don't think we should ever underestimate, which is the economic stress that people are under in this country. You know, they really struggle to pay for the basics. And that is a factor that I think plays into this election in a way that, you know, usurps everything else, at every level, in every battleground state.
OK, well, we've spent a lot of time talking about, over the last few days, about abortion, and abortion has been one of the top issues for voters in this election. And Kamala Harris and the Democrats have spent a lot of time trying to get their message across to voters. Let's have a listen to some of what they've been saying.
Government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
He could take actions that effectively ban abortion nationwide, which would put all of us in danger.
In America, 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban.
He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy.
The majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
As President, Kamala Harris will proudly sign a national law to restore reproductive freedom to every woman in every state in our country.
The fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do.
Well, Sejal is in Arizona, where abortion is on the ballot paper. Sejal, look, obviously that is one of the big issues for voters there, but do you think that will impact the presidential choice they make as well?
Look, Tom, I think that Kamala Harris has almost tied her presidential race and her real desire to win Arizona, almost tied it to the whole abortion rights issue. But the issue here in Arizona is that, of course, abortion rights is on the ballot. It is what women and men can vote on. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that will translate into votes for Kamala Harris. I mean, the Democrats have long hoped that it will bring their base out, that they will vote for abortion rights on the ballot and at the same time vote for Kamala Harris. But that is not necessarily the case. That is definitely going to happen here. It is easily the case that it could also happen that women and men vote for abortion rights here, but could also vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump does really well here in Arizona on the issue of immigration, on the issue of border security, and on the issue of economy. And certainly he's been polling really well here. And although Kamala Harris's message about abortion rights is certainly loud and clear here in Arizona, I don't think that she can necessarily say that that would necessarily mean that women will come out and vote for her. The people that I have spoken to, and there have been a lot of people that I've spoken to, a lot of women that I've spoken to, yes, they tell me that they should have a right to decide over what happens to their body. It should not be up to the government. But I've also heard from women who have also said to me that they are going to vote for Donald Trump because they believe in the right of life, they believe in the right of the child. So it's not as simple as Kamala Harris or as anybody else thinks it is here in Arizona. This race here is on a knife edge. It's not going to be a walk in the park for Kamala Harris. It's not going to be a walk in the park for Donald Trump either. And just to let you know that polls have now closed and both sides are going to be watching what happens here very, very carefully. 11 Electoral College votes are up for grabs here.
OK, Sejal, thank you very much. Well, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Gloria Allred. I think it's fair to say a legendary campaigner on the issue of abortion, worked on the original Roe v. Wade. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We did
Thank
wonder
you.
if there was going to be a huge groundswell of women in various states in America coming out and sending a very clear message to politicians in Washington about reproductive freedoms. And it's very early days yet, but it doesn't particularly look like that has happened.
Well, it may happen in Pennsylvania, which is a battleground state, by the way, my home state, which is where she had a big rally last night in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So we don't know. She really needs to win Pennsylvania. What's happening is we're seeing many states, red states, be tallied, but those are not the battleground states. The battleground states are the ones that are close. A lot of Democrats are voting, but often they are in the urban areas, the cities, and we're fighting for the suburbs as well. There's also been interesting results that have shown that there are a lot of older women in the suburbs who are definitely pro-choice, and many of whom might have gone to the Republicans except for the choice issue. So this is something that we do think is going to motivate many women. Women, of course, are in the majority. Women are more likely to go to the polls and vote. Women are more likely, when they vote, to vote Democratic. So we can't say yet. We don't see all of the, or maybe even most of the votes in the United States. California, where I'm located, but not right now, where I'm calling from New York. California and New York actually both have large electoral college votes, and they're not in yet. So we'll have to see what happens. We have to see what happens in Arizona, as was just mentioned by your correspondent. But this really is a life and death matter for women, particularly young women. Young women, we see, are very motivated. University women, college women, very motivated by the choice issue. And that's what this is, a choice issue. And women feeling the government should have no place and no right to make decisions about our bodies. And we know what happened when abortion was made a crime before Roe v. Wade. I had an illegal abortion. I almost died from it because it was not safe. It was not a crime for me to have one, but it was a crime for a doctor or a nurse, any healthcare provider, to provide it. And so many women died or were injured by illegal abortions because doctors then, as doctors now, in many states that ban abortion, are afraid to help women who literally are hemorrhaging to death, perhaps from a septic infection, and or even if they've had a miscarriage, they're afraid, the doctors are afraid to help them for fear that the doctors will be prosecuted for a crime. So this is women's lives, women's health being put in danger. And this is going to be a key issue. I don't say it's going to be the only issue, but it will be a key issue because women, and I spoke at the Women's March in Washington, D.C. a few days ago, and we had 3 times the number that the march organizers expected. Women are very motivated to make sure that the lives of their daughters and their sisters and their mothers and their aunts are protected. And I might add that we have a saying in the women's movement that a man of quality is not threatened by a woman of equality. So many men will also support us in this battle to win choice and to win, of course, for Kamala Harris, because she represents making sure that women do have a choice and to get the government out of their bodies, off their bodies, and the laws off our bodies. She said she will support signing into law, it's called codification, Roe v. Wade, if the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate also pass the law, she will sign it.
You've made very clear tonight and on many other occasions that a woman's right to choose is not only something you care absolutely passionately about, but is very personal to you. What has been your sort of own personal feelings as you've watched the freedoms you fought very hard for and you believe in so passionately being unwound by the Supreme Court?
Well, my feeling, of course, is I was shocked and very disturbed that the Supreme Court, after almost 50 years of Roe v. Wade, decided to send it back to the states. That's where we were before Roe v. Wade. Leaving it up to the states should not be left up to the states. We should trust women. And that's why we keep chanting, we won't go back, we won't go back, we won't go back, meaning we won't go back prior to Roe v. Wade when it was a crime, because certain states, many states made it a crime, like Texas, like California. And California, we've come full circle now, but we had to fight to make us a blue state instead of a red state. And so that's the motivating factor for many, many women, especially young women and much older women. I've heard many older women say, this is just so upsetting that we fought so hard to win the right to choose for ourselves and have safe, legal, affordable, available abortions available for our daughters if they need them. And now we've gone in the other direction. And President Trump, of course, is very strong. He's been very proud that he has been able to reverse Roe v. Wade by appointing, or I should say nominating, 3 justices to the United States Supreme Court who were anti-choice. And they are the ones, plus 2 others, that decided to reverse Roe v. Wade. So we have to fight for our rights. I've always said no one has ever given women any rights anywhere, including in the UK. We've always had to fight to win them. And that's why we're waging the fight of our lives now, because our lives and the lives of our daughters depend on it.
Okay, Gloria Allred, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Sarah, can I maybe ask you about that? I mean, a very passionate case there made by somebody who's campaigned her whole life, really, for a woman's right to choose. We have had a lot of stories, very credible stories about places, states where you have quite restrictive abortion bans, doctors reluctant to treat people. I mean, are you worried about the way things are moving? And do you think laws are getting too tight in various states?
No, because I think that we keep forgetting to talk about the other equation in this, the humanity involved in this. We're talking about all these legalities, and we're not talking about the other most important factor in this issue, and that is the life of a child and protecting the sanctity of life. We just aren't talking about that very often. And in this presidential campaign, I'm taken aback by this passion that people have, insisting that it is a White House administrative issue, whether an abortion ban or abortion leniency, what will be accepted. This is not a White House administrative issue. It's a state issue as deemed and codified by the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court.
But I'm talking about women bleeding out on an emergency room floor, doctors reluctant to treat them. You do hear these stories. There's no doubt these stories are happening. There's no doubt in some cases they're true. And is that not something that just worries you as a woman, that your daughter or your neighbor's daughter?
That is an absolutely terrible, tragic examples that we have heard, terrible. And no responsible doctor would allow a woman to, of their own volition, allow her to not get the care that she needs. We don't talk about the personalization much of this either. And it is a very personal issue. It's very polarizing also. I was on a panel recently, and I was accused of not understanding the issue on a personal level. Somebody was giving an example about what they had gone through and having to make the choice of whether to give life to their baby or to take the life of the baby. And I had to ratchet it down to a personal level for the panel to understand. And that is, I've been through it. I have been through a situation where I was faced with the issue. I was 12 weeks along, pregnant. Nobody even knew that I was pregnant. The doctor and I did. And my baby, my son, was diagnosed in utero with Down syndrome. And 85 to 90% of babies with Down syndrome today are aborted because people are afraid of the challenge. They're not aware of, I think, the possibilities of the wonderful life that not only the child, but the family and others around the child being born with special needs can provide. And this child can put everything in perspective for you in a really healthy way. I'm unapologetically pro-life, always have been. However, when I was told that diagnosis, I knew, wow, what women have to go through in making a decision. What I want to shift the narrative to is trying to make women not be as afraid as I was. I was very afraid of what this challenge would be that I was to face, and I didn't know if I was capable of handling the challenge. And, it just dropped me to my knees, having to ask God to, make my heart ready, make me be able to embrace what this unknown would be with a child born with special needs. And God answered that prayer. My son is perfect. He's the light of my family's life. He's the be-all, end-all. I want an environment in this country that does protect innocent life, understands the sanctity of life, but also empowers women to let them know that they are strong enough and they're capable enough to make the choice of giving life to their baby, if it is too much of a challenge, to give that baby up for adoption so government can aid in those situations too. And once the baby's born, can help out more than we are.
I completely understand. It's an incredibly visceral, personal issue to do, but for you, but as it is for every other woman in America. But didn't you just make the most articulate possible case for a woman's right to choose? Isn't that exactly what you just did? You articulated the terrible choice that you felt you had. You're obviously very, very grateful that you took the decision to your son, as you said, who's the light of your life. But didn't you just make the strongest possible case for allowing every woman to make that choice and not the government?
Well, I failed then in making the point that the innocent, defenseless, voiceless child that has the right to life, that should be a factor that we talk more about. That part of the narrative, for some reason, in recent years, has not been part of the package in the selling of the abortion issue. It's kind of going away. And that's a scary thing for society, a civilization to be, where pretty soon we forget that this is a human life. It is a child. Every child is created with purpose, even in less than ideal circumstances. So again, for women to be empowered to understand they can continue a career and still give life to their child, continue their education and give life to that child. For them to be empowered to know that a choice does not have to just automatically include snuffing out the life of a child. Perhaps I didn't make that point enough. The point, though, to make on a personal level, that what can seem like life's greatest challenge can turn into life's greatest blessings. We just aren't talking a lot about that, the humanity aspect of this.
You made your argument very clearly. Just on the question of a national abortion ban, some people have suggested that is a plausible outcome of a new Trump presidency, and it looks like Trump is doing good.
How legally, how constitutionally would the top administrator, the executive head of our nation, have a nationwide abortion ban when the highest court of the land has said it's not part of the federal government? This is a state's issue, and the citizens, the residents on a more local level, which is where the issue always should have been, as deemed by SCOTUS, by the Supreme Court. It's where it should be, where the people get to tell their administrators, their executive branch, and their legislative branch what the will of the people is. That's where it should be on a state.
Because, Sarah, one of the bonuses for Conservatives if Trump wins is going to be potentially another Supreme Court justice, perhaps making it 7-2 for a Conservative majority. That would kind of, once again, reshape the court, but also raise questions for liberals about the legitimacy of the Supreme Court as an arbiter of American life and society.
Well, you can say that, though, whenever there is a majority represented on the Supreme Court on either side. There have been years where it's been much more of a liberal bent reflected there, and conservatives have been worried about that. That's the nature of, though, our republic, a democracy within a republic, and how our Supreme Court, the nominees are chosen, how the justices are appointed. It's always going to be one way or the other for the most part. And yeah, whichever side doesn't feel like they're represented appropriately.
But we often talk about how the guardrails of America are not there for a second Trump term if he wins. I mean, do you worry that actually there are no constraints now and that the Supreme Court is not there defending in the Constitution, assuming that, that is how it plays out?
What aspect of the Constitution are they not, or would they not be defending, though? Is it specific to abortion?
No, I'm thinking just generally, does it represent the will of the American people? That's the criticism of the Supreme Court. It no longer represents America. It isn't an arbiter of American life.
It does. When the Supreme Court understands, which they do, we have to have faith that these individuals, justices do, understand that our Constitution, our documents that are liberty documents, that once they realize and adhere to the fact that those are the blueprint for our country to continue to be this great republic, a democracy practiced within a republic.
Okay.
I don't think that we need to worry that Supreme Court justices, there's the balance of power all the time. The Senate, Congress has to approve appointments.
Sarah, I'm just going to come back to this, but we're just going to go to Dan, who is with a senior advisor to the Trump campaign.
Tom, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm joined by Tim Myrtle, senior advisor. Look, the results are beginning to come in. Just give us a snapshot of where you think this race is now.
Well, we feel, I would say, it's kind of an overused phrase, but we feel cautiously optimistic. And I think everything that we have seen tonight is kind of confirming the direction that we thought things are going based on the early vote. I think that Donald Trump is getting the support from the parts of the battleground states where we knew that he needed the support. That support's coming in, and where Kamala Harris was needing to get her support, she's not getting that. For example, in the city of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, we see across Democrat-leaning precincts that they're down about an average of 12%. That means she's going to come out of the city of Philadelphia with a little bit more than 200,000 votes shy of the margin that she needs to come out of that city from. And then if you talk about, like, if you compare it to 2020 and Joe Biden, the early vote, that's the in-person early and the mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden had an edge of 1.1 million in 2020. This time, Kamala Harris has an edge of only about 350,000 or so. So let's say that she's coming out of there. It's a 700,000 vote deficit. Add that to the 200,000 that she's going to be short coming out of Philadelphia. She's 900,000 votes in the hole in Pennsylvania at a state that was razor thin last time and was decided by 80,000 votes. I don't know how she digs out of that hole.
A lot of people want to know, look, this is going to be close. It's looking, as you said, like Donald Trump is pulling out a lead at the moment in some places, but it's early. Is he going to accept the result if it's called against him?
Hold on a second. We're talking about, as the results are coming in, and we're talking about state-by-state issues, state-by-state results that are coming in. You're going to ask me, as we're like an hour and a half into this, whether or not we're going to accept the results. Do you ask any Democrats that question? When was the last time you asked when was the last time you asked a Democrat that question?
But
Jamie Raskin says that
he still says he won the 2020
Jamie Raskin, who is a Democrat member of Congress, says that he may not vote to certify this election if Donald Trump wins. Have you asked any Democrats about that question? Have you asked Hillary Clinton? She called Donald Trump an illegitimate president after he beat her in 2016. Did you ever ask her or any other Democrat that question? Did you?
He still says he won the 2020 election. That's why I'm asking.
How is Governor Stacey Abrams of Georgia doing? How's she doing? Have you ever asked them any of those questions?
So the answer is
in a free and fair election, we will accept the results. Absolutely.
Is this a free and fair election?
Well, it's still going on, isn't it?
And your gut feeling is?
Our gut feeling is that Donald Trump is winning this race. Anything else? You want to talk about the actual results that are coming in?
Okay, and
you brought me up here to ask about the results of what's coming in, and now you're asking these ridiculous questions. This is how I stood here and waited for you for 20 minutes, and this is the question you're going to ask me?
If he wins North Carolina, which we don't know, it's early, how do you see the path forward? Does that suggest to you that several of the Sun Belt states are going to go his way?
Absolutely it does. I think if North Carolina comes in, it looks like it's very, very close to being called. And I think that Georgia looks like it's in very solid shape. What we're seeing here is that Donald Trump has effected an enormous expansion of the Republican Party. Think about the coalition that he has put together. He has got Arabs. He's got the imams, Muslim imams in Dearborn, Michigan. He's making inroads in the Jewish community. He's probably going to rack up a record level of black support. He's getting double-digit gains into Latino voters. He's obviously going to have conservative Republicans and also mainstream traditional Republicans. At the same time, he's getting probably 2-to-1 over labor union members. Not necessarily the labor union leadership themselves, but the people who work in the union, so much to the point where the Teamsters declined to endorse Kamala Harris. It's the first time in a generation that the Teamsters failed to endorse her. So in Pennsylvania, for example, they went so far in all the states, they released their internal numbers of their membership. And in Pennsylvania, it was 60-30 in favor of Donald Trump. Union members, Teamsters members supporting him. It's an incredible coalition that I don't think that any Democrat or Republican has matched in, 50 years.
Okay, final question. We expect him to be here. Do you know what time he'll be here? Any sense of the mood in Mar-a-Lago?
Oh, the mood is very high. I do know that. I don't know what time he would be coming over here or not.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Fucking stood here for 20 minutes.
Okay, there we go. We just got to apologise for the language there. I know it's late, particularly late in the UK, but we always have to apologise when there is bad language. Slightly feisty interview. There we go. Not the first and probably not the last, but these things happen. Jessica, you wanted to chip in. We're about to go, I should also say, to see some more polls close, this time Nevada and Iowa. Iowa, the scene of that famous poll, which may be even more famous when this is all over. Jessica.
Well, we're still, we've only got about 40% of the vote in Pennsylvania, but one key county that is almost fully reported is Lackawanna County. This is Joe Biden's hometown. This is Scranton. Biden carried it by 8 points. Harris is only winning it by about 3.3 points. Okay. So one of the big questions I think a lot of us had when we saw that switch from Biden to Harris was, could Harris hold on to sort of those white working class voters? This shows a lot of erosion there in Pennsylvania, and that's a very ominous sign. Mm-hmm.
Is there any possibility that she would pick it up elsewhere, or really, if she's seen that erosion amongst white working class voters, is there no possibility she could pick it up?
The hope is they can run up margins. So, Philadelphia County, they're only a little over a quarter of the vote in. Pittsburgh has about 2/3 of the vote in. So, we only have 40% of the vote in, but we do, Lackawanna County, almost all of that is in. So that gives us a pretty good indication. This is a key county that I was watching to kind of give me a trend in Pennsylvania.
How is Harris doing in Pittsburgh compared to Biden in 2020?
That I don't have down yet, but yeah.
Okay, well, we're just 20 seconds or so from going to see whether CNN are calling anything as a result of the polls closing in Nevada. Basic reality of where we are at this point in the evening, though, very little sign that this is going well for Harris anywhere, quite honestly, certainly in the Sun Belt, but also, as Jessica was just saying, not looking particularly great up in the Rust Belt either. Let's go to CNN.
In 3 states, including the key battleground of Nevada, a total of 16 electoral votes are on the line right now. And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. As expected, Trump gets Montana with its 4 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will win the state of Utah. As expected, Utah with its 6 electoral votes. Nevada is too early to call, a battleground state that Donald Trump has narrowly lost in the last 2 elections, but is making a big play for this election. Let's look at the electoral math right now. Donald Trump has 172 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with 81 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them is there yet. Let's look at the...
Okay, there we are. Too close to call in Nevada, not particularly surprising. Jessica, I just wanted to pick up a little bit more because the night is wearing on and I feel like there is data. Gradually, we are forming a picture, but I don't want to take things further than the data, the underlying data really allows. Can you just summarize?
Robert asked about Allegheny County there, which is Pittsburgh, and that's areas where Harris does need to run up. So she actually is running ahead. Again, we only have about 2/3 of the vote in there, but she is getting 62% of the vote, whereas Biden only got 59.7. So a slightly better margins there. Yeah. So that is where she could make up grounds where they hope that she can in those counties. We don't have a lot of the Philadelphia counties and suburban counties. That's another place where Democrats really feel like, especially with the issue of abortion there and those Pennsylvania sort of collar counties in and around Philadelphia. So we still have an incomplete picture.
Any insight on Wisconsin and Michigan? Because obviously we talk a lot about Pennsylvania. We often sort of imagine that Wisconsin and Michigan are going to be easier for the Democrats than Pennsylvania. I sometimes wonder why, because it doesn't necessarily seem to 100% track. What's your feeling about those?
I think they're still very close. Let me check the New York Times projection here. They're actually at this point have Trump narrowly up in their projected forecast in both Wisconsin and Michigan, but very narrowly. I would note two results that are not that might be of interest to the UK viewers. That in Biden's home state of Delaware, actually, Delaware has elected the first transgender person to Congress. Sarah McBride will be the at-large representative there, and Delaware has also elected Lisa Blunt Rochester. She will be the first black female senator from there. And then Angela Also Brooks has also been called the winner in Maryland. So also the first black woman there. So actually for the first time in history, the U.S. Senate will have two black women in there. There were no black women until they appointed Senator LaFonza Butler in California. So this is actually, Harris was only the second black woman elected to the Senate after Carol Moseley Braun in Illinois. So now both Angela Also Brooks and Lisa Blunt Rochester are only the third and fourth black women elected to the Senate.
And is Georgia still going in the wrong direction for Harris and the right direction for Trump, or still too early to say, really?
It's so per the New York Times, they have the probability of Trump winning Georgia at 82% currently.
Another really interesting illustration of how divided this country is the popular vote. We don't often talk about that because we focus relentlessly on the Electoral College vote. But actually, the projection now is for the popular vote to be tied. In other words, maybe there's a fraction of 1% towards Harris, but only a fraction. So we could end up with this nation absolutely split down the middle in the popular vote, and that's rare.
Sarah, what do you make of that, the possibility of a straight split? I mean, a literal split down the middle. Does that worry you, that that'll just feed further division? I mean, how do you get beyond it as a nation when you're so divided?
It doesn't have to be so, though it doesn't. If we stick with following that blueprint, our Constitution, and we allow more localized government to govern and to accept the will of the people and administer the will of the people and get power out of the federal government, that right there will lessen so much of this division and the polarization of so many issues. We forget that our federal government was not set up to do what it's doing today. It was set up basically to protect individual rights and national security, some taxation, not a whole lot of things. Federal government has sucked up all this power from the states, from our cities, from our boroughs, our counties, but more importantly, from the individual. And if those who are going to be in power in these elected positions would get back to what our government was set up to do, backed by our very brilliant and providential founding fathers, that division can lessen and lessen. Because, yeah, we can't afford to be such a divided country. Division does create a crumbling of our collective, the infrastructure, the psyche of a country. But we have to get it together.
But Sarah, since 2015, since Donald Trump came down the escalator in Trump Towers, we kept on talking about whether he had a pivot in him, whether he could kind of change his tone and tenor. I mean, and yet he continues to be this sort of hyper-partisan, highly antagonistic provocateur in American politics. Could that change if he wins? Can you see a pivot that we've been waiting for 9 years?
Okay.
I say it can if people, again, will, like we talked about earlier, take the personality out of the more important thing, and that is the policy implemented for the country. That's the mature and responsible and professional way of doing business, and I hope we get to that.
OK, we're just joined now by David Miliband, the former Foreign Secretary and CEO of International Rescue Committee. David, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You talked to us in the last presidential election night programme. Looks like the result might be going in a slightly different direction this time, and therefore I think let us ponder what 4 more years of President Trump will be like. What are your thoughts about what that could or might not mean for the world?
Well, obviously, the election in America is most important for Americans, but because it's the world's superpower, this has outsized importance for the rest of the world. I think it's important to say that there are some immediate issues that will be presented by the commitments that President Trump and the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, have made, if they are to go and win this election tonight and form a government after the 20th of January, most notably over Ukraine, where both of them have set out very strongly divergent positions from the current administration. That's an immediate issue for those of us of European origin, Europe and the UK. I think it's also important to say that there are different trends, different camps within the Republican coalition, some of whom emphasize a more isolationist posture, others of whom are very focused on China, still others who seek to preserve the primacy of the US. Obviously, we don't know who the government's going to be, who the key personnel are going to be. We don't yet know who's won the election. But certainly, I think you can expect a significant change on issues like Ukraine. It's not clear whether there'll be significant change on what is the central geopolitical issue in the United States, which is its relationship with China.
David, look, we could spend some time talking about the possibility of President Harris, but A, right now, it looks marginally less likely, and B, I think in a lot of areas it might be a somewhat a continuation of what we've seen from this White House administration that, apart from anything else, Kamala Harris was a part of. But like as well as I do, there are some, and we've been talking about them earlier in this evening, there are some very, very, very big issues that are going to face the leader of the free world pretty soon. Potentially Iran having a deployable nuclear weapon, the possibility of China deciding to make a move on Taiwan. You've sat in the chair of Foreign Secretary, you've pondered what the leader of the free world might do. I mean, do you agree those are the big challenges? What other challenges would you pick out? And how do you think somebody like Donald Trump, who, love him or hate him, he's a maverick, how do you think he responds to those big issues?
Well, I think that the short-term challenges are in the main twofold. One is in Ukraine, and second is in the Middle East. You mentioned the Iran issue, but I think that the danger of a wider conflagration beyond Gaza, beyond Lebanon, is very real. Now, those issues are connected to the wider geopolitical situation. America is still 25% of global GDP, global income. And the question is, how does it sustain its throw weight, its political throw weight internationally? That immediately takes you into questions of alliances. A very significant development in the Biden administration has been the relationship between the US, Japan, Australia and India, the so-called Quad. Some people refer to it as a second alliance alongside NATO that puts the US in a very strong position. I think the big question for a Trump administration resolves down to two things. To what extent does it want to isolate itself? And to what extent does it want to act unilaterally rather than multilaterally? Those are questions in which there are different views within the advisory camp for President Trump. There are different views that he and his vice president have enunciated over the last 3 or 4 months. And so I think there are big questions that will be filled in by any appointments they make between now and January the 20th, because one of the blessings of the US system, unlike ours, is that the government takes 2.5 months to form itself. And we'll see in the space of time, if indeed they win the election, who fills the key roles and where they fit into the three camps that I described earlier, which do seem to have quite divergent views of America's role in the world and how it wants to engage with the wider world.
With the best of all possible worlds, it's quite hard to imagine Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, if Donald Trump is the president, really getting along or seeing eye to eye on many issues. And we've of course had this, you might say it's a storm in a teacup, or others might disagree about Labour officials coming to campaign in the election. I think if you've covered politics for a long time, that's nothing unusual, but clearly the Trump camp did take a bit of offence. Would you be worried about the state of UK-US relations under a Trump White House?
I think the fact that Keir Starmer came to the US for the UN General Assembly and made a point of having dinner with President Trump shows excellent diplomacy, both on his part and on the part of the diplomats. The current Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, was at the dinner as well. I think that the relationship between the UK and the US has two key elements. One set of elements sustain over time, and those are embodied in the intelligence relationship, but in other foreign policy relationships. The second element is obviously the way in which the UK is able to bring something to the table And if nothing else, President Trump has shown himself to be highly responsive to what others are willing to do as part of a partnership. He set himself against partnerships that he believes do not deliver a balanced deal for America. And if Britain turns up at the table with something to offer, I think we'll get a responsible hearing.
David, good to speak to you as always. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's go to Rohit in Georgia. Rohit, you've had a busy evening there. North Carolina looks like it's going Trump. What's your view on Georgia?
Hasn't tweeted anymore.
Okay, Rohit, not able to hear me, or not answering. Perhaps I should ask a different question, but no, I think he couldn't hear me. So where are we at this point in the evening? There's a lot flying around. Let's try and recap on who wants to pick. Adam, where do you think we are?
Just a couple of things I was thinking as we came on the 10 o'clock hour,
Yeah.
thinking where we started the night. I mean, when we started, I said some of the counties in North Carolina, Charlotte, Raleigh, would be key to watch to see where the Democrats have. And the map has looked like it's trending not necessarily in our way. I just heard a report that there's only about 12% of the vote out in Charlotte because they're having trouble uploading the ballots there. And there are hundreds of thousands of votes still to be counted in Charlotte, an area that Democrats should win about 60-40. So we'll see if that number comes in and what that changes.
Okay.
I think the other thing I think is like we may end up back where we were at the beginning of the ballgame, where Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are what ultimately decides the race. The Harris campaign has been clear. They do not need North Carolina. They do not need Georgia to win the election, but it would be certainly nice to have. So we'll see that may mean, though, we're in for a longer night as we get more votes that could come in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Do you think Arizona's a lost cause?
It's way too. I mean, I haven't confessed I have not seen the numbers yet. I thought it was interesting that they called the Senate race for Ruben Gallego pretty quickly. Yeah. Now, like Carrie Lake is a disastrous candidate and like it has no business serving in the Senate. So who knows?
Local TV anchor Meghan McCain was talking about her earlier. She's about as far from a McCain Republican as I think it's possible to get. One
of the biggest election deniers that we saw in 2020. So again, we'll see how that unfolds. I think the last thing I'll say is we've talked a lot about exit polls tonight and what to make of them. The NBC exit poll had Harris and Trump equal on the black vote as compared to 4 years ago. That there was no move among black voters between Biden and Trump and Harris and Trump this time around. Again, it's one exit poll. Who knows where we are, but that's one thing that jumped out to me.
I'd like to highlight something that Adam and I were talking about in the corner while you were interviewing Governor Palin, and that is the third party vote. And we haven't touched on that yet tonight, but that could be pulling away some support from Harris as well. I think as we heard from those young people in California and San Francisco, obviously a very left part of the country, but they were so upset with Harris over support for Israel over Gaza that either they went for a third party or I think one of them reluctantly voted for Harris. So I'm wondering if that's going to be a trend. We don't have any, real hard data on that yet, but that's one of the things I want to watch tonight, the impact of these third parties.
Which of the blue wall states would you kind of think are most confident in winning, if you can win any of them?
If any of them,
Yeah.
I think Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's the best bet. I'm from that part of the country, so I know the people there very well. I was there with President Trump when he won it in 2016. He just has an energy about him that really resonates with a lot of Midwestern people, and especially in more rural parts of the Midwest. Let's remember he went up to Green Bay Packers, the very famous American football team, where he was endorsed by NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre. That was really important. He put on the vest of the garbage truck driver, and people got a real kick out of that. So his whole shtick goes very well with a regular Midwesterner who likes to hear sort of just the facts.
Okay, let's go and have an update from Anushka on Arizona and what the Latino voters might be doing there and possibly in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to show you a few things. I showed you some of our data from AP Votecast earlier. Here's a tweet from an NBC political reporter about their own data on Latino voters, which is talking about double-digit increases for Trump, which is quite a big deal. Still Harris ahead, but this echoes the sort of thing that we saw in that national data from AP as well. And you mentioned Arizona. We've had a look specifically at the Latino vote in Arizona on our AP Votecast survey, which, remember, is a very big survey carried out in 2020 and 2024, but it is not actual results. And what you can see here is that while Biden was on 59% with this voting group, that has squeezed for Harris. And that could be quite significant, and a small uplift there for Donald Trump. You know, one of the things that was really interesting about Arizona, and if we just pull it up on the map, I can talk about it, is the fact that a third of voters inside Arizona are Latino voters. And historically, they have tended to go fairly strongly for Democrats, not as strongly as black voters. And when Arizona went blue in 2020, people were saying, is this a long-term trend? Has there been so much demographic change that this is going to continue? Now, earlier I showed you 60% of the population in Arizona actually lives in one county called Maricopa County, which is where the city of Phoenix is. And there has been huge demographic change. So if it were to go back to being red tonight, that would be, you know, lead people to really question whether that was a trend or not, and what has happened with these Latino voters. And you've mentioned North Carolina. I just want to highlight it for 1 minute just to say CNN has, of course, not called it yet, so it is not called on our map, but the Decision Desk, another media group, have called that for the Republicans. We'll keep an eye on all the other broadcasters. And so, of course, the exact thing you're talking about is now the thing that we are wondering about, which is whether it could come down very much to that Rust Belt, to Wisconsin, to Michigan and to Pennsylvania, where things are looking more mixed, perhaps, but, you know, more positive in some ways. I did mention earlier in Pennsylvania that, according to our survey data, non-college educated white women had seen improvements for Harris compared to Biden. If we just pull up in Pennsylvania the state of the race as we have it right now, as the voting is going in, you can see that 47% of votes have been counted. And Donald Trump on that does look like he's got a slim lead, 50% to Kamala Harris's 48%. And here I come with my regular caveat. In 2020, there was a situation where, as Pennsylvania was being counted, first it swung overly towards Democrats, then it swung overly back towards Republicans, before in the end, Joe Biden won the state. In fact, it was the reason that Donald Trump claimed some voter fraud at the time, because he had been ahead. And part of the reason for that was because there were more Republicans who were voting on the day. And I just finally want to bring up the county map of Pennsylvania. Now, this is coloured in the colours that it was in 2020, but it can show you some of the things that Jessica was talking about earlier. In particular, you know, Joe Biden was born in Scranton in the northeast of Pennsylvania. And, you know, in that very county that, you know, Scranton is in, she is ahead, but not by as much as Joe Biden was then. She's ahead 3 points instead of 8 points. And that means that the other city areas that you can see here, I've pointed this out before, it looks very red. That's because those are rural areas. What's really, really key in Pennsylvania is what's been happening around Pittsburgh, but also what's been happening here around Philadelphia. One of the things that Joe Biden did is he really drove up that urban vote. And obviously that looks like bad news further north, but the Democrats will still be hopeful. And some of our AP survey data does look a little bit better for them here than it does in the Sun Belt.
OK, Anushka, thank you very much indeed. Jessica, you want to, I'm just about to go and talk to Rachel in Pennsylvania, but you want to chip in, which is great.
I mean, what we're seeing with the younger vote, which and especially younger men, which is sort of this bro vote that Trump has been going for, Trump is actually winning by 10 points, 18 to 29-year-old men. And while Biden carried 18 to 29-year-olds 61 to 36, Harris is only winning those 52 to 44. So it's those younger voters. You know, there was a concern about with what's going on in Gaza that those voters may not have come out for Harris. We certainly saw them dipping off of Biden and things. But, you know, we've been talking earlier, you know, as we talked about that Iowa poll and everything with white women, we wondered whether sort of Trump doubling down on this younger men might have played out. It might have been the good gambit to make.
Joe Rogan was the decider. Well, there you go. You couldn't have a more 2024 potential turn of events than that, I guess. Now, let's go to Rachel in Pennsylvania. Rachel, what is the data telling you about how things are going there?
Well, it was really interesting just listening to both Jessica and Anushka talk about this crucial area, Allegheny County. That's where we are here. And it is so critical because along with Philadelphia, because it contains Pittsburgh, the Steel City, it is one of the most populous in the entire state. It is absolutely critical. And it's pretty tense here at the moment for a couple of reasons. First, the Democratic campaign headquarters is behind us here. We understand that after a number of what were called threatening phone calls were made, they were advised to wrap things up and go home, which they have done. But it was tense too, because just as that was happening, they were crunching through some of the data around postal votes. And that's what's already come in this county. It invested in 2 very high-speed processing machines because, as you may well remember, in this state, they can't begin counting those mail-in ballots until the polls open. So they were only able to do that at 7 o'clock this morning. The good news is they've made real progress and they've managed to get through over 80% of the 220,000 mail-in ballots that have come in from Allegheny County here. Now, if turnout is the same as 4 years ago, that could be as much as a third of the vote. And the numbers are at the moment 72% Harris, 26% Trump. Now look, you really have to say that this is a small percentage of the overall vote in Allegheny County, an even smaller one, of course, in the state as a whole. But speaking to local Democrats here, it has given them cause for some optimism. And that's because although Harris is actually behind where Biden was on these postal votes at this time 4 years ago, and remember, they're not all in, we've only got just over 80% of them. Although she seems to be behind him, there has of course been a change in the people who are using those mail-in ballots. You'll remember that last time around, Trump didn't like them at all. This time, he's been encouraging Republicans to get their votes in early. So they've seen an 11% rise in Republicans choosing to vote by post in this county. And so that makes things even closer. Now, one other thing that's given them a reason for optimism, for the Democrats at least, is they say that overall they had 146,000 registered Democrat votes coming back as part of those mail-in ballots. Well, they got 160,000 votes for Harris. That is 14,000 more votes from her coming in from independents. They believe that is a sign for optimism. So many caveats here. They think it's healthy enough for Harris to be able to take this really important county in this absolutely critical state. They're also clear that they would have liked it to have been at this point by a higher margin. So I think the one thing we can say with absolute certainty is if there were 80,000 votes in it across Pennsylvania last time, it is even more nail-bitingly close here now.
As if that's what the world needed, Rachel. Thank you very much. Yeah, one thing we're not going to get is clarity. Now, or maybe we are. Brian Brokaw, former campaign manager for Kamala Harris, joins me to try and shed some light on this. Brian, thank you very much for joining us. How do you read it at this point in the night?
It's early, and if there is one thing people who have worked for Kamala Harris know, it's that don't get too excited and don't get too down in election night. And in 2010, her opponent declared victory, and many of the media followed suit, and ultimately she won, and she's gone on to much bigger and better things since then. So I think, look, go figure. The race is coming down to Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, it looks like. And this is exactly what we have known for some time was likely to be the case. And Donald Trump knew that, Kamala Harris knew that, and this is going to be a long night here and a long day for you, but this is what we expected.
Which of those states are you more confident about, and which would you be most worried about?
Well, look, I mean, it's our nature and our job to be worried about everything. Of course, as some of your other panelists and reporters have noted, in certain key precincts, she is ahead of where President Biden was in 2020. In others, she's behind. And so, of course, I'm looking at some of those areas where she is trailing behind where President Biden is. However, it's important to remember that the last week of this campaign, the momentum really shifted her way. I think she did not have a great couple of weeks in the middle of October, but things really seemed to shift over the last few weeks, over the last 7 to 10 days. And those votes, many of those votes have yet to be counted. A lot of those votes are Election Day voters. So don't be surprised if a lot of these margins begin to tighten up over the course of the night and, dare I say, into the next coming days, because that is, of course, the nature of our elections.
Do you sort of accept that things are looking a bit less promising down in the Sun Belt? Do you feel like where we are, North Carolina, Georgia, maybe even Arizona, a bit more of a stretch, really? I mean, yes, it definitely looks tight in the 3 northern swing states. Possible reasons to think it's a bit less tight down south? Do you accept that that might be true, or do you think there's everything to play for there too?
Look, I think at this point, we have to let the vote counts proceed. And again, as I was just saying, I think that the vote over the last 7 to 10 days is really going to favor her. Now, the real question is whether too much damage was done by people voting for Donald Trump over the previous weeks of early voting. I don't think at this point there's any reason to write off any of those states. We saw what happened in 2020. 2020 in Georgia was a different scenario because you had Senate races as well, 2 different Senate races that brought out a lot of Democratic votes. But just the fact that Georgia is a competitive state, that North Carolina is a competitive state, is a big change from where things have been historically. And so I don't think there's any reason at all to give up hope on those states. And again, there's no reason to. At this point, we just need to let the vote counts proceed. We know that Donald Trump likes to stop the vote when it looks like he's ahead, but that's not how democracy works. Every vote will be counted. And in some places, some parts of the country, including California, the polls are still open. So the night is still very young out here, especially in the West Coast. But this election will probably not be decided tonight or even tomorrow. It could take several days, if not longer.
OK, Mr. Brokaw, thank you very much indeed. That may indeed be the case. We may be sitting here on Saturday, like we were last time, waiting for Pennsylvania to declare. But it has to be said, we might well not be. The New York Times is now, I'm told, making it 82% likely that Donald Trump is going to be the next president and walk into the White House. Jessica, I feel I should come to you for explanation of this.
Yeah, I mean, again, the trend line that we are seeing, and even conversing with some of my colleagues here, I think is clearly in Trump's favor. Things can change. We still don't have all of the results in. But the New York Times is also even projecting that Trump is on pace to win the popular vote by less than a point. Remember, even when he won in 2016, he did not win the popular vote. So this would be significant. And because of the way the Electoral College votes are allocated, they lean more toward Republicans already. So the fact that we are even seeing that shows that there's an even greater margin in the Electoral College for Republicans right now.
I mean, this feels like the New York Times long before, but I feel like the last hour or two has been trending in a certain direction. People are beginning to make calls. Anyone want to chip in on how reliable they think the New York Times' decision-making is at this point in the evening?
Well, I'm having flashbacks a little bit to 2020, where Democrats were Democrats were looking at the needle and having a freak out, and then
at this point,
and then it came. So I'm a little bit cautious of living and dying by the New York Times needle. Mm-hmm. Look, I think it's still relatively early, and again, I think we want to see what happens in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That is still, I think, where Democrats know if we can hold those 3 states, Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States. And so no doubt that this is a close election. I think a lot of Democrats have the hope that we could get off to some barnstorming win and banish Trump to the ashes of history. And that's not where we are. We're in a divided country. This was a margin of error race going into Election Day, and that's where we may end up being.
But I just want to emphasize, I mean, whatever the outcome tonight, there are so many people on the left in America saying, how can it be even this close? That is a very kind of visceral, strong reaction amongst all of my sort of Democratic friends who are just in a state of shock. Not that they've lost tonight, because we don't know that until the blue wall is called, but just shocked that it's this close. And I think that is I mean, presumably your friends, your community is feeling that?
Sure. I mean, Democrats are notorious for being very nervous about everything, about the weather, about, but look, I think that there is no question that we live in a very divided country, and there are people on the left who never see any news about anything on the Republican side and vice versa.
Is there truth in the suggestion that Harris was weaker precisely because she had never had a nominating contest, that she didn't win a primary? Would she have been stronger if A, she had more confrontational interviews earlier in the process, and secondly, if she'd actually kind of won the primary for the nomination rather than having a coronation in Chicago at the DNC?
I think it's just simply that the majority of people believe the country is on the wrong track. We saw that uptick, a 10-point swing from 2020 to 2024 of more people thinking the country is on the wrong track. And history tells us that the incumbent party, regardless of who the nominee is, does not win in that instance.
Okay, I want to come back to why people might think the country is on the wrong track in a moment. But first, one of the issues that people clearly do care about a lot, immigration, has been one of the top 3 issues in this election, and both the candidates have had a lot to say about it during the campaign.
The United States is now an occupied country. Can you believe I have to say that? We're an occupied country. They're coming in, and they're by the thousands.
We have a broken immigration system in America, and we need to fix it. And we have the tools at hand.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
We will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartels.
Kamala has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from the dungeons of the third world.
The first bill was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes. Democrats voted against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it.
Kamala Harris has unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens.
Politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election.
Well, I'm joined by Sheriff David Rose, who is head of Arizona's Sheriff Association. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Can you talk us through your attitude to the issues around immigration? You're right there. You're seeing it every day. It's clearly an issue that many Americans care about. Can you explain your perspective on it?
Yeah, no, I would be glad to. And thank you for having me on. I know it's, I guess, early in the morning over there. It's just election results are coming in right now. And here in Arizona, we had Proposition 314, which would give local law enforcement the ability to arrest people that have entered the country illegally, which currently we don't have, and it's winning overwhelmingly. And that shows the exasperation and the frustration that the citizens of the state of Arizona are having over this issue. And it's been really tough when you start seeing historic numbers of illegal crossings that overwhelm law enforcement, that overwhelm border resources, overwhelm hospitals, overwhelm schools, became a major burden on local tax bases. People wanted a new direction, and they wanted a new tool. And frankly, we're all fed up with our federal government on this issue. Republicans and Democrats, multiple presidents, multiple Congresses. It doesn't matter. Nothing's gotten done. Now, President Trump did have historically low illegal crossings during his first term in office. And then President Biden had historically high number of crossings, including the deadly drug fentanyl, including increases in gun running and human trafficking. All the illicit economies that are fomented by an open border are occurring right here in the state of Arizona. The local law enforcement are fighting this thing every single day, and we're the ones that are answering to the citizens and the taxpayers why things aren't being done. So it's the number one issue here in the state of Arizona, and certainly for local law enforcement.
What do you think should be done?
Well, the number one thing that we have to start with, which happens to be the easiest thing to do, is that the executive, the president of the United States, has to stand up very clearly and publicly and say that America's immigration laws will be enforced. There has to be a communication to the rest of the world that you won't be able to come here illegally. That's the number one thing that has to be done. And then the resources have to be put to the border. And the border has got to be secured before you can talk about any immigration reform. Immigration reform needs to occur, but nobody's going to follow the rules as long as they can come across the border illegally by paying organized crime in Mexico, a ransom fee essentially to do that. And these open border policies are creating the biggest humanitarian crisis I've ever seen in my lifetime. The things that are being done to migrants prior to even getting to America, and then after they get here, the challenges that they're facing, it's just horrific. There's got to be a return to law and order.
Mr. Rhodes, thank you very much indeed. Well, perhaps I can put some of that. We're joined now by Michael Wilds, a Democrat immigration lawyer. Mr. Wilds, I don't know whether you were listening to what Mr. Rhodes was saying there, but I don't know what your response to it would be. Do you agree that this is likely to be the number one issue in places like Arizona, or would you not see that as being so?
I think everybody would concede that our immigration system is broken. I'm not only an immigration lawyer, I'm a former federal prosecutor. I used to deport people from America, and I'm a sitting mayor. I was actually reelected tonight to my 5th term as a mayor of Englewood, New Jersey. My father acted on behalf of John Lennon when they were trying to deport the famous Beatle from America, and we were a nation of laws. And I think people on the right, people on the left all agree that we have a broken system. You can be a law enforcement type that will say, let's secure the border before we fix things. But the greatest entrepreneurs and risk takers that we've ever had in America are immigrants. And we don't have enough judges and jails and FedEx trucks and handcuffs to deport everybody. So it's just a matter of getting people scared. After all, your viewers should know, it was I who walked Melania Trump's parents in to get their citizenship when President Trump was trying to scare the hell out of everybody about chain migration. It's a bedrock of immigration policy, family reunification. And the Wild West that we have right now at the southern border has to stop. And that's a Democrat here telling you this. Everybody agrees that it requires greater common sense. This is a very important issue. And I believe that the Trump political psyche here was not to fix it, to leave it broken so that it would be a good wedge issue going into today's election. But we have to roll up our sleeves. These are American values. And I'll take a cue from the Brits and I'll say, keep calm and carry on. Very important for us to make sure that we remain a rule of laws, that America is hinged on a door, that door to open to the greatest risk takers and entrepreneurs, and to shut it against those that would cause us harm.
Well, Mr. Wilds, thank you very much for. I'd like to think that was still our national motto. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Congratulations on your victory, a result. I mean, we've got a result. That's got to be good at this stage in the evening.
I did an interview with you the last time. Immigration's an important thing, but more important is common sense and electing the right people.
Okay, thank you very much for spending the time. Now, while we were doing those interviews, NBC called Iowa for Donald Trump. You may recall at the start of the evening, we debated that Iowa poll a lot. Ann Seltzer maybe not having such a good night. I'm sure a great pollster, but her outlier did turn out to be exactly that. An outlier. Iowa looks like it's going to go for Trump. Jessica, you told me that while those interviews were going on.
Yes, I mean, right now half of the vote is in and Trump's winning it by an even bigger margin. He's up by 13 points almost. So we could actually see that swing in the opposite direction. So not a tighter result. And so all of that, I think, so every pollster has a miss.
Okay,
and yes.
That was hers. All right. What we did discuss when the Iowa poll looked like it was going in the other direction is that would have a read over potentially to Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Is the reverse now true, that if he is doing much better than we thought in Iowa, that makes Harris's prospects slightly dimmer in Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania?
Well, I mean, in other states where we have more complete results in Ohio, Trump's widened his margin there. So also, again, similar Midwestern states, we still don't have the results in fully, but all of those trend lines are very good for Trump.
You know, as we look at all these states, one thing you often hear in this campaign is every state is a border state this year because we've had north of 10 million illegal migrants coming into our country for over the past 4 years. And when Latinos look at this issue, you may wonder, well, why don't Latinos support this illegal immigration across our southern and also, by the way, northern border? And the reason is many of our Latinos did it the right way. They went through the proper process. They went through the legal process. And they do not look favorably upon people who are rushing our border, pushing over our border patrol, coming here, staying in hotels that are paid for by taxpayers. We're providing them food. We're providing them better medical care and better services. And we provide our own veterans and in some instances, seniors. It's upsetting Latino voters and it's upsetting Americans all around the country. And that could end up being a very large theme tonight.
Well, and we wondered if abortion was going to be this overwhelming motivating factor. And I think, again, for some people it was. But another result I'm seeing coming out here is in New Hampshire. Trump went there late. We are seeing better margins in that state, but the New Hampshire governor's race has stayed in Republican hands. The Republican there, former Senator Kelly Ayotte, was very much pushing back against abortion. Democrats, all of their ads were just hitting her on abortion for having previously voted for a national abortion ban. She emphasized that she would not change the state's current laws, which provides for an abortion up to 24 weeks. So that's a big win for Republicans when we're looking at the abortion vote there.
New York Times now suggesting we're close to a 90% chance of a Trump victory and that he's ahead in the popular vote by nearly a full percentage point.
What do you think they're basing that on? I mean, you know, we've been talking this evening how everyone had whiplash from last time. Why do you think they're so confident? What's that based on?
Well, I mean, I'll leave it to Jessica, but I think on from pretty sort of deep data analysis that they do and that their teams do there.
Yeah,
I mean,
they have much bigger teams than we have with us here. And so, I mean, I think they base that sort of based on the counties. If Trump is outperforming his previous margins, if Harris is underperforming in counties as they are coming in. So they feed all of that into an algorithm and different things. But Robert is right at this point. Wisconsin looks like it's going to be the tipping point state. They put it at a 67% chance that it's going to go Republican. Michigan looks like a 67% chance it's going to go Republican. Pennsylvania a little bit closer still.
And just remember, you know, we've got now, if Trump wins, as looks likely, we've got a kind of extraordinary 76 days ahead of us between now and inauguration with a Democratic administration in the White House that has actually described him overtly as a fascist. So just think about the dynamics and the personal chemistry and the sort of challenging nature of a transition, handing power in the next 76 days to somebody that your campaign has described as a fascist, as a threat to the country.
But not just the Democrats, his former chief of staff did.
Well, indeed, good point. But I'm just saying how problematic a transition. This is going to be without parallel, no?
Democrats still hope that that transition doesn't happen.
Right.
Well, and the House is still probably won't be clear for several days or even weeks, just based on some of the votes there in California and New York and different things. But, you know, as I'm looking, we're still don't have all the results in the Senate, but Republicans came into this favor to take the Senate. I think they're still increasingly favored. That looks like it. So, and I've always thought that sort of as the presidential race goes, there's a good chance the House goes that. There's a very good chance, I think, that Republicans could have a complete trifecta when you look at the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Okay. I think there's really a lot to unpack there, actually. But let's just go to Julie in California first, and then maybe we'll come back and unpack some of that.
Thanks very much, Tom. Pretty busy here now at Manny's, but a little subdued, it has to be said, round in the main room for the watch party here. I'm being joined in this rather packed corridor by Amelia Ashley Ward, who's the editor of The Sun Reporter, an old friend of Kamala Harris, and you first endorsed her back in 2002, Amelia, I believe, and Darrell Stolforth, who was a former deputy DA alongside Kamala Harris right early in her career. This is feeling a bit twitchy tonight, Amelia. You've charted Kamala Harris's career for a very long time. How are you feeling?
I'm on pins and needles, but this is Kamala's way. She's never had anything easy. She's always had a tough race. Even back in 2003, when she was running against Hallinan and Fazio, she managed to beat Fazio out, and then it was the race between Hallinan and Kamala. Then she went on to the Attorney General, and she had to
That's somebody pushing a pram through.
She had to wait that race out for weeks and only won by a few votes. The Senate race was easier. The vice president was easier, but we knew that this one was going to be a rough one, and she's up for it. She was built for it.
But there was a sort of certain confidence when we were here yesterday. It sort of ebbed a bit. There are some suggestions that she's perhaps not won as many votes with women overall as some were projecting, and that President Biden might have done better with women in 2020.
I don't buy that. You know, when you look at Kamala Harris and you compare her resume to any other president of the United States, there's no comparison. She's been an attorney general, she's been a DA, she's been a senator, and a vice president. So why would anyone have second thoughts about Kamala Harris being able to lead the country? And particularly women, we've been fighting for this all of our lives, and if not now, when?
Darryl Stallforth, you worked alongside her in her early part of her legal career. What can you tell us about her, and how are you feeling tonight?
I'm cautiously optimistic. I feel like we're going to get a good surge. I feel like she's connected with what's good in America, what's good in people, and that's been her history. From the time that I've known her for over 34 years, she's always been able to find the energy that's good and positive and project that. She does that with the way that she speaks to people, the way she engages with people, but most importantly, the way she's a leader. She sets the culture and the environment for every room that she's in, for every job that she's had.
But there are big questions about her record here as district attorney here in San Francisco, and then questions about her record as attorney general. Some people felt that she was too progressive. Some people felt that she was too hard cop. What might we get if she manages to clinch the White House?
What you're going to get is a person who knows how to solve problems. That's what people don't understand. When you're a prosecutor, somebody's not going to be happy. When you're attorney general, somebody's not going to be happy. But if you can sit in a room and talk to people and understand everybody's point of view, that's what the President of the United States has to be. A person that can understand, appreciate, and make good decisions with their head and with their heart.
Amelia, just to come back to you, I mean, your newspaper has long championed her. You've aimed all of your working life as a journalist to lift up the voices of black women in particular. This is a moment tonight, isn't it?
It is.
If it slips from her grasp, if she has a grasp on it, where do you go from there? What would you be saying to her?
I would be saying, if she slips, I would be saying that I'm very proud that she was the burden bearer, that she put herself on the line to represent women all across the world, and that she was the first to kick in the glass ceiling to become the vice president. And if she doesn't make it this time, there's always another 4 years.
Yeah, and we must say it is early in the night, particularly here in California, for sure. If she makes it, what would that mean to you personally? You were really close friends with her.
It means that we now get to finish what we started back in 2002. When I met her, I got a sense that God had a little something extra for her. She was just different. So I always felt he had a little something extra for her. So we would just be finishing off what she started. When I saw her back at the Democratic Convention at the after reception, and she said, Amelia, it seems as though we've been doing this for 5,000 years. I said, Madam Vice President, let's finish it.
And Darryl, just a closing thought from you. We've got a long night ahead yet.
Yeah, but I'm not dissuaded. I believe that we're going to get this. Kamala's ancestors prayed for this. They dreamt about this. Now we're here. We're in a place where we get to change a generation. We get to open up a whole new way of thinking. We get to be able to do things that were never thought of, never believed in, but we are now at that point. And I believe she's going to win. She's going to be the next president of the United States.
Darryl Stallforth, Amelia Ashley Ward, thank you very much indeed for joining us on a pretty busy night here at Manny's. Thank you very much. Back to Washington. Oh, or Anushka, I think.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. Well, let us indeed go to Anushka, who has some of the latest forecasts.
Thank you, Tom. Earlier I showed you that the New York Times was forecasting a Trump win. with around 276 Electoral College votes. Well, they very much still think he is headed to the White House. And now the probability has increased to 86%, with the idea that Trump would get 297 Electoral College votes, while Harris would get 241. Most broadcasters are saying the swing states are still too close to call. But as I mentioned, Decision Desk HQ have indeed called it in North Carolina, although it is very tight there. According to AP Vote Count, the latest numbers do have Donald Trump ahead of Kamala Harris, 50% to her 48%. That is after 83% of the votes have been counted. But I should tell you, he was slightly further ahead when that was at 75%. It has closed slightly. But we could be waiting a while for the result in Georgia, where 1.5 million votes are still to be counted due to an issue with some of the adjudication software in the state. And meanwhile, a string of bomb threats mean voters have faced disruption in multiple swing states. In Georgia, 12 voting locations extended their hours due to the threats, which officials claimed could be traced back to Russia. Similar threats also occurred in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin and Arizona.
Anushka, you've been tracking this data all night. What's your feeling at this point? You know, you've probably heard our discussion here. I think we're sort of gradually beginning to move from it could go either way to thinking a Trump presidency is more likely and contemplating, you know, what that means for America and for the world. What are your thoughts at this point in the evening, having spent so much time looking at the data?
Well, what was clear was when Joe Biden took 6 out of 7 of these swing states in the middle, when he took Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and also Nevada, Arizona and Georgia. What he did, Tom, was he actually managed to bring together a coalition in some quite different types of states. You know, some people put the wins in the Sun Belt down to demographic change, suggesting that it would continue in that direction. But obviously, given the way things are going tonight, it's starting to look like that was a very impressive jigsaw that he put together. And bit by bit, what we're seeing in the underlying data is the parts of that jigsaw not go the way they needed to go for Kamala Harris. So obviously, we've talked about the black vote squeezing. Even if she's well ahead with black voters, that squeeze is enough to make such a difference in these swing states. The Latino vote, so important in somewhere like Arizona. A third of the vote there is Latino. And I think I showed you earlier, the difference in the vote between Democrats and Republicans in the presidential vote in Arizona in 2020 was 0.3%. So these movements are really important. Same for young people, interestingly, slipping away somewhat from Democrats. And the bit that we thought Kamala Harris might be able to do, which was drive up the vote for female voters, and perhaps that would make the difference. We don't yet see that happening in these swing states, although I did show you some data earlier that, you know, suggested maybe something else could be going on in Pennsylvania. But, you know, for Kamala Harris to win without the Sun Belt, she doesn't just need Pennsylvania, she would also need Wisconsin and Michigan. I don't know if I can just show you. Do you remember at the beginning of the night we were talking about the issues in the national polling that suggested that people, you know, these were the things that people were voting for, that they were motivated by when they actually went to the polls? Are we able to show that? I'm just going to see if we can just bring that up to you, because I think really from the moment we got this at the beginning of the night, you started to get a sense really of what was going on. People were asked basically on a whole load of issues, like how important was it to you? How much was it a motivating factor? Was it the biggest motivating factor for you? And half of people basically said the future of democracy, which I think Jessica was explaining earlier. That's the case for both Republicans and Democrats. They're both very distrustful of the other side. Number 2, very, very high as well, was inflation, 40%. And it's worth saying, in all the polls we've looked at, Donald Trump has a lead on the economy. After that, but a fair way behind, was immigration on 28%. And then the issue that many people thought could be hugely motivating in this election. Yes, Kamala Harris has a massive lead on the issue of abortion with people who care about it. And it is a big deal that 26% of people said it was their biggest motivating factor when they went into the polls. But it wasn't anywhere close to, say, for example, the economy or that future of democracy point. And, you know, on the economy, the data tonight as well has suggested that Trump has a lead on it, and he also has a pretty strong lead on immigration, particularly in this data that was focused on what was happening on the border that you've just been talking about. And I should say, we didn't put it up here, but in the middle of here and also very high was free speech.
OK, Anushka, can I just ask you one more thing? Because we talk about it so much in the UK political context. Do you see a read over? But, you know, we were talking around the desk here a little while ago about a kind of, it's just a rotten time to be an incumbent anywhere, isn't it? I mean, it's really hard to think of incumbents who've done well. You know, you look at Italy, you look at Germany, you look at France, you look at Rishi Sunak being sent to the backbenches. It's a tough time to be an incumbent. Do you see any read over between politics in Europe and politics here?
Well, do you remember, obviously, we were here on election night for the UK, and early on in the evening, which I remember saying was this really exciting moment for me and for my producer, Lily, we went to the exit poll process. We weren't actually in it. We were just outside it, and we were starting to be told about what it looked like was unfolding here in the UK. And a colleague here, I won't swear on television, but a colleague here described it as perhaps a what's the way I can say this? An up yours, maybe, election, because when you looked all around the UK, we were seeing exactly what you were talking about, the Conservatives being hit in Westminster, the SNP being hit in Scotland, the DUP being hit in Northern Ireland. People were really angry. They were frustrated. And actually, one of the things that's really come out today is, again, in the US, and this is quite similar here in the UK, that disillusionment is so high up on that list. And even though the economy was starting to move in the right direction in the US, people were still feeling in the US like things were headed in the wrong direction. And, you know, we say this so often. Yes, inflation has come down. It's still slightly above the 2% level, but it has come down in the United States. But prices are still much higher than they were in 2020. So the way people feel is they go into the shop, prices are higher. And it's interesting when you listen to people talking, often they do talk about the economy being better before that. It's quite hard for us to compare the things people really care about to the 2020 election because COVID was so dominant then, and we are in a kind of new period now.
Anushka, for now, thank you very much indeed. Maybe we should adapt James Carville's phrase to it's inflation stupid, because inflation has played such a big part in so many people's lives the last few years. I'm just going to bring up pictures of Harris's watch party. I'm told that there's some interesting things to see there. So let's just see what's going on. I don't know that they necessarily look like a group of people who are expecting to lose. Looks pretty busy, but so far the night is not, it has to be said, looking very good for them. We're about to go to CNN. Adam, you want to get in?
Just real quick, I'm just having a little bit of a Heather and I, we've mentioned this a couple of times. I'm remembering at this point in 2016, the New York Times Needle had Hillary Clinton winning. In 2020, after midnight, the New York Times Needle had Donald Trump winning. Again, it's early. I think the important thing is count all the votes, see where we end up on at the end of the day. This is going to stretch into the night. Our friends in the UK, stay up, make another pot of coffee. We're still counting votes.
And they might be pouring wine at this point in the evening. But
you can put coffee in whiskey.
Okay. We might be having coffee. Obviously, we haven't got anything on the... No. Yeah. Now, listen, we're going to go and see what our colleagues at CNN have made of where we are in the night. We'll be back in a sec.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all, California, which has 54 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 145 electoral votes, 270.
There we are. We have not really. Have we had a single swing state called by CNN? This is where I am definitely getting deja vu from last time. The sense that as you went through the night, it may have looked like one thing, but you were still getting no certainty. Now, you've still got a few hours of this program left. plenty of votes to count. We may well get some certainty before we're off air. If you're still up with us, I think it would be worth sticking all the way through to the end now, because we may indeed get some clear results by then. But so far, if you happen to be getting up early to go to work at this point and you're wondering what the heck has been happening, the truth of the matter is, as to where we've got at this point in the night, doesn't look particularly brilliant for Kamala Harris. We've had one media organization here calling North Carolina for Trump, not necessarily a must-win for Harris. We've had very little absolutely clear indications from anywhere else, but generally speaking, it looks like the polls that we're so skeptical of before the election, we may have to make a bit of an apology to them, because they do seem to have so far at least broadly got it right. It is very tight, it is close everywhere, and it looks at least as if some of the suggestions, for example, that Harris wasn't doing so well with African Americans and in the Latino population, that there may be something in that which is going to make the Sun Belt tough for her. Do you think that's where we are, or have I gone too far?
No, I think you're right. I think we are all on pins and needles watching all the votes as they come in. I think that there's no question that right now Democrats are feeling a bit nervous. Again, I've said earlier, Democrats by nature are nervous in human beings. But I think I am cautious about getting a little bit too far ahead. Maybe that's just my own belief, but I think the Harris campaign all along feels like they did put the infrastructure in place to try to win in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And if we can pull out those three states, she'll be the next president of the United States.
But there are some, deeply alarming stats, underneath the sort of the hood, as they say here, underneath the bonnet, which is that young people in Michigan appear to have gone for Trump over Harris, and who would, by a small margin, but still, who would have predicted that? And, Miami-Dade County, for example, and we haven't, we've talked about Florida earlier in the evening, but that has moved by 19 points towards Trump. For the first time since 1988, a Republican is winning in Miami-Dade County. So, yes, you're right, Adam, to be cautious, and that's an incredibly valuable perspective. But there is an earthquake here in some quarters, in some areas.
OK, well, Rohit's got some good intel from Georgia, I believe. Rohit, to you.
Hi, Tom. Well, this is, of course, one of the crucial swing states here in Georgia. It's been very tightly contested. We've been watching the votes being tabulated and sent to the Secretary of State's website. They're almost all there. And although the current total is about 52% for Donald Trump, 48% for Kamala Harris, we've just heard from the local Georgian Secretary of State, who is saying that his assessment is that Donald Trump's total so far is now insurmountable. Now, if he were to get this state and its electoral college votes, that would be a huge boost to his campaign and incredibly significant.
I mean, just so I'm absolutely clear about this, you're saying the way it looks there, it's very, very tough to see how this goes any other way than Trump at this point. And
yeah, and that's pretty much what the Secretary of State for Georgia said himself, the most senior official, the person who is presiding over this process, the person who has been updating us every couple of hours. There have been many concerns earlier in the day, a series of bomb threats which were received, which delayed voting. It forced in around a dozen or so locations the voting to be extended beyond the allocated hours. And so what we have now here in Georgia, this significant state, is not only a very close result, which it appears Donald Trump is about to win, but we have an environment of chaos. We have the sort of a chaotic environment which may well lead people further down the line to question the result. People will say, for example, did people turn away from polling stations because of what they heard about bomb threats? So this is almost over. There's great pride here in Georgia about the speed with which those votes are counted. And there were record numbers of people who voted even before polling day, some 4 million people. However, this is now a chaotic environment in which this result is about, it seems to be called.
And Rohit, does it look as if North Carolina is in a similar place? Is there any suggestion that might perform differently, or does North Carolina look like it's going the same way as Georgia?
Yeah, it may well be, and actually North Carolina was one of the other states for which the intelligence agencies, including the FBI, were warning about misinformation. It's been another big focus, it seems, of external influences, and the intelligence agencies talking about Russia and talking about these as being some of the states alongside Wisconsin and Michigan, where a lot of this kind of external influence may well have been focused. So the picture is less clear over there, but here in Georgia it appears that very soon we will have absolute clarity, and Georgian Republicans, throughout the time we've been here since Friday, have said very confidently they believe that they will win the state, whatever other people say, whatever the Democrats say. And it does appear that it looks like they might be about to be proven right.
OK, Rohit, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, Dan is at the Trump party in Florida, as you probably know by now. I hope things have calmed down a bit for you. Now, Dan, what's the mood there?
Well, look, I mean, I think they're very buoyant, very confident and optimistic. I mean, we're watching as you are back in Washington, results trickling in, nothing definitive yet, but as you were saying, North Carolina at the moment, Donald Trump is ahead, 50.8%, I think, against 47.8%. It's really tight in Pennsylvania, but he is ahead there at the moment, 50.7% to 48.2%. That's with about 2/3 of the votes counted. So look, this could change, but at the moment it gives them cause for hope here in the Trump campaign. It's worth keeping an eye on some of these Senate races as well, Tom. As you know, the Democrats currently have a majority of 1 in the Senate. Now, that may well end up being overturned. It's too early to say at the moment, but the Ohio Senate race is looking very interesting. That is against Sherrod Brown, who's been in the Senate for 18 years and may end up being overtaken by Bernie Moreno, who is a former car dealership owner who is looking like he's doing well there. Still too early to say definitively, but worth keeping an eye on that. That could mean they end up in control of the Senate, and who knows, at the moment, people here are hoping that they will also take the White House as well as conceivably retaining control of the House of Representatives.
OK, Dan, thank you very much indeed. Well, look, we don't have a result yet, but it is beginning to look slightly more likely that we will have President Trump 2, the sequel. What will that be like? Well, we may well be debating that in a minute, but let's go to Debbie Edward, our China correspondent, our Asia correspondent, who is in Beijing. Debbie, my brain is probably a bit frazzled by this point to work out what time it is with you. But what is your perspective about the possibility, let's consider it, of a President Trump term, and what it means for America's great superpower rival China, and what China's attitude to a Trump presidency would be?
Well, needless to say, Tom, the American elections haven't been featuring at the top of the news bulletins here in China, not even at the top of the international news agenda. They came this morning behind a report on Israel, and very much the focus here has been on the potential for chaos and violence in the aftermath of the potential results. The last thing, of course, the Chinese Communist Party wants to do to present to the general viewing public is is a seamless democratic process. But I think the framing from President Biden has been that the relationship between America and China is the most consequential of the 21st century, and whoever gets into the White House, if that is to be President Trump, is going to have to manage that and the impact that that relationship has on the global economy and global security. Taiwan and the South China Sea have become two of the most dangerous flashpoints in the world. And I have to tell you that Taiwan is particularly concerned about the prospect of a second Trump presidency. During his campaign, he's talked about Taiwan having to start paying for its own self-defense. He's broadened that out to US allies in the region, saying that America can no longer be relied on as this defense insurance policy. And if he does get into power again, they're going to have to increase their premiums. That has raised serious concerns in Taiwan that they don't have that guarantee that they got from President Biden that America will come to Taiwan's defense in the event of a Chinese invasion. Of course, that potentially plays into China's hands, but the Communist Party knows that what President Trump says on the campaign stump doesn't necessarily reflect what he does in office. He has threatened, on one hand, if he gets into power, to introduce tariffs of 60% on Chinese exports. But on the other hand, he's talked about allowing Chinese car manufacturers, EV makers, to set up in America, something that the Biden administration has said would be a threat to national security. From President Xi's point of view, for him, it's going to be a continuation of what he has started to describe as the containment, the encirclement, and the suppression of Chinese growth. But if President Trump is going to be the peacemaker president that he claims, bringing peace to Ukraine and to the Middle East, he's really going to have his work cut out, Tom, prevailing peace here in the Asia Pacific.
Debbie, look, you've repeatedly said to us over the years that Beijing says that Taiwan will be returned to the motherland, and when they say it, we should take them seriously. You've tracked the Chinese government over so many years, and obviously, you know, we pay a great attention to what you say. But in the light of that, would they view a potential President Trump, and he hasn't won? I mean, I guess we assume a President Harris would be a bit of a continuation of the existing regime. But the return of President Trump, would they view him as somebody, frankly, who would be unlikely to stand by Taiwan, or somebody whose unpredictability might make them a bit more nervous, or is there just no way of saying?
Well, it is Trump's unpredictability that they had to deal with during his first term, but they managed to do that. He came into office threatening that trade war. He did engage in that trade war, but by the time he left office, he was getting round the table with China and agreeing trade agreements. So they really don't know where he is going to stand regarding Taiwan. There are no guarantees, but they do know him, of course, as we all do, to be a potential deal maker. But as I say, there is real concern, not only in Taiwan, but from US allies in the region, in South Korea, in Japan, in the Philippines, where there has been a build-up of defense in light of that increased threat from China. They don't know either where President Trump is going to stand on supporting them. And I think China has been very clear that it wants to see reunification with Taiwan, and it is a case of not if, but when, and whether President Trump might be a president that can prevent that from being a military conflict in the Asia Pacific.
Okay, Debbie, thank you very much indeed. Well, if you want to get in, Heather.
Yeah, if I can. Continue this conversation for just a minute.
Yeah.
Because one thing I think will surprise many people is that Republicans and Democrats tend to agree more on China than they disagree. And I sit in meetings with some of your counterparts, and we have those very conversations about the real threat that the Chinese Communist Party poses, not just to the region, but also to the world. And so that is something that regardless of whether it's Trump or whether it's Harris, the United States is going to get increasingly tough on China, concerned about supply chains and wanting to bring more manufacturing over here and holding China accountable for some of the bad actions that they do around the world.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a sec, but let's just go and talk to Rohit, who has a guest with him who can tell us a little bit more about what's going on in Georgia. Rohit.
Hi, Tom. We've just been joined by Gabe Sterling, who's the Chief Operating Officer for the Secretary of State here in Georgia, one of the top officials who's been presiding over this electoral process. Tell us what's happening.
Well, we're close to being done. We've got over 4 million votes counted so far, out of about 5.25 million cast overall. And right now, former President Trump has a lead of about 2.5 points. We know that some people have called it. We think it's likely that he's going to win, but we still have about 500,000 votes out there to be counted.
Yeah, for someone in your position to be saying we think it's likely he's going to win, I mean that really means that he's going to win, right?
It makes me really nervous if I'm wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Insurmountable was the word from the Secretary of State just a moment ago.
Well, the math is difficult, but we've seen things happen before. This is what we call in our country hedging your bets. We feel pretty comfortable.
We know that phrase.
Okay, good. We have the hedges at the University of Georgia. It doesn't really matter. So we feel pretty confident that he will win this state. Not enough out. What we're going through right now is a reconciliation process at the counties where they're making sure all of their check-ins match the votes cast, match what they have reported. And like in Chatham County right now, where Savannah is, there are about 10,400 votes still to be reported that were missed in the first round. So it moves around. But again, we feel pretty comfortable and confident that President Trump will win the 16 electoral votes here in Georgia.
Are you worried about what happens next? Because we've seen bomb threats being called in, we've seen litigation, we've seen all this misinformation over the last few days. Are you concerned about what happens after the result is declared?
Well, the reality is we've been focusing on the administration side of this, knowing that the aftermath is always something that we can't really know until we know, A, who the winner is, and B, how close the margin is. There is almost universally always going to be litigation if it's a very, very close race. And this could end up being pretty close. And with the threats we had from potentially foreign actors, that could affect some of that litigation. But in general, as an administrator, everything went really smoothly today. When you get bomb threats occasionally, we had several dozen called in. Only, I think, 12 polling locations were eventually closed for short periods of time, between 20 minutes and an hour. And we're able to get bomb sniffing dogs, clear those. And it's terrible that one person with an email can do that.
But as a result of that, were there people who weren't able to vote today as a consequence of that?
One of the good things is we were able to go to the courts and get extensions of time to allow for anybody who was prevented at that period of time to come in and vote. So we took care of any of the time lags on that.
But can people say now that may be the case? They may have had the opportunity to vote, but actually, due to the chaos that this caused, they didn't vote, and that affected the result.
Well, let's put it into context. We have nearly 2,400 polling locations in this state, and only 12 were affected by this. So it's a very, very minor part. It very likely would have had no impact because in each of those locations, hundreds or thousands of people actually did cast votes.
So are you confident that there won't be some sort of litigation that follows that challenges this result?
Rohit, we're Americans. There's litigation after everything that we do. That's going to happen, but I don't think it's going to stand.
Okay, but fair enough. And just to remind people at home of some of the context to this, 3 years ago, the Secretary of State got a call from the then President Donald Trump, which may explain why there's so much attention on this state. Just remind us of how that phone call went.
Well, the phone call went. The margin at that time was 11,779 votes. The president called the secretary to say, is there anything wrong with these things? Can you find 11,780 votes? The secretary very calmly and very clearly stated, no, we stand by our numbers are correct, and that's what we did. Our job is to count the numbers, follow the law, and follow the Constitution. We did that then to defend Joe Biden's win. We will do that now to defend Donald Trump's win.
And tell me about some of these videos that have been circulating. One of them, remarkable, it appeared to show a Haitian migrant showing his multiple ballots. He was saying he had voted many times and he voted fraudulently. But what was the truth of that?
Well, the truth of it was anybody with any critical thinking skills to look at this and go, well, this is a hoax, obviously. And when I looked at it, this is obviously a Russian hoax because we'd seen a lot of this kind of thing before. And we called it out immediately because one of the things we've learned about this kind of disinformation, you have to call it out quickly. And if you call it out quickly, you can really try to head it off. And we really did work with that. And our federal partners came out the next day and said, yes, this is absolutely Russian disinformation. Do not believe it. And just today, the American who posted that said, yes, the Russians paid me a whole $100 to post that. And that caused all kinds of consternation and strife just for a $100 payoff.
And lastly, just tell us when we can say with absolute certainty what the result is, even though we know the direction this appears to be going in.
Hopefully by midnight tonight. It depends on the breadth of the margin, because we have laws in this country that protects really our overseas, our expats, and our military, that if they have a ballot that they have postmarked by today, it can be received by Friday. And we have about 7,500 of those votes out there. We have absentee ballots that if they got in and don't have their ID number or their signature on it, they have until Friday to come in and what we call cure it. So those can be counted. We don't know how many of those we have, but it'll be less than a couple of thousand probably. And then we have things called provisional ballots, where somebody walks in, they forget their ID, they can't prove the registration was there in time. Those are held and they can be verified through Friday. So we're talking about another 11 or 12,000 votes. So if the margin is more than that, we can feel very confident by the end of the night that President Trump will have gotten these 16 electoral votes. If it's less than that, we're going to have a conversation.
Okay, so midnight tonight here, local time. That's 5 a.m. In the UK. Thanks for your time. Thanks for talking to us. And I guess the story now is what does the result here mean for the national picture and for the possibility of Donald Trump winning this election?
Okay, Rohit, thank you very much indeed. Good to see an election official going with our motto of the night, keep calm and carry on, showing a keen sense of humour. Good for him. Jessica, you've got something to tell us.
Yeah, so here, again, the margins are very close, but where Trump needs to do better, especially in Pennsylvania, than he did in 2020. So this is from CNN, from their calculations. We have 23 counties, about a third of the state, where over 95% of the votes are in. They calculated that Trump only needs to do about 1.2 points better overall. And there he's on track to do 2.5 points better.
Okay.
Wow.
Feels like we're moving slowly but surely towards a Trump victory, with all the caveats that we've been giving for the last 2 hours, the danger of whiplash back to previous elections. But so far, the data seems to be heading in that direction. Let's go to our senior international correspondent, John Irvine, who is in Tel Aviv. John, good to see you. Look, you've covered plenty of US elections yourself. You know as well as we do that nothing's a done deal here. However, it does seem to be trending in a President Trump Mark II direction. Let's just imagine for a moment that that was the case. What do you think that would mean for the conflict? Well, the conflicts, plural, there.
The truth is, Tom, we don't know. Israel is currently embroiled on 3 big battlefronts, fighting Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it's involved in tit-for-tat exchanges with Iran. We don't know what Donald Trump's view is on each of these battlefronts. Yes, he said he wants to see the war in Gaza over by the time of the inauguration in January, but how that might come about, how he thinks that might come about, we just don't know. Israel is, I think, Tom, unique among the Western democracies in that it made no secret of its preference for Donald Trump. Now, the main reason for that is historical. The last time he was president of the United States, between 2016 and 2020, Mr. Trump was a very good friend of Israel, particularly right-wing Israel. He recognized this country's claim of sovereignty over the Golan Heights and over the city of Jerusalem. Now, he put his money where his mouth is by moving the US Embassy from here in Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, a very controversial move. Most countries, including the UK, do not have their embassies in Jerusalem because officially, internationally, according to the UN, it remains a disputed city. Mr. Trump also brokered a peace deal between Israel and several Arab countries, including the United Arab Emirates and Morocco. So he is fondly remembered here. What we're not clear on currently is his personal regard or otherwise for the Israeli Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu. In the past, Donald Trump has been highly critical of Mr. Netanyahu and has accused the Israeli Prime Minister of letting him down. In 2020, Donald Trump criticized Mr. Netanyahu because Mr. Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on his White House victory. Mr. Trump also said that Netanyahu let him down by withdrawing at the very last minute Israeli support for the assassination of the Iranian Republican Guard commander Qasem Soleimani in Baghdad in January 2020. So there is a bit of a personal grudge, or there has been. Trump, where will he take that grudge? We just don't know. It's one of the many things we don't know about this strange man.
Okay, John, can I just stay with me for 1 second? I just want to inject that AP has now called North Carolina for Trump. That effectively means that one way or another, we're pretty sure that North Carolina and Georgia have both gone for Trump. So if you're watching this, that's a pretty critical development. Really means that Harris has to win all of the northern battleground states, and we'll pick up with that in a moment. But John, just before you go, I want to ask you one more thing, because we've talked a fair bit about this evening. We were talking with John Bolton earlier. Robert and I have talked about it quite a bit this week. I think there's quite a widespread expectation that Iran may get a nuclear weapon, deployable nuclear weapon, in the next 4 years, in the course of this next presidency. I mean, as you said, we don't know so much about how a President Trump might react. But do you have any indication of what way America might go about that?
No, I don't. And neither does anyone else, because we just don't know what's going through Mr. Trump's mind on that one. The Israelis would dearly like to have full American support for an attack on Iran's nuclear program. I think it is one of his great lifetime wishes, Mr. Netanyahu's lifetime wishes, to eradicate that nuclear program. But right now, the Israelis probably don't have the hardware to do it. The Americans have a 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb called the GB-57, and it is widely regarded as the only weapon capable of taking out some of the underground bunkers where some centrifuges are being spun and where nuclear scientists are working in Iran. As I say, Israel just doesn't have that bomb. The Americans haven't given it to them. And even if they did have it, they don't actually have a plane. They don't have a big enough bomber to deliver it. So I think one of Mr. Netanyahu's priorities will be to try to persuade Donald Trump to support an assault on Iran's nuclear program. Joe Biden won't do that. He says his commitment to Israel's defense is ironclad, but he's made clear that an offense, if you like, an attack on Iran's nuclear program is out for him. Whether it's out for Donald Trump, we just don't know, Tom.
John, I feel sure it's a subject we will come back to, but for now, thank you very much indeed. Right. Do you want to get in on that?
I'd love to get in on that, but you'll check in with Jessica first on the numbers.
Okay, let's check in on Jessica.
But I'd love to weigh in on Iran and Israel.
Okay, we'll come to that.
It's still looking like Trump. I don't have any major update other than North Carolina. We do now have our first official call by the Associated Press in that battleground state there.
Okay, we think North Carolina for Trump. That's an official call. Georgia, we just heard from Rohit. She absolutely must win the 3 northern battleground states. Can't afford to lose one of them. Adam, you want to chip in on where you think things stand?
The campaign is pointing to a couple of things. Big votes outstanding in Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, huge vote outstanding there.
Yes.
And so the chance that Democrats could run up the margin there. And then Milwaukee, still votes outstanding in Milwaukee. 3 kind of key cities the Democrats have to do well in, have to run up huge margins in order to be viable to win statewide. We'll see if they're able to pull it out, but that's where the campaign still is like, everybody just calm down, because we didn't need Georgia, didn't need North Carolina to win. But if we can hold on to those other 3 states in the upper Midwest, then Kamala Harris can still win.
I mean, we still don't have a lot of Michigan in. Only about a third is in. Pennsylvania, we know, of course, they're going to be counting some of those mail-in ballots through the night. Wisconsin's still waiting to get it in, but as I'm looking again at the New York Times needle projections, which we've cautioned a lot on that, they say that there's a 66% chance Trump's going to win Wisconsin, a 70% chance Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, and a 66% chance that Trump is going to win Michigan.
What we're looking at now is the very real possibility that Trump sweeps all 7 swing states. I mean, that's pretty remarkable.
And wins the popular vote.
Yeah. And wins the popular vote, even more remarkable.
And if that were to happen, I think in part of that, and we talked, of course, about the economy and immigration, what we haven't talked about is a bit of a backlash in this country against toxic masculinity. That's become a big theme in the United States. DEI measures have become very aggressive all across the country, including at many corporations. And a lot of people are saying, this is just a little too much for us right now. This doesn't feel right. And then you also have issues like boys playing in girls' sports, boys competing against girls, men competing against women in girls' sports. And a lot of this is a pushback, I think, to that. If Donald Trump wins, I think that plays a role as well.
But I'd love to hear Adam's view on if this plays out like we think it does, and the Republicans control the House and the Senate and the White House. What do Democrats do about this? I mean, is there a sense that there would be kind of protests or... I mean, I can't imagine where the level of frustration and angst, the anguish felt by liberal America. Where does it go?
Look, I'm reminded of a very early in my life when my uncle was running for governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Bit of a tangent, but he lost that race. And I remember my father saying to me, like, we're walking to the concession speech, and he said, "Look, today is a tough day, but tomorrow we get up, the sun will rise again, and we got to go fight for what we got to fight for." And that's who we are as people, as a country. Again, I'm not saying that that's where Democrats are yet. We firmly believe there's a path, despite the needle and other places, that we can win some of those, the 3 kind of key swing states in the Upper West. And we feel good about where the early vote and where the election day vote is in Nevada. So, like, again, still a path here. And that's what Democrats think. And, until it's called for Harris, that's where we're.
And you may well be right. But, like, we're in a position where, it was plausible it could go strongly either way. And at the moment, if it's going to go strongly one way, it can only really go Trump, because it doesn't look like she's won the Sun Belt states. She could still eke out a victory, but the best she can hope for is a very narrow victory on a completely divided country. I guess, look, there'll be lots of people watching this back home, who are Trump supporters, who like Trump and all the rest of it. There will be a lot of people watching back home who saw what General Kelly said, who saw what General Milley said, and just will not be able to conceive that the most powerful democratic country in the world has elected somebody who people closest to him called a fascist. Now,
some,
yeah,
to be fair.
Yeah. But just setting aside hyperbole for a minute, reasons to worry about what a President Trump might do in a democratic sense? Is that overstated? And if there is reason to worry, what would that worry be directed at? I mean, he's not really going to, try and change the Constitution and run for a 3rd term, I wouldn't have thought.
We think?
No, but it's Harris, on the other hand, who wants to expand the Supreme Court, who wants to do away with the filibuster, wants to turn D.C. and Puerto Rico into states, do all kinds of things that many Republicans would argue that's affecting democracy. That's trying to change
all
democratic
I'm saying is,
systems.
at the moment, it doesn't look like Harris is going to win. That might change.
But just to be fair, so we can have both sides of this conversation.
I completely understand that. But what I'm saying is it looks like it could be President Trump at this stage. And I think I'm just asking you to think about that for a minute. Is there anything you're genuinely worried about? Like, you think it's all overstated? There's nothing particularly to fear? They're going against, I'm going to go after my enemy stuff, you think is just words?
Look, I think some of it's overblown. I really do. Some of this has been campaign talk along the way. Some of this has been
But General Kelly is campaign talk.
President Trump's interest in doing business, the business of government differently. One thing that has so upset many of our civilian workers, civil service workers here in D.C. has been the notion of moving some of our agencies out to the states as opposed to keeping everything housed here in Washington. So would he do things differently? Yes. Would it upset some people? Yes. Might it actually be better for our country? Yes. The notion of putting America's interests first is one that is important to him. It resonates well with many Americans, but it doesn't mean America alone. I firmly believe that he will continue to honor and value our alliances all across the world, knowing how important it is for us to have friends. We will need friends. You will need friends. We will need to continue that cooperation. However, will he be willing to put the screws to some of our allies and saying, I need you to kick in more dough, or I need you to give more weapons to this country so I don't have to do as much? Yes. Will he make it a little painful for some countries? Will you all become frustrated? Yes, you absolutely will. But I think at the end, if everyone just kind of stays calm, it'll work out.
But Heather, you say some of the fears are overblown. That implies very clearly some of them are not.
No, you could come up with a whole world of hypotheticals that I just can't possibly answer.
But there were some real world consequences we saw last time, right? Like when Trump got elected, he got into a trade war with Europe, and that meant like a retaliation from Europe, and that was cost Americans thousands and thousands of dollars. Everything from the cost of whiskey to the cost of beer cans. Across the board.
He looks at it in terms of reciprocity when it comes to trade.
I think all I'm saying is those are things you can argue about, right? There's one side, there's another side.
The more fundamental.
Well, I guess I'm talking about the fundamental stuff and just questioning whether there is or is not. I mean, Robert, you've covered this for a long time. Is there a reason to worry or not, in your view? Is it overblown? Like, obviously, he said he didn't lose the election last time. We had the Capitol building. You were in there, as we've discussed, and all the rest of it. Does that mean he'd do it again? I'm not saying it does. I mean, how worried are you or not worried at all?
I mean, the fundamental point, I believe, is that this country's guardrails kind of survive. I mean, it's an astonishing country that's gone through extraordinary kind of adversity in the past. You know, not just 2 world wars, not just the Cold War, not just the Civil War or the Great Depression. It has a remarkable and admirable resilience to it. So do I think that Donald Trump represents an existential threat to kind of American democracy? I don't, because we still have a vibrant press here for all of the criticism about how partisan some elements of the media are. Nevertheless, there's a robust press here. There's a serious and thoughtful judiciary here. There are many people in Congress who are deeply devoted to the concept of liberal democracy. So I think the guardrails survive this. But is it a challenge, potentially even an assault? That remains to be seen.
Look, there's a real reason why Democrats rang the alarm about Donald Trump's foreign policy, because we saw what happened 4 years ago. We saw
the world was safer 4 years ago.
I think
our adversaries actually feared us 4 years ago, rather than taking advantage of us and wreaking havoc all around the world.
Our reputation around the world was severely damaged by Trump's presidency, and I think that is what Democrats fear. Another 4 years of Trump poses a real grave risk to American livelihood.
I think it makes
Jessica, I'm just going to ask you to come in because I think you've got some data for us.
Well, I mean, one of the big things we've been watching as we've been talking about foreign policy is if there was going to be a backlash to the Biden and the Trump administration there in Michigan with Arab voters, where there's the largest concentration there in Dearborn. Now, this is just the election day votes out of Dearborn, but Trump getting 45% there, Harris 15%. 33% for Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, casting a protest vote there. We saw, of course, some of those uncommitted voters in the primary there in Michigan refusing to vote for Biden. We have seen, again, this is a small extrapolation, but this is one of the big count areas there of Wayne County there in Detroit, in and around Detroit there, where we see the largest concentration of Arab American voters in the country.
I think it's such an important point. I mean, just quickly, look, in all of my reporting, I've had, every time I interact with people on the partisan divide, I get passionate responses very often. But when I was with the Arab American community in Dearborn, it was the only time I was doing interviews with people weeping, with people with tears coming down their faces because they felt so strongly about the Gaza humanitarian crisis and their own families trapped in either Gaza or the West Bank or in Lebanon, and they didn't feel that this White House, this Democratic White House, with all of its liberal credentials, was listening to them at all. It was the only time in my reporting career in America where literally people were weeping as I was interviewing them.
OK, let's go to Anushka. Anushka, feels like the night is going in a certain direction, but as Adam is right to keep checking us, it's not over yet. Harris's paths to victory are, though, narrowing.
Yeah, it's not over yet, but guess who is very happy right now? Now, I do not know what Donald Trump is thinking right now, but Elon Musk, owner of X, as we know, outspoken Trump backer, who is actually currently at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. He is very happy. They've actually been in conversation throughout tonight. It is believed that Musk would have a role in Trump's government should he get over the line tonight, and certainly Elon Musk seems to be in a confident mood. He has been for some time, posting on X, game, set, and match. I should say, very different mood in Team Kamala Harris. Her own campaign manager has emailed staff to say the most likely route was always going to be the Rust Belt rather than through the Sun Belt. Now, if Harris wants to have any hope of staging a comeback, then Pennsylvania is going to be key, as you are mentioning. It is currently extremely tight, but as you can see, Donald Trump is just ahead. 76% of the vote has now been counted. 51% to Donald Trump, 47% to Kamala Harris. And actually, just as I'm showing you this, which remains very tight, I'm hearing that CNN have now called North Carolina for Donald Trump. So that is going to be really key. Now, Tom, let me just show you the battle board as it is at the moment. Here you can see it. You can see it actually coloured up as it is going. So at the moment, Donald Trump already on 227, Kamala Harris on 153. And look, I know what you're saying there. Robert was talking about the idea that Donald Trump could actually sweep the swing states. But let's have one more look at just how this all adds up right now. If we assume, again, that everything goes the way that we can expect, then we can take it from there. So just say Pennsylvania remains very tight. I told you before how in 2020 it swung Republican before swinging back Democrat. Say Pennsylvania does turn blue, does go for Kamala Harris. What else is there around there? The struggle she's having at the moment is that the other two Rust Belt states on either side of that, Wisconsin and Michigan, are at the moment, according to the AP vote count data, leaning towards Trump. We were just hearing that astonishing data there from Jessica on the Arab vote, in particular in Michigan. If we turn both of those red, let me just show you where that takes us to in terms of the numbers. So you can come and see here, that would take Donald Trump to 260 and leave Kamala Harris on 245. In that situation, he only needs 10 more votes. So he only needs a tiny bit here of this Sun Belt. It becomes extremely difficult for her. Even if, say, she took Nevada, if that turned blue, even then, you know, that wouldn't be enough. And obviously, at the moment, things looking very difficult for her in Georgia. If that were to go red for Donald Trump, and if Arizona were as well, then you can see at the bottom exactly what that would mean for the board. It would mean a very solid victory for Donald Trump.
OK, Anushka, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go to Sejal in Arizona. Sejal, it looks like the Sun Belt is steadily moving towards Trump. North Carolina called. Georgia looking very like it will be very soon. What's the mood there with you?
Well, I think that if that does prove to be the case, I think that from people I'm speaking to over here, I think they'll be pretty disappointed. They are mostly Democrat voters here at this election watch party that I'm at. Let's talk to one of them, Clovis Campbell Jr. He is the publisher of the oldest and largest black newspaper here, the Arizona Rampant. Can I just ask you your reaction? If Donald Trump has been doing really well across the Sun Belt, as we seem to be hearing, what's your reaction to that?
Well, it's really disappointing. I know they put a lot of time and money on the Harris campaign into Arizona. I know for a fact that the Trump campaign put zero money into the African-American community here in Arizona. And for them to come out with a win, if he does come out with a win, it's real disappointing because we know that the Harris campaign worked really hard out here in Arizona this time around.
How do you feel that the race had been going?
I thought that it was going to be a good chance that she would do well. There were a lot of undecideds out there. But again, there are also a lot of uncounted votes, a lot of people still standing in line to vote for the presidency. So there's still some optimism in the Harris camp. And I think that we can look forward to waiting to see what the results look like. And hopefully they come out and flip around later on tonight.
there has been a lot of talk about the minority vote, the women's vote here. How do you feel about the fact that there have been black men that have voted for Trump in other battleground states?
Well, it's kind of disappointing, understanding that how much black men have counted on their mothers, who are black women, to take care of them as kids, and then to say that they still don't trust a black woman to be president. I think that's hypocritical, but at the same time, you never know what people are going to do once they get behind the voting bowl.
Donald Trump has certainly campaigned here about immigration, about border security, about economy. Are those some of the key issues that you see that he perhaps has done well on here?
Well, I think that he's presented his case well. We all know that he's one of the poorest businessmen who ever worked in the United States. He's swindled people out of millions of dollars. He's lost lots of contracts. He filed for bankruptcy multiple times. So to say he is a savvy businessman would be a real stretch. Now, to say that he's a businessman is one thing. But at the end of the day, I don't think that he's going to be able to do anything to fix the economy. I believe that he's going to worsen the economy. I think that he's going to give more people who already have money more money, and the people who need more breaks, he's not going to give the people what they need.
Do you believe that Kamala Harris perhaps took the minority vote for granted, took the black vote for granted, took the Latino vote for granted here?
No. In Arizona, I know she spent a lot of time and money with her campaign in this organization, and I don't think that they took it for granted this time. We've seen that happen in other campaigns before. But this one was very aggressive with the minority community, specifically in the Hispanic and the black community. But I think that the message just didn't resonate to some of the people that it should have. At the end of the day, people do what they want to do. They'll tell you they're going to vote for you, but then when they get in that voting booth, something might change.
If it is correct that that Donald Trump has done well here, what is it? What is it that you would put that down to? What is it about Kamala Harris's message that you think didn't resonate?
Well, I don't think that it's that Kamala's message didn't resonate. I think it's that Donald Trump's message did resonate more with some of the people in the rural communities in Arizona, some of the people who typically aren't in the metropolitan areas like Phoenix, Glendale, Scottsdale, etc. And so when you get people who haven't had a chance to really be in a big metro area, but have been out in the rural areas, those messages that Donald Trump has resonate with them a lot more than what Kamala Harris is talking about.
Clovis Campbell Jr., thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. So here, the mood is certainly a bit disappointed about those projections, but we still wait. I think people are still going to be waiting here with bated breath to see what happens.
OK, well, let's go to somewhere where I suspect the mood is considerably more vibrant at this point in the evening. Dan is at the Trump party. Dan, what are you hearing there?
A lot of cheering is what we're hearing as each of the results are called in. I don't know if we can just push in a little bit and show you what's going on down on the floor below me, but each time one of those swing states, the running tally is brought up, huge big cheer. Maybe let you listen to it. You can probably hear the applause and the claps. We've had USA, USA being chanted as well. We understand people from Mar-a-Lago, the estate where Donald Trump himself is watching this unfold, have been arriving here, and also told that some Republicans are flying into West Palm Beach because they think this is going their way. Notably, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is heading down here. I mean, they are looking like they might end up winning not only the White House but the Senate and retaining control of the House as well. People getting really excited here. It really feels like they feel momentum is on their side. So we've already had the first swing state called for Donald Trump, North Carolina. That's pretty early. All of the others are still being counted, but he's ahead in a significant number of them, not by much, and there are still a lot of votes to come in. So this could still change, but I think the noise here is it all really, Tom. You get the kind of vibe, if you like. They're very upbeat.
OK, Dan, thank you very much indeed. Look, I think it's worth maybe all of us debating at this point in the evening. Adam, we've kind of heard you quite rightly say it's not over yet. There are paths to victory for Kamala Harris. What are those paths left? I mean, we're basically saying that she has to run up some really huge numbers in the strong Democratic strongholds of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan. Do we think there are any signs that she's doing that?
I mean, I think that's one of the concerns the Democrats would have, candidly, is that she's run behind Biden's performance in some of the other big cities like New York and Chicago. Again, she's going to win all those areas.
Philadelphia.
And so, like, does she run behind Biden in Detroit, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia as well in other states? So that's something that the campaign has to watch. I think. I'm not sure Jessica may know where we are in some of the suburban counties around Pennsylvania and how much vote is outstanding there and whether there's still room for them to sort of also build some of the margin there. And that's what Democrats have to hope for. And the campaign, I know, was very focused on trying to drive turnout. This was a margin of error race going into Election Day. It was, a half a point either there, and that may be where we end up when all is said and done. But I think the campaign is understanding this is going to go on for several hours. There's going to be a lot of votes to cast. There's a lot of mail-in vote in Pennsylvania to be counted. And so we'll see where that goes over the next day or two.
You have to wonder if the recriminations are going to be aimed at Joe Biden. We forget about him. We haven't hardly mentioned him around this desk today. But the decision to run for a second term, right up to the age of 86, and then only pull out after the implosion of that debate in Atlanta. I mean, many people will say, well, hang on a second. That meant that we had only 16 weeks to introduce Kamala Harris to the American people. It meant that she couldn't be battle tested in a primary, that she never actually accrued any kind of votes in the nomination process. So I think many people will ask, it was Joe Biden.
Well, would that have made any difference? I mean, fundamentally...
Do we know that Harris would have even emerged as the victor out of a primary contest? Maybe they would have come out with a stronger candidate.
No. I think to beat back a sitting vice president would be incredibly difficult. And I think I will give her a tremendous credit over the last 107 days. She actually has run a pretty phenomenal campaign, all things considered. She came out of the gate very strong and has re-injected momentum into this race that did not exist back in October. I think the real thing that Democrats have to keep hope alive, as the Reverend Jesse Jackson would say, keep fighting to the bitter end. That there are votes that are out there for our candidate, but I think to sort of Monday morning quarterback already about whether she should have jumped out earlier. I mean, Joe Biden was the president.
Sure.
And if he made the decision...
What is Joe Biden thinking tonight as he sits in the East Wing somewhere?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't begin to predict what Joe Biden is thinking at this point. I think
Barack Obama or Michelle. All of these passionate surrogates for Harris.
Jessica, you want to come in?
Yeah, Adam was asking about sort of some of the counties there in Pennsylvania, and I'm texting with a Republican source who's there right now. They do expect more of Philadelphia to come in within the next hour. There's about 70% of it in. But right now, Harris is running about 4.5 points behind Trump's margin in Philadelphia. Bucks County, that sort of swingy county right outside of Pennsylvania, Biden won it 51-47. Trump is actually up there by about half a point right now. There's just about half of the vote in. So we're still waiting on more of that vote. But that was a key county I was looking at to sort of tell me how Pennsylvania is.
And this is where,
going.
I think the mail vote is something that I don't know. It will take days to count that. And I think you get into the longer.
But they are counting very fast. They're counting throughout the night. And yes.
Yep. That's fair.
And think of all the time and the money that's been spent in Pennsylvania. It's the
money
biggest ad buys in the entire country.
I mean,
$1.2
such a good point.
billion.
I mean, the other thing is how much of a financial advantage the Democrats had in this over the last few weeks.
And I do think there are absolutely going to be questions already being asked about this that. Harris, if she did not pick the very popular governor there, Josh Shapiro, that won overwhelmingly in 2022, could that have helped her? Certainly in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other Rust Belt states as well.
How narratives change, because for a long time people were thinking the disastrous VP pick was J.D. Vance. But now people, as Jessica points out, are going to say, was Walz the best candidate, and perhaps she should have chosen Shapiro.
And Trump actually increased his margin in Ohio. He won it twice by 8 points. He's on pace to win it now by 12 points. And we do have a call there in Ohio that Sherrod Brown, who's been there since 2006, has defied political gravity. He has lost. So they have picked up a seat there, and I don't see a path for Democrats keeping the Senate at this juncture.
And indeed, Democrats have underperformed in Minnesota, the very
but I
state.
think listen, if we go into this as we go into the last hour of our program here, nearly. I think we've got to explain a few things. And I think one of the things we've got to explain to our audience back home is how has this great country got rid of this bloke who they clearly didn't like. I mean, I'm assuming they got rid of him and then had him back. I mean, that seems like a counterintuitive decision. I mean, like, it would have made more sense not to have got rid of him in the first place, let him done his 8 years and then done something else if you didn't like it. That's the thing I find hard to explain. How can you have gone from that? Well, I mean, like, how did you go from Obama to Trump, and then Trump to Biden, and now Biden back to Trump?
We've become a country of such political extremes, and that's why. One party comes in, they overcorrect. The next party comes in, they change everything and go too far in the other direction. So we've got to come back a little bit more to the center, I would argue, so that we don't have this constant push and pull that's so, drastic for the world to watch and for Americans to go through.
I think we can't forget in 2020, I mean, Trump did a terrible job managing the COVID pandemic, and 1 million Americans died.
Are you kidding me?
No, he did a terrible job. He told people to inject bleach. That was
another musing.
No, but it was real.
They got the vaccination out and able to help millions of people all around the world as a result. And we were a leader in doing it through Operation Warp Speed. Now, COVID is hopefully a once in a lifetime.
He told people it wasn't a thing.
Once in a lifetime situation. There was naturally going to be a backlash against him sitting as the sitting president when that pandemic.
We probably shouldn't go back over the COVID argument. We'll be here all night. What we should do is just stop for a minute. Looks like it's going to be Trump. Not certain yet. We may have to unwind this in half an hour's time, but it looks like it's going to be Trump. There'll be people waking up at home. I think I should perhaps summarize this. We're going to go to CNN in a minute. But if you're waking up this morning wondering what on earth has happened overnight, basically, as the evening has worn on, this has just gradually shifted towards Trump. North Carolina has been called for Trump, one of the key swing states. It looks as if Georgia is almost certainly going to go to Trump, another key swing state in the Sun Belt. Arizona, I think the mood there doesn't look particularly good for Harris either. It therefore becomes absolutely critical that Harris pulls a clean sweep of the northern Rust Belt swing states. And I think it's fair to say at this point, it looks pretty dicey. She's not performing as well as she should in some areas where she needs to be racking up the votes. And she's falling behind in some other areas. It is still possible she'll pull it back. Adam has very rightly urged us to be cautious all evening. We are trying to be cautious, but it does feel like it is probably moving in one direction. Is that, if you've just woken up and you're making your morning tea and you're wondering where we are, that I think is where we are. Robert, do you want to? I feel like you want to add something to
No,
it.
I mean, I share that sentiment, but if you'd asked me on January the 6th, 2021, did I think that we'd be sitting around this desk, Tom, talking about Donald Trump becoming president of the United States? I mean, I wrote a blog just yesterday, partly tongue-in-cheek, saying Trump was definitely going to get federally funded housing. The only question was it the White House or a prison cell. Don't forget that if he had lost this election, and he might still lose it, but if he had lost this election, he was in enormous legal jeopardy. Now he's in a position, if he wins, potentially of instructing his Department of Justice to dismiss the 2 federal cases against him in Miami and here in Washington, D.C.
I want to drill down on some of this stuff because it feels important. Let's start with those court cases, right? We can take it as read that he pardons the January the 6th people who've been convicted of. I'm looking at you.
Yes,
he said that.
He has said that.
It's a given.
It's not just that he will pardon them. He regards them and has called them political prisoners and hostages.
So they're out. He will ask the Department of Justice to dismiss all the charges, all the federal charges against him, and no doubt they will agree to it, or he'll have a new Department of Justice, I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. He can't dismiss the New York case that he's been convicted of, but what happens there? I mean, he still gets sentenced, it gets delayed.
Yeah, I mean, it's not viable that no state court, I don't think, is going to. We can debate this, but it doesn't seem likely that I think they hold the charges or they hold the sentencing. You can't sentence a president.
Well,
Okay.
I mean,
they could, but
nobody is above the rule of law in America. And if he's found guilty, and there's a penalty. I mean, I don't know if anybody thinks he was actually going to spend time in jail for the charges, but I think
just out of interest, if Judge Merchan had not delayed the sentencing, would that have made any difference?
I don't think so. I mean, if he had given him jail time, that may have ultimately changed the question. But again, I don't think we want our judiciary to be succumbed to American politics. And that's, I think, what gives Democrats real concern about a possible Trump presidency. He has said clearly he's going to blow over American judicial independence.
Okay, let's go and see what CNN is making at the top of the hour.
Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
All right, John King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And we project Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote, but 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has 230. He is 40 votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 101 votes away from the 270 needed to win. John King?
So, Jake, let's look at the map where we are right now, and then we'll go through some of these battleground states where we're still waiting.
Okay, let's come back into the studio here, move back from CNN. I'm joined by Dmitry Kuleba, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ukraine. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm guessing, lost track of time where you are this morning, I think. Yes, this morning. What do you make of this? It looks like yet to be determined, not yet certain, but it looks pretty likely that we are going to get a second President Trump term. What do you think that means for your country?
Good morning. And yes, we know Mr. Trump from his first presidency. And we know how to deal with him. Of course, there are many challenges ahead. I don't think his 24-hour plan to end the war is going to work. But he will face a very difficult situation because Putin will continue with his aggression. He will disregard attempts to end the war on just terms. So fixing the war, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, will be one of the biggest foreign policy challenges, either for President Trump or for President Harris if she makes it.
Mr. Trump, if it is him, has said he's going to end the war very quickly. What do you think he actually thinks that involves? Giving Russia everything at once?
That's just impossible. Whatever the electoral statements are, real governance and real foreign policy governance is completely different. As I said, this war will not end in 24, 48, or 72 hours. This war will not end with Ukraine conceding to Russia. Anyone who thinks differently just does not understand the reality on the ground.
Mr. Trump has made very clear, though, that he doesn't want American money any longer going to fund, as he would see it, foreign wars. You have to be worried about that, don't you? You have been very reliant on the billions of dollars of American aid that has come your way and weapons and all the rest of it. I mean, the absence of that would be critical for your, or incredibly damaging for your war effort, would it not?
Well, this money are not charity for Ukraine. They are investments in global security architecture. Because if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, it will provoke other countries who want to impose their will on their neighbors by force, who want to violate borders and commit aggression, to follow the suit. And then the United States will face much, much bigger problems, and the check for fixing these problems around the globe will be much higher.
Okay, Dmitry, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate you taking the time. Okay, Sarah, you're back.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming back to join us here at the desk. What are your thoughts? It looks pretty like, not certain, but pretty like it's going to be President Trump. Thoughts?
It does. First, let me tell you, you guys are amazing. The production here, the team that you have to keep this going and it's exciting. And,
you can come again.
You guys are amazing. You really are. And I think it's awesome, the passion that you all have for American politics, too.
We love American politics.
That's
And there'll be millions of people sitting at home. They may be just getting up, actually. It's kind of obviously early in the UK. People will be getting up. They'll be coming to, the TV, switching it on, wondering what's gone on overnight. And the story of the overnight is it's inched forward towards a President Trump's second term. We're not there for certainty yet, but that's the way it looks.
So if it concludes that, believe me, you as viewers, as observers of America, there's never going to be a boring day in the White House for the next 4 years.
That is true. It is hard not to.
You mean my job is secure?
Yeah, there you go. You'll have a lot to cover. But I'm not surprised at the way things are going. Of course, anything can happen. Look, 4 years ago, people went to bed thinking that Trump was going to win. They woke up and there was a spike on the other side via vote count. So you never know what's going to happen. Still, a lot of votes need to be counted. But yes, it does look like it will be another Trump administration, and I think that's good for the country. I thought it was interesting in the last segment, you made the point about kind of the idiosyncrasies involved in this situation of America. You went 4 years with Trump, then you switched off. Now you're going to go another 4 years. Why didn't you do the full 8 years? I think it was purposeful that it wasn't a straight 8 years, 2 terms. So many things needed to be exposed in the 4 years where he wasn't in there. I think a lot of Americans became more awakened to the way politics work in our country and the conflicts of interest and the professional political establishment that has controlled and grown too many things in our country that has ultimately taken away people's individual rights and their freedom and their empowerment to live their own lives and to run their own businesses and raise their own families without so much government intervention.
Okay, let's just grapple with a Trump term. What do you we know lots of things about Trump, don't we? We know he says some things he doesn't mean. He says a lot of things he doesn't mean. He says some things he does mean. Sometimes it's hard to determine which is which, but, there you go. Maybe that's all politicians. It's quite hard, given everything he said, I'm finding it quite hard to get a real grasp of what the next 4 years looks like. Do you feel that you have a grasp on what he will do and what he won't do, what he will do on immigration, what he will do on the economy?
Yes. And I think that
paint a picture.
I think that acknowledgement of what he wants to do for our country was the deciding factor in this race because people didn't know what Kamala Harris wanted to do, what she was standing for. And she was flip-flopping on so many issues and wouldn't give press conferences, wouldn't answer simple questions about what is your vision for our country and what specifically will you do to fix so many of the problems that we face. I think people figured, we saw what Donald Trump did 4 years ago when he wrapped up that term, and he's specific about many things that he's going to do, like specific things like he's going to tax tips for wait staff, for instance, and nor Social Security. And he's going to fight hard to keep women exclusively competing against other women in sports. Things like that Kamala never did come out and let voters know what she really stood for. And I think it's because she has not had to face much fire in her career. She never had to go through some contested primary and duke it out in the arena of ideas and be a real articulate about her vision and her plans. And I think that hurt her in the way that she campaigned.
But Sarah, what does he mean by the enemy within?
Well, I don't remember when he said that. I don't doubt that he said that, but in what context?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, there's sort of ambiguity about that that sort of really worries half of America.
But like in a speech, he said it?
Sure. Yeah, he says there's an enemy within, and that's more dangerous than the enemy without. Implying that there are adversaries here in America that pose a real risk.
Abraham Lincoln said the same thing, maybe more articulately, but Abraham Lincoln said...
Well, that was amid the Civil War.
Yeah, but no, he talked about it's not going to be, say, militarily an exterior, an outside force coming in and brutalizing and defeating America. No, it will be via division from within our country, that would be the thing that eroded our foundation and could destroy a country.
Would you agree?
That's what he meant.
Would you agree that he'll probably be liberated to a degree if he wins again, coming into office, as in the sense that, you know, the first time it was new, there were lots of people telling him he couldn't do things. In some instances, he did decide he couldn't do the things that people, not everything, some things he did do. He's come back. America has said, all right, we want you back.
Right.
I'm just assuming, is that a reasonable assumption that he'll probably feel
and he doesn't,
liberated?
and he can't seek a second term, another term, a third term.
That's a good point. And yes, I do. I think it will be more liberating, but in a good way for him to, I think his first go around, I think he was talked into doing some things that he regrets now, including hiring a lot of people that did not work out for him because, and I've been in the same situation as an administrator, where people are talking you into, oh, you got to hire that bureaucrat. They know where the light switches are, and you're a newbie. You don't know. You get talked into hiring somebody, and it's like, man, they're sabotaging you. You find out at the end you can't win them over. I think Trump went through that, and he's not going to make that mistake again.
So who does he hire? Who does he hire? How does he hire them?
With age comes wisdom, and through more years of experience, you do become more discerning on who people are, who will be loyal to you, not as a person and not like obsessively, but who's loyal to the agenda, his agenda for America.
I mean, that's a real concern for many Americans about a second Trump term, is that he's surrounding himself by loyalists and sycophants.
I don't believe that he is, though. He has a pretty small circle right now. I mean, and he's got some gatekeepers that I don't know. I don't know if sometimes they look out for his best interest, to tell you the truth. But no, I think that he has become more discerning. You know, when I think a lot of discernment really kicked in for him was the assassination attempt. And he talks about that, about how that was literally life-changing for him, where he stepped back a little bit, took a deep breath, and I think was able to grasp an even bigger picture for moving forward and how people's lives are at stake. And I mean, a situation like that you would face, it would change your life. And I think that is going to aid him in being a more empathetic, perhaps, president.
I think people back home in the UK and perhaps watching across Europe worry about a Trump term, some of them. Think he's unpredictable, don't really know what he's going to do. What would you say to people watching at home, waking up this morning and it looks like it is President Trump? What would you say to reassure them that the world's going to still be going in a good direction?
I think inherently people all over the world, they want world peace. And it sounds cliche and it sounds naive to wish for that. But I think people, they desire, they crave, they want world peace. Trump has come out very adamantly against war, understanding that war is a business for so many in America anyway, and we're perpetuating these skirmishes and these battles that America, we should have no part of because we don't have a specific interest in some of these parts of the world where we're dumping a lot of money that America doesn't have. You know, we're $30-some trillion in debt, and it's irresponsible for us to keep funding wars and battles that we shouldn't be in and costing lives, treasure, and blood. It doesn't make any sense. So people around the world, I think, who recognize that, hopefully they understand, they can be relieved that he gets it and he doesn't want to be a part of that anymore. That military industry that has really made war a business.
I just want to ask, Sarah, you come from one of the most pristine states in America, frankly, in the world, Alaska, but it's also one of the sort of drilling capitals of the world. I mean, what would you say, to take up Tom's point, what would you say to those young people in Britain who are desperately worried? Well, in fact, many Britons of all ages, desperately worried about climate change and the Trump agenda.
And Alaska is so pristine and it is so clean, and in perpetuity, I want to see that continued. True conservationists like me, we want maximum sustained yield of our resources. We want it, like I say, in perpetuity for the next generation and the next generation to be able to enjoy and benefit and responsibly, ethically develop natural resources so that future generations can also be blessed by what we have been blessed with. Trump gets that way. He does say succinctly, drill, baby, drill. I invented that. That's my baby. You know, I talked about that in rallies 15, 16 years ago about the need to responsibly and ethically develop our resources so we're not going hat in hand to other countries asking them to develop resources for us when we're rich in them and they don't have the worker safety standards. They don't have the environmental standards. We do. Because, again, true conservationists who also understand the need for natural resource development to allow us to be energy independent, meaning we can be secure and sovereign with that link between energy and security. We do it right. And I am very confident that President Trump believes in that.
Can I, given you're a very articulate advocate for him, would you take a job in his administration?
I would be very interested in doing something with energy independence. It's so important to understand, and it probably sounds cliche because I repeat it all the time, but the inherent link between energy and security and energy and prosperity. The cost of energy touches absolutely everything that we touch, everything around us, plastics, material, transportation, energy, petroleum products that's the backbone of all these things. So when we are reliant on foreign countries, even some countries that look at us as an enemy, and we ask them to produce for us, it makes no sense and it makes the world less safe, less secure.
OK, watch this space. Thank you very much indeed. We're just going to go to Dan, but just before we do, Jessica, I just want to ask you, because you've got some news about the Senate. Basically, the Senate is lost for the Democrats,
the
is that right?
Associated Press has also made the official call. Republicans have taken back the Senate. As I mentioned before, they have flipped that Ohio seat. This is before we even know what's going to happen in Montana, though John Tester, we expected him to lose. He is trailing there. We talked about some earlier about that Nebraska Senate seat where an independent was challenging Deb Fischer. They have called that for Deb Fischer, though it was very close. And then right now, I truly believe that as these blue wall states go in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, there's a good chance that those Senate races could all fall the same way for Republicans. You know, my projection was that Republicans were going to pick up between 2 and 5 seats. That actually might be as many as 6 right now. And of course, the one difference where we are seeing that, you know, in 2016, every single Senate race went the same way as the presidential result. In 2020, only Susan Collins managed to win. So we could see that sort of almost be the same, but if Arizona is the difference there, where it looks like Trump is going to win that state. The Democrat Ruben Gallego still on pace to win that seat, and that really has to do more with candidate quality. That Carrie Lake was very much an underperforming candidate, who came into that race very unpopular from her gubernatorial race.
Okay, let's go to Dan at the Trump party. Dan, I'm imagining that the mood is improving by the minute, probably there.
Yeah, look, I just talked to one source who was in a VIP party nearby with the campaign, and I said, have they started uncorking the champagne yet? And he said they've been drinking champagne all evening. So there you go. They've been pretty bullish since the beginning, but obviously they're growing much more confident. The other thing to tell you is that we're being told, now this hasn't been confirmed, but you know, to expect possibly Donald Trump to come sooner rather than later. And when I asked, you know, well, what kind of time frame we're talking, maybe in the next half an hour or so, I think the kind of thought was that he wanted to get up on stage before Kamala Harris spoke in Washington, D.C. Obviously, you know, we don't have a definitive result or anywhere close yet, but I think, you know, there's a lot of buzz in the room here. People want to see him. I'm sure he'll want to talk to the thousands of people gathered here, so we'll keep you posted if there's any sign of him being on the move. Mar-a-Lago is about 3 miles down the road to the south of here, so it's not far with a Secret Service motorcade. Probably take you 5 minutes to get here, so we'll keep you posted if we hear anything further on his arrival on stage here in West Palm Beach.
Okay, it's Robert here in the studio. I was wondering whether the atmosphere there shows any sense of kind of humility, or are people sort of doubling down on this idea that there's an enemy within? I mean, are you detecting any sort of grace in terms of a speech that would, you know, declare victory?
Not at the moment. I think they're all still digesting the results, really. I mean, you know, they are being quite kind of optimistic about a clean sweep of the House, the Senate and the White House. I think they're just beginning to digest what that means in terms of what they feel they'll be able to do. But, you know, at the moment, every time Kamala Harris' photo appears on the screen behind me, there's a boo when she comes up and a huge cheer whenever they see a projection that suggests Donald Trump is ahead. We've had a sort of video played in at one point of Donald Trump dancing to YMCA. That got a pretty big reaction as well. CNN are broadcasting here. They are also interestingly being shown up on the screen behind me, more than Fox News actually. So when they crossed to CNN's correspondent here, there was a lot of sort of both booing and cheering, but a lot of noise generally. So I think people are still sort of digesting it. They don't want to get ahead of themselves, but I think they are feeling increasingly confident as this goes forward, that it is looking very hopeful at the moment for Donald Trump.
Dan, thank you very much indeed. Quite why YMCA became the theme tune of the Trump era is a subject perhaps for a different programme, which we will address at a very different time. Now, if you are just got up, you're making breakfast for the kids or whatever, and you're wondering what the heck has happened overnight, has Trump become the president? No, Trump has not become the president yet. But things are quite honestly looking, with the usual caveats, like they're trending in that direction. Why? Well, North Carolina has been called for Trump. Georgia has all but been called for Trump. It looks like he may be doing pretty well in Arizona as well. That leaves Harris only one path through the northern swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It is still conceivable that she will win there. It is still conceivable, therefore, I see Jessica is catching my eye. Maybe it's not conceivable, or are you?
No, I was just going to say that the New York Times, they now say it's a 90% chance of a Trump victory, and that they estimate that Trump will win the popular vote by 1.1 points. They say that, again, 74% that Wisconsin will go, 76% that Pennsylvania will be for Trump. I mean, I also just want to stress that it's been 20 years since a Republican won the popular vote as well. George W. Bush in 2004 was the last time. So, I mean, we are seeing states, and Trump was questioned of some of the places he was going to, like Virginia or New Jersey and different things. But we're seeing the closer numbers in New Jersey. Virginia looks like it's going to be half of the margin that it was in 2020. Robert already mentioned that Minnesota was much closer. So it's not just these swing states where we're seeing closer numbers. It's in many of these other states where we're in, and even in North Carolina. I mean, I do think this was a repudiation of the Biden-Harris administration, because actually we talked about that governor's race there that was a little bit different, but it looks like Democrats have won the attorney general's race there in North Carolina. There was a Secretary of Public Instruction race that was very heated for basically the state education secretary there. That also looks like it's going to go for Democrats. I mean, I think at this point, sort of Democrats' last hope is the House. And I still think we see it still as a toss-up here at the Cook Political Report, and we might not know for some time. And that's because the battle for the House actually doesn't run neatly through the presidential battlegrounds. It runs through places like New York and California. So if we do see better results there for Democrats do still, I think, have a fighting chance in the House. That's sort of their last stop to stop a Republican trifecta.
It's a pretty remarkable fact if they're winning the popular vote by this margin. Not only, as Jessica says, they haven't done that Republicans haven't done that for 20 years, but there was kind of an assumption, maybe a lazy assumption, that actually kind of Democrats were always destined to win the popular vote. That was their grievance against the Electoral College, simply because of sort of shifting demographics, a more liberal population. But actually, Donald Trump looks like he's winning.
Okay, I think in a minute we need to think about exactly picking up on that point about why the Biden administration, why people turned against it precisely in the numbers that they look like they have. But first, I just want to go to Rachel in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Rachel, is there, I don't know how much of that you listen to, but, you know, generally what we have concluded at this point of the night is that it's really hard to see Harris making it, but she potentially still could if she racks up the numbers in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. How do you think it's looking there?
Well, here in Pennsylvania, there's certainly been a bit of a change in the language we're hearing from the Democrats. I've just got off the phone to the Democrat mayor of this city, Pittsburgh, one of the two biggest population centers along with Pennsylvania. Now, there's no doubt that Harris has taken Allegheny County, that's where we are here, and has done so by quite some way. But at his watch party, which was wrapping up slightly early, I think, possibly indicative of how they're feeling. This was the man that just last night was at the Kamala Harris event here and talking about her historic path to the White House, now saying, well, I'm still hopeful that she can take the state. Look, 83% of the vote is in now. And what we are hearing from Kamala Harris's spokesperson when it comes to this state is that still a lot of votes from Philadelphia, the other big population centre, still haven't been counted. And what she is saying is that, look, there are areas that are non-white, that are heavily student, that we're still waiting to hear from, where we know that turnout was very high. Now, I'd caveat that with the fact that we've been travelling through these Rust Belts, and actually stereotypes have never really seemed to hold. It's become impossible to predict when you go up and talk to someone and ask them how they're voting, which way they're going to go. And actually, a lot of the non-white population we spoke to in places like Detroit, where there's a very big Arab American community, were saying to us, well, we can't vote for Kamala Harris because we're so furious about the Democrats' stance on Gaza. And when you pointed out to them that former President Trump has a history of racist views, they would simply say, well, there was peace under him 4 years ago. So I'm not quite sure how much they can rely on that vote, both in places like Philadelphia, but also in places like Detroit, which was the other place they were saying that they were still waiting for a large number of votes to come in on. Look, if you have a look at the numbers in the remaining parts of this state of Pennsylvania, to win this really pivotal state with its 19 electoral college votes, Harris would need to be 18 points ahead. Now, she's much more than that here in Allegheny County, in Pittsburgh. You may say that Philadelphia is similar, so that's why they've not given up hope entirely. One of the local Democrat data crunchers here, campaigned for her for years, has said that, look, he still thinks that there is a path, there is hope. He'd have liked for her to have been an awful lot more ahead even here. So they're not conceding it. They are still fighting on, waiting for these votes to come in. But I think given what we've seen over the past week and a half in these Rust Belt states, places where in the past, big metropolises like this, where the vote for the Democrats was very strong, we've seen that starting to slip as people who you might expect to back Harris have really been questioning whether, given the state of the economy, given particularly what's happened in the Middle East, whether those things have been more important to them than perhaps reproductive rights. Look, there is still time to go here. There is no call for this state, but at the moment it is looking very difficult indeed. And one thing that has been surprising is how quickly they've managed to count the votes here. We know, don't we, that last time in Pennsylvania it took them 4 days. They put huge investment into trying to speed that up. They bought 2 really modern vote counting machines here in Pittsburgh. That really seems to have paid off. So it looks like the votes are being processed, are being counted much quicker. They did that, of course, because they didn't want there to be this delay that last time former President Trump used to try and sow doubt about the outcome of the vote. The reality is, although it's still on a knife edge, this time he may not need to do that here.
OK, Rachel, thank you very much. Jessica.
So our control room is telling me that our team in Georgia, Secretary of State's office has told CNN that they should call Georgia for Trump, and the final vote margin will be around 100,000 votes. So again, another one that we expect to be very soon into Trump's column. I mean, again, this is looking like the 2016 map all over again. When we still don't have the data in the last state that was that the polls closed in is Nevada. That is the state that we could see actually flip to Trump, actually, because in 2016 and in 2020, it did go for Democrats. And so that would actually mean that Trump could actually have a larger margin at the Electoral College than he had in 2016.
And the other difference with 2016 is he looks like this time he's going to win the popular vote. New York Times now reporting there's a, by their modeling, there's a 93% chance he wins the presidency. And in Pennsylvania, nearly an 80% chance he wins that crucial battleground state where so many people said that was the whole ball game.
Jessica, we keep caveating the idea of a Trump win, rightly so, obviously, because he hasn't won yet and we're not there yet. But do you think you've looked at this data over many years? This is your area of expertise. Is there anything you're seeing that makes the Democrats' path to a victory look really credible, or is it a pretty long shot at this point?
I mean, it's looking very hard here. I think that, especially, I go back to I think that's sort of the canary in the coal mine, those numbers sort of in Michigan, that Dearborn area. Yeah. And that protest vote that we saw still may not be enough to have swung the state, but I think it just sort of tells us that there is a deep unrest with the Biden administration, not just with voters across the board, but with those younger voters, that we've seen newer voters coming in, that Harris was not winning younger voters, younger male voters by what she needed to be, and that clearly we did see, that uncommitted vote that we saw in states for there, and I think there is a question of should Biden have stepped aside earlier, but I think that you're still, whoever the incumbent party is penalized. I keep going back to that just number, that in 4 years, 10% more of America thinks that the country is on the wrong track, 70% wrong track.
Sarah, why precisely do you think that was? Which bit of the Biden administration and its work do you think people have reacted most strongly against, if they have?
I think there has been a perceived aura, anyway, of arrogance in the administration, where administrators felt that they knew best and they wanted to tell a city, an individual what was best for them. They make a mistake in underestimating the wisdom of the people. We're a proud, independent individual, collectively working to make this country better. And we don't need faceless, far off in a bubble bureaucrats and politicians telling us what's best for us. I think a lot of that American independence, that has really risen in this election cycle. The beauty of certainly the tradition of our style of governance in the U.S. is that pendulum does swing, right? It goes left, it goes right, as she was suggesting also. And quite often, we're watching what goes on with elected officials and say, wait a minute, you're not governing as you campaigned. It was easy to campaign, all these promises, all these things you're going to do to allow more freedoms for the people to make our own decisions and equal opportunity, all this, but you're not governing that way. So we're going to go back and try again the other side of the political aisle. And then pretty soon it's like, the grass is probably greener on the other side. Then we go back again. That's the way it's been in America. And in a good way, that's a healthy way. That provides balance. Just like our three branches of government, is checks and balances. Our forefathers, they were brilliant in how they set this all up. It does allow balance, and that it should be ethical. It should be safe in terms of people being able to, hold on to and live out their dreams as Americans. Our political process is really good.
We had Meghan McCain in here earlier, John McCain's daughter. You obviously were John's running mate. We were discussing that American politics seem very different in his era than it does now. It's more polarized, it's more divisive. What do you think he would make of tonight?
I think he would kind of go along the lines of the question that you asked about, is there going to be some humility and is there going to be some grace and all that? Because he was of that makeup within himself. I just dearly loved him and have the utmost respect for him. And I think that he would provide some of that wisdom or that direction to the populace and to people who are being elected, to remind them that, we're all in this together. We're all a team, and some humbleness and some grace can go a long way in acceptance.
And yet Donald Trump was the man who called your running mate, somebody who was a loser.
I didn't like that.
a loser for being kept as a POW.
And I did not like that. No, I did not like that. I knew John McCain personally, and like I say, I always had the utmost respect for him. Oh, some of his policies I didn't agree with, but I wouldn't have said that.
OK, now seems like a good time to take stock of where we are. It's been a long night. If you've stayed with us, thank you very much. But for those of you just waking up, here is where we are with Anushka.
Yeah, if you are waking up, you're waking up to an election that is looking good for Donald Trump and not so much for Kamala Harris right now. Here is our battle board. You can see how it has been filling up overnight. Actually, only one of our 7 swing states in the middle called so far, officially, North Carolina, a big one, 16 electoral college votes, but also the only one that Trump won last time round in 2020. So arguably, Harris doesn't need it to win. But if we look at it on our map, and we look at all our swing states, then I can show you what's going on. So we've got North Carolina over here, which has been called for Trump. But right next door in Georgia, counting is still going on, but we began the night with data that suggested the underlying trends were shifting Trump's way, and it certainly feels like that at the moment. And it is not just these East Coast Sunbelt states, but over here in the Western ones too, with the Latino vote looking like it has shifted to Trump, and 1/3 of the population in Arizona, for example, is Latino. So all night, as we've been going, we've started saying that the Rust Belt is key, but counting so far has Trump just ahead in these states as well. It is still very, very close in Pennsylvania. And of course, he isn't actually over the line down here. He hasn't reached 270, but the bookies are more than convinced. Betfair now gives him a 98% chance of victory. And guess who else is very, very confident right now? Elon Musk, the owner of X, who has actually been with Trump during the night. There you can see him. He has written on X, the future is going to be fire. And as if that isn't bad enough for Democrats, AP are saying the Republicans have taken control of the Senate too, as Jessica has been talking about, which will be a big help to Trump if he wins. So if that is the result, of course, it's not really there yet, but if it comes that way, what actually happened? All night, we've been drilling into a survey of over 115,000 Americans. AP Votecast. And let me show you 3 trends that I think help explain what might have happened. Number 1, it looks like the black vote has been quite key. This is national survey data. This is 2020. Biden was massively ahead with this group of voters. This was a really big driver of his victory. Kamala Harris looks like she's also very ahead, but not quite as much. And that difference in that lead is going to be really important. It will be affecting the margins in swing seats, especially Georgia, where 1/3 of voters are black. And in fact, just now, it sounds like Georgia has just been called for Trump as well. This will be a huge part of what's been going on there. Also a big shift, as I mentioned, in Latino men too, particularly men apparently that have been driving this. And I just want to show you another thing that is sort of astonishing. 18 to 29-year-olds, they've gone down for Democrats, according to the survey data, from 61% to 52% now. Many will have gone independent, but it also looks like Trump has gone up as well. So these are areas where Harris may have lost out, but there's also an area where she did not gain enough. Many expected abortion to be a huge motivating issue that might push women towards Harris. Overall, there's been a slight shift towards her, but this group, white women in particular, the biggest voting bloc in the US, no real change in her favour. This is a group that didn't back Hillary Clinton in 2016. Many thought something historic might happen tonight. It doesn't look likely. And if we just go back to our battle board, I think you will be able to see there that Georgia has been called in the middle. And that now takes Trump to 246. He is not over the line to 270, but he is in touching distance, and it would be an uphill battle now, very hard for Kamala Harris to find a route there.
It's Milwaukee, Madison, and
OK, Anushka, thank you very much indeed. Well, we understand that Donald Trump is on his way to his party and down there in Florida. Clearly, he thinks he's won, we assume. Doubtless, he will claim victory, whatever happens. He may not be quite there yet, but he seems to be trending in that direction, and he is certainly going down to address them. We don't believe that Kamala Harris does have plans to speak to anyone publicly tonight. Read into that what you will, or possibly she doesn't think the result is clear enough yet. I'll tell you what I wanted to ask all of you. I've been sort of pondering what happened last time Trump won. And I feel like no one really expected Trump to win. He'd done all these things that have broken every norm that would have disqualified any other candidate in any previous election cycle. We've discussed this many times. And he said all these things, you know, veterans were losers, mocked disabled people. He did all this stuff. He then won the White House, and almost immediately we got into this world of him against the media, really. There was the argument about the inauguration crowd sizes, and, you know, he said they were huge, and the media says, well, no, they weren't as big as Obama's. You know, all this stuff that you know about. And I felt like the system, if you can want to put it like that, the media, to some extent, elements of the government, resisted him at all costs. How does everyone respond now he's won again? I mean, that's like a really different step change. How does everyone respond to his habit of breaking norms at every turn?
I think
Do we just accept it?
I think I would just say, well, people don't necessarily like him and agree with the way he conducts himself, agree with the way his style, how he describes things. They like his policies. And so I think that's what's driving this. Once again, look, I covered the 2016 campaign back when I was a reporter, and I saw the energy on the ground. I actually thought that he had a chance of winning back then, and then I went on to serve for 2.5 years in the administration. So that's kind of where I am on this.
Look, I mean, full caveats aside, like I know that what I heard from the Harris campaign just while we were in the last little break, that they're still holding out hope that they can pull down both the mail-in vote in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Okay.
So that is where the campaign is. I don't think you're going to see Harris tonight because they think that there is still an opportunity to turn the vote around there. I think, look, the backlash to Trump's policies were real because people across America were deeply troubled by his policies and his actions, and that Democrats rode that to a huge win in the midterms in 2018. Looking ahead to where we may end up if Trump is in fact the next president, I think you can expect a backlash to his policies. That is pretty common in American politics. The incumbent president does lose votes in the next Congress. Now, Democrats may still even win the House. We'll see how that shakes out over the next couple of months. I think the key thing for viewers in the UK to understand is that generally there is a sense in America that we will try to hold to our democratic norms and values. And if Trump takes a huge bunch of actions that break those rules and break those norms, I expect that you will see a robust public debate and protest against policies that we disagree with, just like there were huge protests from Republicans when they disagreed with Biden's policies. That's part of American politics.
Adam, I think one of the things we're not saying here is that by and large there's a double standard when it comes to the media. And we've seen that throughout this campaign, where the media has propped up Harris, where they've over-exaggerated things regarding Trump. And I think a lot of Americans are frankly tired of it. And that's why there's become more of a distrust against American media here in the U.S.
I don't know. I don't want to...
And just having served as somebody in a prior administration where we had good policies. We had Remain in Mexico, for example, where we paid the government of Mexico to help house people there. The people... Okay. Hold on. If I can just...
Sorry, I wasn't interrupting you. I was just... No, carry on.
That's so bad of me. No, you're the host.
No.
I was just going to say.
All I was trying to say is I was just trying to explain that we're watching the watch party. Trump's about to turn up. People are getting excited.
I am so sorry.
I was going to encourage you to keep talking while we were watching it. Sorry.
I was going to say, Remain in Mexico worked for everybody. It worked for the United States. It worked for Mexico. It worked for the migrants. They were safe. They weren't, drowning in the Rio Grande back then. That's an example of a policy that worked. We had sanctions on Russia. That worked. We dealt with Kim.
Trump didn't want to put the sanctions on place, though.
We all did it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Sometimes he will say certain things, but the policy, and that's what I'm trying to say today. If Trump is elected again, look at the policy. Don't always look at the rhetoric. And people would be much better off if they didn't get all in a tizzy about whatever words and language he uses to describe something.
I mean, Heather and Adam have been wonderfully civil today, even though you represent, as you always are, as you always are. But there is
we like civility.
We love civility.
You know that, right?
But I do wonder about the next 76 days and what civility there will be. Remember that there is an old tradition in the United States that when one president leaves the Oval Office, he leaves a handwritten note on the Resolute desk in the Oval Office to give guidance to his successor. Can you imagine what Joe Biden is going to write to Donald Trump? That tells you kind of what a gulf there is between the outgoing and an incoming administration, assuming Donald Trump.
I mean, I don't think Trump but Trump didn't leave one.
No, he didn't.
Right?
But I mean,
we used to have that
lost,
tradition sometimes back in the UK, and then of course the incoming Tory government of whatever year it was decided to publish the letter saying there's no money left, and that was the end of that tradition. Jessica, sorry.
Here's why there is still why we still can't confidently say. We certainly see the trends and things too, but most of the vote that is still outstanding in those blue wall states are in the very urban areas. Milwaukee County, there's still about 40% of the vote left. According to the AP, there's still a decent amount in Madison as well, Dane County there. And then when I'm looking here at Detroit, overwhelmingly Wayne County, Macomb there, which is also another swing county, there's still a good bit out, though Trump is ahead there once again. So, I mean, we still, when I'm looking here at Pennsylvania, it's Philadelphia, some in Pittsburgh. So because we don't fully know what that, perhaps I'm not sure if those are absentee or election day votes, but I think that is why we aren't seeing definitive calls on this. Certainly the trend line, and especially when we look at Trump doing better in other more rural counties and Harris not yet hitting the margins where Biden is in those urban areas, that does not bode well for her, but that is where the vote is still outstanding.
And that's what the campaign is saying.
Yeah, okay. What a twist that would be if we suddenly turned around and it was President Harris after all. Emma Murphy is with the Harris team.
Okay. Well, Tom, in the last few minutes, we've been told that the Vice President won't be addressing the crowd that has been waiting here for hours. The chair of the campaign came out and said there were still votes to count and they still believed in the promise of America. I have to say, his voice didn't sound like he had much belief left. Also, in the last few minutes, I've spoken to Nancy Pelosi, the former leader of the House, the woman that was so instrumental in getting Harris to stand and getting Biden to step down. She said she still believed there was a chance, but again, her eyes gave away a sense of really bitter disappointment. We've spoken to people as they started to leave tonight, and there is just a sense of disbelief. There was such a joyous, joyful mood here through the past hours. And then probably an hour and a half ago, it changed completely and people started to look incredibly fearful. They are now looking at the prospect of a Donald Trump presidency. These are people who have for months now knocked on doors, made phone calls, written letters to get the vote out for Kamala Harris, believing that she had a chance to become president. They seem to be losing that belief tonight, and it looks like her path to victory is almost impossible. It is certainly incredibly narrow, and there are many very, very devastated people here, not least her campaign team and those people who believed in a new future for America.
Okay, Emma, thank you very much. People clearly leaving the Harris Watch Party there, which I think we can take, as Emma was saying, to be a not particularly good sign, although many people left Trump's rallies early in the last month or two, and it turned out not to be a bad sign at all. So there you go. Perhaps one shouldn't read too much into rallies one way or another. Now, Dan is at the Trump party, where I imagine things are going a lot better, not least because the man who may be about to be president is possibly about to arrive, Dan.
Yeah, we just had another ear-splitting rendition of YMCA, and we understand Donald Trump is on his way. Looks like they are preparing the stage behind me. We're not quite sure what he will say, but you can guess it will be pretty bombastic, I would imagine. it must be stressed that there are still votes being counted in key swing states, but things looking very favourable for him as things stand at the moment. And if he does pull this off, he would be the first president, I think, since Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century to win non-consecutive terms. It would be the political comeback for the ages. But there's obviously huge other kind of repercussions to talk about, not least for international security, particularly with Ukraine. Also have a thought about all those court cases that we've covered exhaustively throughout the course of this year and beyond. I would imagine most of those will now fall away because he will be able to appoint whoever he likes in the Department of Justice and basically mean that those cases now get stopped in their tracks. But as you can see behind me, the stage is being prepared. There's probably, I don't know, there must be several thousand people here now. They're all packing in. And as we mentioned earlier, they've been coming in from Mar-a-Lago itself, where he has been watching this unfold. They've been flying in. We understand the Speaker, House Speaker, Mike Johnson, has been flying down as well. We now have confirmation that they have retaken control of the Senate as well as the House. And we're now waiting for that final word on the race for the presidency. But as it stands at the moment, they are very, very confident indeed.
OK, Dan, thank you very much for now. We'll come back as soon as we see Donald Trump. But anyone care to explain how YMCA became the...
Doesn't make any sense.
Because it's a fun song.
Well, it is a great song, but
it's just a fun song. Sometimes it's as easy as that.
If you asked me what political events I saw coming, I wouldn't necessarily pick that. Look, it looks more and more like it's going to be President Trump. Let's just try and crack through some stuff and try and give people a shape of what that might mean. We sort of didn't quite finish the court cases thing. Most of the charges highly likely to be dismissed. Obviously, the case in New York can't be dismissed. The state charges in Georgia can't be dismissed either, and he can't pardon themselves those. I feel like those will probably be put on hold, if not dropped. The New York charge effectively put on hold. Did we conclude that? Probably.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Let's just deal with the big ticket items. Anyone got a clear view about Ukraine?
I mean, I think
what happens?
Donald Trump has said that Putin can do whatever he wants in Ukraine.
What does that mean in reality?
He hasn't said that. No, he did not. What he did say is if other members, allies, don't end up paying, Putin can do whatever he wants. Not much better, but it is different. It is different than what he said.
What he did say was that he'd solve it in 48 hours.
Yeah. Which is a joke.
No, look. Here's what I think is going to happen. I worked for Trump, and I've been to Ukraine, and I spent a lot of time on these issues. Okay, yeah. I think we will continue to support Ukraine, however, at lower levels. I think the United States will come in and ask allies to do more to step up to provide the weaponry that Ukraine uses. The United States is going to look at this and say, Ukraine, what's the plan? Do both sides want to keep killing one another? Now, I'm personally a staunch supporter for Ukraine's territorial integrity and think that they should not give any ground to Russia. However, Trump will try to say, hey, guys, do you want to continue with this bloody battle that is killing the next generation of Ukrainian men and women? And we'll try to suggest that they have some sort of negotiated agreement. Also, there's a lot of Russian money that's sitting at, I believe it's Eurobank, and I think the world is going to come together and start to use that money to help pay for the rebuilding of Ukraine. I don't think that this is going to be as disastrous as you think it is.
This is a victory for Vladimir Putin?
Yes.
I'm sorry? Why would this...
Well, do you regard this because he's much more likely to pull back on weapons supplies and the funding of the Ukrainian military?
I said lesser amounts. No, I said what Trump, I think, would do is put more pressure on our allies to provide that weaponry and funding so that less is coming from the United States and more is coming from our allies. Now, our allies have done a great job of stepping up. Poland, for example, is at 4.4% of GDP going to defense spending. Countries have done a great job, but countries can do more. Others can do more.
Okay.
And I don't think that's a loss. That's not a win.
No, and to be fair to you,
Putin, if everybody's stepping in and pulling their fair share.
It supports the sort of French position, the Macron position of having sort of, sovereign autonomy for Europe. It's a kind of a win for Europe, arguably.
I just want to crack through these bits. I think people at home really want to know the answer to these questions. Israel, Gaza. Big change in policy, not
Yeah,
change in
so I
policy,
think
puts pressure on Netanyahu, encourages
I think
Netanyahu.
we will put pressure on Netanyahu. Security cooperation will increase with the Israeli government. We will do more with the Abraham Accords and look to expand that throughout the Middle East. Look, when we talk to our Arab partners and allies, they are very, very worried about what an unleashed Iran does. And we look at what Iran is doing, and we have terror attacks around the world. We have cargo stoppages in the Red Sea and so forth. And so I think Trump is going to starve Iran of the money that it uses currently to fund terror all around the world. And we're going to stop them from doing that.
OK, I've got two more big questions. Yeah. John Irvine was saying earlier, he in his assessment, you may have a different one, Israel cannot take out Iran's doesn't have the kit to take out Iran's potential nuclear sites. If Iran is confirmed by the CIA to have